Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. It is 901 515 2025. I hope everybody's good. That's the time here in the Pacific Northwest. Everything's good over here. I hope everybody is having a great day. So we're just gonna hop on into this. We did have some games last night. Uh, we're just gonna go ahead and start breaking it down. The Boston Celtics beat the Knicks 127 to 102. And game six will be tomorrow night in the TD Garden. Um, as I look back and watch this game, it was just Jaylen Brown guarded Jalen Brunson. They attacked Jalen Brunson every chance they get, so we're gonna have to see if New York gonna respond at home. Um, I did pick the Celtics to win this series. I'm not flip flopping because they losing, cause you know, and the Knicks don't win Game Six. I think they're gonna be in trouble. But that's just my personal opinion. But I thought the person that played great for them last night was Luke Kennard at Vanderbilt. You know, hey, he just stayed ready to go, and that third quarter to me decided everything to me. And the Knicks didn't. They just didn't play well. Jalen Brown was 9 of 17, 3 of 5 from three, 5 of 8 from the free throw line. He had 8 rebounds. Two of them offensive rebounds, one steal. He only had 2 turnovers. He had 26 points. He was a plus 28. Al Horford was 5 of 7, 2 of 3 from three, 5 rebounds, one offensive rebound, 2 assists, one block. He had 12. He was a plus 11. Porzingis was 0 of 3, 0 of 2 from three, 1 of 2 from the foul line, 1 rebound, 1 block, 2 turnovers. He was a minus 12. Derek White was 9 of 16, 7 of 13 from three, 9 of 11 for the free throw line, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 blocks, 2 turnovers. He was a plus 26. He had 34. Drew Holiday was 5 of 8, 2 of 3 from three, 2 of 5 from the free throw line. He had 7 rebounds and 2 offensive rebounds. Um, he had 3 assists. He only had 1 turnover. He had 14. He was a plus 23. Peyton Pritchard was 6 of 17, 5 of 14 for three. Um, 5 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal. He had 17, was plus 24, and Luke Kennard was 5 for 5. He had 9 rebounds, 2 offensive rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal. He had 7 blocks. And Boston shot 52.4%, 44 of 84. There was 22 of 49 from 3-point land, but they almost shot 53s again. But this time they made 22 of them. Then shot 44.9% for three. There was 17 of 26 from the free throw line, 65.4%. They had 12 offensive rebounds, 32 defensive rebounds, 44 defensive rebounds, 44 total rebounds, altogether. 27 assists, 3 steals, 12 blocks. They only had 8 turnovers. And for the Knicks, they was led by Josh Hart. Josh Hart actually played well to me this game. He 7 of 15, 5 of 9 for three, 5 of 6 from the free throw line, 7 rebounds, 1 offensive rebound, 2 assists, only 1 turnover. He had 24, but he was a minus 24. Then Carlton Towns was 5 foot 11, 1 of 3 from three, 8 of 9 from the free throw line. He had 8 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 block. He had 19. And let's see here. And then you got Jalen Brunson with 7-17, 1 of 4 from three, 7 of 9 for three. He had 6 assists. He had 2 turnovers. He had 22, but he was a minus 18. The Knicks, they shot 35.8%, 29-81 from the field. There was 12 of 30 from three, which is 40%. 32 of 40 from the free throw line, 80%. They had 12 offensive rebounds, 28 defensive rebounds total of 40. They had 17 assists. They had 5 steals, 4 blocks. They only had 10 turnovers. But again, I got to give the Celtics their credit. They played like the more desperate team last night, and they got the win. Now we just gonna go right quick um, to the Warriors did get eliminated last night. Even if Steph Curry did play, I did pick them to win this series. I just don't like how now in this era they want to, take away from some what the team is actually doing. That's why I'm not taking nothing away from the Indiana Pacers because you actually been watching the NBA season, the second half of the season, man. They really they got one of the best records, along with Minnesota. And then how I look at Golden State too, they was hyping up the Warriors just like they did the Lakers. You know what I mean? They didn't want to talk about they deep. It's just amazing to me too that you know ESPN they certain people get the smoke. Everybody get the smoke. Everybody gets it. Everybody gets the smoke. You know, then they want to get a great analysis and all this about Golden State, but to me, Golden State put them own selves in this position. We talked about this yesterday and a couple other streams ago. Look at all the talent that they had. I know everybody think Jimmy Butler is playoff Jimmy. I don't get into all that stuff, but when you Krasinski and I know they wish they still had Jordan Poole. I know there's a lot of players they wish they should have had. It was just management on down, and then I think it's gonna get even uglier. That's just me because every dynasty never ends well. So the players that they holding on to, you know, it, I've been saying this for a long time. The NBA is getting younger and younger and younger. Look at all the players that's coming in the league this coming season, including the ones that did stay 4 years or overseas or whatever the case. They're younger. They're younger. So give the Timberwolves some credit. I give them the Timberwolves their credit. They don't like to give teams their credit. They don't. So they were just a better team. What concerns me about the Timberwolves is they turnovers. They gotta clean up them turnovers. They gotta clean up them turnovers because no matter who they face in the next round, they got teams like that is going to make them pay. They gotta clean up on their turnovers. They got some ill-advised turnovers, and I thought Julius Randle played well too. Again, last night I think and now people calling him a failure, and I know my homeboy was like, man, he didn't play like this when he played for the Knicks. I'm like, hey man, he New York, that's pressure, man. You got some players that just when they go somewhere else, that they don't have to feel that pressure, and he's fully healthy. You could really say that he looks so much better and everything like that than he did. Because y'all got to remember the last couple of years he's been hurt. So I'm happy for Julius Randle. You know what I mean? And if it wasn't for him last night, and Conley had it going last night as well. I like what I'm seeing from them, but they got to clean up their turnovers. And Ant Man was very sloppy with the basketball. I know it's a learning thing though. It's a learning thing with him. That's how I look at OKC. I look at them. They learning on the fly how to do it for the second straight year. So a lot of times people want to get these big, huge expectations of the teams, especially like a OKC, and I'm looking at they learning. It's a learning thing, just like Minnesota. They learning. Michael Conley, yeah, they got seasoned vets. Ant Man, I feel like it's learning. But I did pick OKC to win this series though still. But I know the media don't. It seems like the media don't want the media just want Jokic. Jokic's a bad dude, but I just think. And again, and it just proved to me in the last series, depth matters. Depth, man. Minnesota, they got depth. Pacers, they got depth. Boston, they do got that, even though they don't have Jason Tatum, but they got a lot of depth. when you got a lot of depth, you're very hard to beat. But the Celtics put them own selves in that situation, being down, 3-1, blowing 20-point leads and all that stuff. But anyway, I'm gonna read this and then read this box score right quick. And they won in 5 games as well. Okay, Minnesota was led by Julius Randle. He was 13 of 18, 2 of 6 from 3, made his only foul shot, 8 rebounds, 2 offensive rebounds, 5 assists. He did have 5 turnovers. He had 29. He was plus 4. Then Anthony Edwards for 8 of 15, 5 of 9 for 3, 1 of 2 from the free throw line. He had 7 rebounds, 1 offensive rebound. He had 12 assists, 1 steal, 3 blocks. He had 7 turnovers. He got to clean them turnovers up. But then again, it's a learning thing. You got to learn that when it comes to the playoffs, every possession matters. And then you go against a good elite thing, and your 2 best players got 12. They got 12 of the 19 turnovers. But it's a learning thing with them. So they're going, I see it as a learning thing. But it's interesting. We're going to see who they're going to end up playing. They could get some rest. So, um, and then they was 39 of 90 from the field, 43% is the Warriors. That was 11-39, 28.2. 21 to 30, they was 70%. They had 18 offensive rebounds, 22 defensive rebounds, 40 total. They had 21 assists. They had 14 steals. They only had one block. They had 17 turnovers. And for Minnesota, they was 49 to 78 from the field, 62%, 13 to 31 from 3, 41 to 19. 41.9%. There was 10 and 15 from the free throw line, 66.7. They had 6 offensive rebounds, 33 defensive rebounds. They had total 39. They had 36 assists out of 39 main field goals. That's great. That lets you know they're sharing the basketball. They had 11 steals. They had 4 blocks, but they did have 20 turnovers. What's up, twin?
What up, T Price? How you doing, bro?
Oh, we good, man. How you feel about the games last night, man?
Oh man, you did a great job breaking it down. Um, I'll start with the first game. I was out with some friends, so it was on like in the background. I wasn't like watching it play for play, but I was watching it, if that makes sense. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I thought the Knicks at one point, I was like, oh, like is Boston going to give up or are they going to fight? Because it seemed like they had like an 8 point lead or like something like 11 point lead, and I was like, okay, maybe Boston going to pack it in, and then so Boston showed fight, right? I thought Payne Pritchard played well. Derek White started the game out well. Jalen Brown did a good job. He was more of a passer. Actually, I think he had like 11 or 12 assists. I think so. They got it done, right? And so now this, I think Game 6 is a must win for the Knicks.
Me too.
If you get back to a Game 7 in Boston, I mean the Knicks can win it, but come on, like now you're asking a lot. So it was good to see Boston not pack it in. They fought, they won. They're still a good team without Jason Tatum. I mean, so
Yeah, I
they're not a
agree.
bad team. I'm not gonna lie, man. I knew Minnesota was gonna beat the Warriors, bro. The Golden State just ain't got enough, right? I mean, they can fight hard, they can play tough, but at the end of the day, if you just don't have enough, then it's hard to compete. And
Even with Steph Curry, do you agree with? I mean, because everybody think differently. Because I
okay,
picked him before the series. I picked him before the series, even when they had Stephen Curry. Even it's
okay,
just my opinion.
I
I
got
just
you.
really thought that they was deeper from start to finish. Look at they roster compared to Warriors. Yes, Steph is that equalizer, but at the same time,
Yeah,
man, they had so man, Minnesota really got some nice pieces though. They really do. And Julius Randle's actually balling out this
he's
year,
having
this
a
this
very
so
good
far.
postseason. Yeah,
And
and
I'm happy for him. I'm
I
happy
am
for him
too.
because
I am
everybody
too.
Everybody that's been
because
trashing him.
yeah,
He's actually a good player, man.
he's a
He
very
actually
good
he
player.
is.
After he left the Knicks and he had that bad postseason versus the Hawks a few years back, yeah, you're right, he got bashed. But no, man, I felt like if Curry plays, I think Steph Curry impact and his gravity is so great that this would have been a totally different series. I mean, in my
I
opinion,
agree.
because he
I
opens up
agree.
the court for everybody else. He just makes your job easier, right? Buddy Hill coming off pin downs and screens with Steph on the court. Buddy's not going to be getting trapped or they just can't switch as easy, right? And so Steph gives him another ball handler, another playmaker, another shooter. I mean, he's Steph Curry. And so I had the Warriors winning in 6 with Steph, but without him, they ain't got no chance, bro. Because Jimmy Butler just ain't. He just can't do it. And they don't have enough. And Minnesota's big. They're strong. They're physical. Um, Draymond can't guard Randall at all. He's just too big, too strong, too good. And that's okay, right? That's okay. So it was some good games, man. Now I did watch the Warriors and Minnesota game, a lot of it, but late in the third quarter when I felt like it was getting away and it was kind of teetering, and the Warriors tried to make a little run, but again, it was on, but it wasn't like I was just glued to it, if that makes sense. But um, I'm interested in the game tonight. I think OKC and Denver has been the best series in the second
Yeah.
round, because again, Minnesota got it done in 5, Cleveland got it done in 5. So yeah, man. So we'll see. But I'm not gonna lie, like it's been outside of the injuries, it's been a good postseason, man. Like I've been happy and satisfied with what has been going on. The games have been good, I'm happy for some of the underdogs, right? Indiana's playing well.
Yeah, I'm not going to disrespect them because I know a
Yep,
lot of because you got to
right.
think about it. They've been playing good. They was playing good last year,
They sure
and
were.
then remember I said something on here. I was like, man, Indiana is not it's not starting well,
Hmm.
and then I know a lot of people, man, you didn't do. I'm like, dude, when college basketball season is on.
Right.
Like I really mostly focused on college, so I didn't really get a chance to really talk about all these teams that was hot in the second half. But I still got the lead pass, so I still watch. I'm like, man, they just look at the records. Minnesota and Indiana Pacers. Look at they break after the All Star break.
Yeah, they
Is
play some good ball.
they be playing, and everybody when everybody knows their roles, it's so much easier. I
Absolutely, bro.
think on teams, and them
And
two
Q
teams to
Price.
me got it. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, and even though I said Steph was hurt, I
Right.
don't care, bro. Minnesota won. They beat the Warriors. Injuries is a part of the game. I mean, we can say what if all we want to, and I know I just did that, but I'm saying like that doesn't. I'm not gonna downgrade or not give Minnesota their due because Steph didn't play. Nah, it's part of the game, and they didn't fold. They didn't take it for granted. They came out after game 1 and they just put their foot down and they did what they were supposed to do. And so, I mean, nobody feels bad for the Cavaliers, when they set all their guys except for Donovan in game 2, right? Garland missed 2 of the games. So I don't care about injuries, bro. Listen, it's next man up. And so,
Yeah,
I
to
mean,
give you a great example of that, look at
right.
Luke Cornett, for instance.
Mm,
He just been sitting there, and I've been saying this too. I never seen so many great college players that I seen in college, and they just sitting on the bench, just. And then when I see so many coaches do it, and especially in this era, now when a
yeah.
player gets hurt, then you all of a sudden you want to play him all of a sudden. I'm like,
Hmm.
but then as they say, as a professional, you got to stay ready. So he stayed
Right.
ready, and I think he changed everything because the man can actually score. I would play him instead of Porzingis. But I understand Porzingis, but he didn't play too well last night. He didn't play that much. They ran with the guy they're supposed to now moving forward. The Knicks got to win Game 6, man. They don't win Game 6, man. They in trouble. That's just I said that from the beginning of the
No, you're
show.
right. You're right. It's gonna be hard to win a game 7 back at TD Garden in Boston. That's a ruckus crowd. I took vacation there maybe like a year and a half ago, and I went to a game out there in Boston. And yeah, man, like they get down out there, and it's a ruckus crowd. It feels almost like a college environment. It's like the fans are like on top of the arena or the floor, and so that crowd, that noise. Not saying they can't do it, but I think Game Six back at the Garden, Madison Garden, not TD Garden, is going to be a must win. And
Oh, that it ain't TD Garden no more.
no. I'm saying back at Madison Garden for the Knicks.
Oh, Madison Square. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Back in
because
Madison Square.
because
Okay.
yeah, because I was saying not TD Garden because they both have a garden inside their arena
Yeah,
name.
they do. Yeah, they
Yeah,
do.
TD and then Madison. Yeah, but I think the Knicks win Game Six, bro. Because I don't trust
They-
Jalen Brown in the game. I just don't trust that dude, man. Like he ain't got it for me, bro. He's too clumsy and so I think the Knicks close it out and we're gonna get a Knicks and Pacers, old school, right? Knicks and Pacers, old school,
Rematch. Go to
Eastern
the
Conference
finals.
Finals. And Tom
Last time it.
Thibodeau, isn't me,
Yeah.
bro, but doesn't isn't Tom Thibodeau reminding us of like old school Knicks style of ball? You know, like not
Yeah.
saying that they play
Yeah.
the same way, but the Knicks play a style that is conducive to old school ball where, you know, um, and I mean, I like it. You know what I'm saying? And so,
I like it too. I
yeah, I
like
like
it.
it.
Just to piggyback what you said. I actually like it too. This is what was pissing me off last night about the game. Right when I was doing my little stream, when I got off of it, I sat there. I don't understand. Carl Anthony Towns, you sitting there at the 3 point line. You got Drew Holiday on. You don't get yourself down on the block, bro, and post this man up, man. You calling for the ball outside on the 3 point line. You can't do that. And and this is another thing I always say though too. Like you couldn't do this stuff like what they doing in today's era. You couldn't do that in the 80s and the 90s and early 2000s. Man, you be barbecue chicken all day long and get your team in foul trouble too. Putting them little players on the player on a especially how special them skilled players was back in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s.
Yeah, for
That
sure.
little put a little dude on Drew. Man, they look at
I
Drew Holiday
know,
as
I
like
know.
a disrespect. Like, are you serious? You putting
That's a
this guy
fact.
down here on me to guard me? And no disrespect to Drew Holiday. I think he had I think he is a great player, good player. He got 2 chips, you know what I mean? And he
Hmm.
started off, a lot of people don't know, he started off, this is how old Drew Holiday is. When Allen Iverson came back and signed so he could retire as a Sixer, guess who was on the team? Drew Holiday.
Yeah, he sure was. Yeah, he was there.
Mm-hmm. Cause you remember, I remember Iggy Dollar. That's what it was him
Yep.
and AI. Man, it's just like, man, I was watching an old school game. It was AI and Andre Iguodala. I was just like, man, Iggy. A lot of people just don't forget the athletic Iggy before he got hurt, kind of thing. Man, that dude, man, he was
Yeah.
always a problem.
Speaking of Drew Holiday, like I mean, like I forget, like he's been around for like how many? This is his what season? Because he's been around for a while. If he played
I
in
believe
Sixers
so.
with Iggy, we're talking what 14, 15 years in the league, 13 years in the league. It's been a while for Drew in the league.
I
It's
can
been a
look it up
while.
and see on basketball. I can look him up and see right quick.
I'm only asking because there's been times this year I'm like, Drew looks old. He's still good. I mean, he's not terrible, but he ain't the same player. But I was like, he's been in the league for a long time then because his I know he was dealing with some type of injury. I'm not sure what it was, but at times he looks like, like he looks a bit older out there. It gotta be like 15 years, bro. Plus. I'm assuming. I could be wrong.
I got your answer right here. 1 second, it's loading up
Okay.
for you right here. I got your answer. Let's see here. Drew Holiday. Yep, he been in the league 15 years.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, so he got some miles on those tires, but
Mm-hmm.
he can still be a productive player.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so okay, cool. Okay. Yeah.
My thing with OKC too, 'cause I heard them talking about is like they concerned about OK offense and everything like that. I'm not. It's they learning still. Like to me, you know how it is. Like I was just thinking about this earlier too, and it's not even a fair assessment though either though too because the Lakers when it was Shaq and Kobe, once they got able to, get over the hump kind of thing, you know what I mean? But they
Yeah.
had star studded that was a well built team from top to bottom. You know
For
what I'm
sure.
saying? So I'm not even comparing it to like that. I'm just making an example. That right there was different. That's why people expectation of OKC. I'm still it's still they learning they growing. They growing as they go on this journey together as a team. Yeah, you add Hardenstein. Yeah, you added Caruso. I call him Rex Craven's son, grandson. And they got Caruso. And I liked how they got old boy too. What's his name? Isaiah Joe. Um
Oh yeah, yeah. Isaiah Joe and Wiggins. I'm like, yeah, they just
yeah, and Wiggins, yeah. They drafted Wiggins, you know what I mean? I watched Wiggins
mm-hmm.
was nice even in college, just like
Yeah.
Isaiah Joe was. And I like they team. It's just a learning thing, man. They young, bro. Like this is their first time. Like actually the second time around with two key players. And then I love Casey Wallace for him too out of
Oh
Kentucky.
man,
He's
yes, for sure.
yeah, because one thing he's going to bring is energy and play defense. You know,
Yep.
Dort gonna play defense. You
Yeah.
definitely know Dort gonna play. I like their team. It just
I love
learning,
the
man.
team.
Hey, they going against a team that won the championship just 2 years, and they still got the core team.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm not gonna say this. What's that dude's name? Brian Windhorst. My boy called you Wimpy, man, from Popeye. But my boy said, hey, man, you need to cut all that smoke out for Russell Westbrook. Y'all always want to sit there and slander this man's name. He had nothing to do with them losing. This is the only era that I've seen that they blame role players. They don't blame the superstars. Well, they
No, they
blame
don't.
certain superstars except one person, but you know how that goes.
Right, right, right.
He's not the same energy,
You
and I
think
don't
Denver
respect
gets it
that.
done tonight?
Ooh,
It's tough, huh?
man, it's tough, man, because I'm not gonna disrespect Jokic. I think Jokic is good, and I think Jamal Murray. A lot of people they like to take a dump. If Aaron Gordon, and then most role players, especially for Denver, they play good at home compared to they do on the road.
True.
That's what I've been seeing so far in these playoffs, other than Russell Westbrook. But I know Russell has struggled, but still, one thing you ain't gonna deny, he's still gonna play defense. He's still gonna get on the rebounds. You know what I mean? He's still gonna give you that energy no matter what. You need players like that on your team. And I just miss that in this era. So much of this era, a lot of this era of basketball now would be so much better if you had one or two, three OGs on your team, have some true dogs on your team like it was back in the day. Then people could really gravitate to what we grew up on seeing. It wasn't just one person. Every team had an enforcer. Every team had multiple enforcers. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I like what they doing right now. They just learning, man. I still don't know, but I did pick OKC to win the series, though. I don't pick the games and
Yeah,
how
I did
many,
too.
but I just think they just better. I think they just better than this year, and I think somewhere down the line that Mark Malone fire is gonna come back and bite him in the behind. You can't fire a good coach like that,
No,
and
you can't do
and
that. Yeah. You can't do that and then
and
expect good things to happen for you and your organization.
right. That's why exactly. It just like let me give you a good example. I know Ticket. I ain't no Ticket even did a stream about it, but I talk about when Cleveland got eliminated. They did JB Bickerstaff dirty, man. They did. They fired him. They said he was a problem. Now you enter another coach, and it now it's just okay. Nah, man. Like be accountable. You got it's
Yeah.
just accountability. This is what's lacking. Only certain players in this era that I do respect, they do make themselves accountable. They don't throw their teammates under the bus. It's just I don't
Mhm.
know. Hey, but let me ask you this.
Sure.
So you know how they making these dudes play like 90 style basketball and all that? I always said this back in the day. You really want to see how these dudes is? Just go back to the old school rules. Then you really see who can do what. Not just from the playoffs, but in the regular. But you know they gotta have that scoring still, which I get.
Uh huh.
But but it'll be better to me if they go back. All right, all right. You just want to see it. You know, you really
Well,
want to
I think the
gravitate to these fans
biggest,
in the playoffs. Go ahead, bro.
I think the biggest adjustment for any player in this era, if you stick them back then, are going to be the perimeter guys because in this new era, they're allowed to dribble 40 and 30 times in one possession. Like I'll give you like James
Damn.
Harden, for example, right? He's able just to dribble right in front of you and you can't even crowd him or get up on him because it's going to be a foul, right? You can't put your
Mm-hmm.
hands on him. And so
Right.
James Harden wouldn't be allowed to just dribble and then just step into his shots or get a rhythm with his dribbling. Because in the 90s, Gary Payton, Mookie Blaylock, Derek Harper, some of
Al
these,
Robinson.
yeah, facts. You feel me? Your Ron Harpers, your Scotties, your Terry Porters, your Greg
Even
Anthony's. I'm
old
just
school. We're gonna give you one more game. I'll give y'all another old school one too. A City Moncrief.
yes, 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 Sydney. Like they're allowed to crowd you and dictate
Mm-hmm.
where you're gonna go. And so that's gonna force guys to like make their move quick and go. Because if you watch the 90 players, they caught the ball, like they weren't doing all that dribbling. They weren't even allowed to do that. They caught it, made the
Mm-hmm.
move, and went. Right? Two dribble pull up,
Mm-hmm.
three dribbles, boom, right? And not just that too, but the physicality, right? If I beat you off the dribble, I have to deal with the big man behind them. And so there's two levels of resistance, whereas in today's league, there's none. So yeah, I don't know if they can do that, man. Maybe some can. Now I will have to really sit down and think about who those players are, but you're just not
Me too.
gonna
I
just
really got to think about it too because
yeah.
that's why I'm glad people don't come over here with with that nonsense. Cause that's one thing you always taught me, man. You're like, G-Bird, you can't have people say dumb stuff, and you know good and well it ain't. And
Yeah.
that really stuck with me, bro. Cause you know me, I like people just talk their stuff, but then at the same time, then I really, when I went back around the stream, I was like, man, he's sure right, man. That dude really, he was out of pocket, knowing good and well it ain't true. You know,
Right.
salute Matt, salute Alex,
Yeah,
salute John.
salute
Hey,
all the guys,
Alex, man.
man.
Let Alex be sending me that funny stuff, man. Hey, man, that jump be getting me going, bro. I'm telling you, I love to see funny stuff, bro. Anything that's hilarious, send it to me, bro, because I love that stuff, man. Because I'm dealing with some crazies out here in these neck of the woods. I just found out, Mars. I just found out I've been here 4 years. This part of Oregon. I just not found out that I'm only 125 miles out of California, from
Yeah,
California.
you're not far from the California border. Now
Yeah,
check this out. I'm in Sacramento, which is like halfway through California because that's how big the state is, how tall it
yeah,
is.
really,
I'm
right.
probably like 7 hours from Oregon's border, but I'm
Okay,
also like 7 hours, 6 hours from like 7 hours from like San Diego. So I mean, I'm like dead smack in the
right.
middle.
That's the
You
middle.
know?
Yeah,
Yeah, in the middle. Yeah, yeah.
man. 'Cause my boy was talking to me the other night. He was like, "Man, when you come to Cali?" I'm like, dude, man, we ain't been to Cali, man. Cause I ain't been to Cali since the Lakers won they when Shaq and Kobe won their first two chips. That's the last time I honestly like was like being in LA.
Yeah.
Was and yeah, those shout out to the homies out there, man.
I
My
mean, you would
boys.
love it. I mean, people, I don't know how much, I don't know how many of you guys have been on the West Coast to California, but it's different. It's a different feel. I mean, I've been all over the country. We're
Yeah,
close
it's
to the
definitely a different
ocean.
feel.
It's different. We're close to the ocean. I'm close to the Bay Area. Great weather, very diverse, great food, if that's your thing. So I mean, I like it here, you know, but yeah, man, T, if you ever decide to, off for a couple of days, bro, and you just want to just drive down, bro, drive to Sacramento, man. I got you, man. I mean, it's good, bro. I
Man, me
mean,
and
I
my
know it's a
boy was
long drive
talking
and
about
shit,
that.
but
My boy was just talking to me about that.
yeah,
He's like, bro, man, like, man, we ain't seen you like in forever. I'm like, dude, I'm like, I'm like, man, I just don't know, bro, because I'm on a mission. We'll talk behind the scenes about that. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
serious on a mission
Okay.
right now. So
I got you.
I'm serious on a mission right now. So I'm getting a lot of things together quick in a hurry. But
Yeah.
yeah, man. But I'm definitely gonna sit. I don't know if I don't, I'm always gonna come to visit sometime soon. Cause like I said, I'm on a serious mission. I got some things I'm getting taken care of personally.
T Price.
So
Do you know what?
whoa,
I'm gonna tell you. See, the East Coast has it a little bit better in that regard because everything is bunched up and close, right? If I like, for example, when we went to DC on vacation and we rented a car,
mhm.
I can drive an hour to Baltimore, right? I can drive 2 hours to Philly, right? Oh, another hour. Ooh, now I'm in New Jersey. Oh, I'm right there in New York, right? Oh,
Yeah,
six
yeah,
hours up to
everything
Cleveland, Ohio, to my dad.
right.
You feel me? Everything is close. When I was in New Orleans, Mississippi, hour and a half away, right?
Yeah,
Atlanta
yeah, I
is,
miss.
for it's just everything is close back east, whereas out here it's spread out. So I
Boy,
mean,
spread it out
that's
here,
the
no
only
matter
bad
where
thing I
you
don't
at.
like about California is that I'm not close to nothing. Now the Bay Area I'm close to. That's like an hour and a half away. But other than that, man, I gotta drive to like get somewhere. Or I mean, or fly or whatever, but it's not like being back east.
Yeah, it's definitely not. I was telling my boy about that. He was like, "Man, how it is?" I'm like, "Dude, like where I'm at, I'm in South Oregon. I'm like, I'm more closer to." Cause he thought I was still out there in Corvallis. I was like, "Bro, I'm not in
Okay.
Corvallis no more." He's like, "Man, I ain't know you left Corvallis, man." I'm like, "Dude, I've been left Corvallis, man." Like,
Yeah.
man, go. Hey, one
T
thing I
Price,
did
just give me
find.
like 5 minutes, bro. I'm gonna go downstairs real quick and feed my dogs real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, we cool. Salute. Salute to my boy Dre. He said Michael Cooper. Yeah, Cooper, man. Of course, Michael Cooper. Man, I mean, it was a lot of great defensive players, man. That played. And if I don't want to miss anybody name out, you have Ben Wallace and that's big. You have the Dream can play defense. Dave Roberts can play defense. And then one of my favorite, one of my other players I used to like watch playing before he got injured was Antonio Medice. I thought Antonio Medice was nice out of Alabama. He had that injury. Antonio was the truth though too. Then he had Stoudemire before he got hurt. Stoudemire was crazy. Amari was crazy. He had Joe Dumars. Man, you had a lot of great players. Yeah, man, there was so many great defensive players that played D. And back then, it was so hard to even make them teams back then because you had so many great players that honestly that at each position on defense, and there was a lot of chances. There was a lot of times that players didn't even get. They might have got a selection once, or some might not even get none at all. But at the same time, you could tell them if you watch these shows or these podcasts or these players or whoever and they tell you about the players back then that played defense, people to be like, huh, who is that? Like, yeah, he might not make no defensive teams, but he was known as a great defender. Starks was all right. John Starks all right. I felt bad for John Starks. He missed all them shots in Game 7. And I was like, man. Yeah, I was like, start. Hey, I like his story. I like his story. I like his story. And, 'cause he has a great story how he got into the league. Starks was inconsistent though to me. Starks was a great defensive player, but he was good defensively. But he went against Mike. Mike was just too big for him, too tall for him. Bernie Maxwell, irritate, and then hey, that's just my opinion. I never see Starks like I never seen John Starks as a good on D, but game 7, 218, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He did. But I feel like me and Moss was talking about, I feel like it's going to be like they're going to give us a 90s when it was the Pacers and the Knicks. But this time around, it's going to be because that time because the Pacers beat the Knicks and end up going to the finals. You know, so so they end up playing. You know, the Knicks end up playing the New York Knicks. You know what I'm saying? So New York Knicks end up playing they end up playing Houston. Yo,
These brethren.
what's happening?
I can't call it.
We were just sitting there talking. We just got done talking about the game, talking about the old school players that had that defense. You know what I mean, on the '80s and the '90s and the early 2000s, and we were just basically talking about. We were talking about a little bit of everything. We already went over how you felt about the games last night and what you
Uh,
think about tonight's game. I haven't made a decision. I'm like Moss. I haven't made a decision about who's going to win tonight, Denver or OKC. But I did pick OKC to win the series though. So,
yeah, I
but
think
I
it's
still
going
haven't
seven.
made a decision.
I got Denver winning tonight, but I mean, I knew Anthony was going to crack Golden State head at Minnesota. In Minnesota, I knew that was going to happen, and New York let a golden opportunity slip away, man. Like they don't understand how hard closeout games is. Now, guess what? The
The
pressure
pressure's
on
on
New
you.
York. It's on New York.
Mhm.
Boston ain't supposed to win. Their best player got hurt. Their best player got hurt. Hey, yo, and that's crazy, guys, because I was telling my brother the conversation we was having yesterday.
Mhm.
He was like, nah, he like, and my brother, a Duke fan. You met my brother T Price,
Mhm.
and he was saying like, nah, he's like, yo,
Still the real T. You might going in and out.
franchise player, and this next wave of franchises. You feel me?
Mhm.
So he told me, I said, man, my man out in Sacramento. I said, man, this nigga was going crazy, bro. I said, nah. I said, I get exactly where he comes from. He said he on that old school shit, like that Dale Harris shit. Niggas gotta earn it the way they did Cole. I said, Dale Harris was a dickhead and he made the wrong decision. But
Yeah.
the game yesterday, I just think New York let a golden opportunity slip away. And low key, Jalen Brunson rolled his ankle too. You know what I mean? I think that's why he was so quick to take that 6 foul when they was down 20, because he like, man, let me get the fuck out the game, man. We're going to have to play these niggas in another day. So New York better be careful. They better come out. They better crack these niggas' head. They better not make that game close.
Yeah, that's what me and Moss was saying. We were saying that if it goes to game 7, the Knicks are in trouble.
I mean, that's in New York. Who got big body Brunson, you feel me? But the pressure on them now, because Boston ain't supposed to win.
Yeah, they gotta eat that pressure, man. They say pressure bust pipes, right?
I was telling niggas, I said, man, look what they get. I said, that was a perfect opportunity for Mikal Bridges to steal that game and and go off when they got it back down 13. And they gave up 5 first-round picks for that fucker. That's the greatest overhaul in NBA history. 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges.
Right, that's how the new CBA, all that stuff. Just how that, you know, I'm not even, I'm getting. I'm like you. I remember you was trying to put me on how to do how the contracts and all that stuff going and everything like that. So and how this new agreement is. So I'm still learning all that. So, but 5 of them, bro, for Bridges, that's crazy, bro.
Nah, bro. Now I could see if a motherfucker said, 5 first-round picks for or 5 first-round picks for Giannis or 5 first-round picks for Shea. I'm like, that's still an overpay, but I get it. Them niggas, it's them. 5 first-round picks for fucking Mikal Bridges.
Mm.
Them niggas could, well, I mean, they could get it in Giannis sweepstakes, but once more for the Giannis, they don't want to. They ain't gonna try to reload with Cat and whoever else New York will have to give up for Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm getting rid of Giannis, I'm going full rebuild.
Hey, salute Dion Reed. Salute. Thanks for subscribing, brother. We just over here have real. We just sitting here just having real talk right around now. Shout out to everybody in the Lions Den basketball community, man. Y'all hit that like button, man.
But
Shout out to everybody, man.
they're going to say they got the assets to get it, but they're gonna have to. I think about the better business. But you know what? I think actually, I think the way Doka boy actually want Jaylen Brown. Like, yo, give me my boy from the Celtics, because they got to blow that shit up. Said even if the Celtics won it this year, they got to blow that up. Some niggas $500 million payroll.
Mm-hmm.
So if you make it like that, you know what I mean? So my window open a bit. So, you feel me? I forgot. I had to think where I think he wanted to be. But he said he want to be in a big market though. He said he want to be in a big market. They was eliminating Brooklyn because that's like lateral movement. You know what I mean? They're basically in the same situation. But Brooklyn do got cap space to attract somebody else. The Bucks can't do anything for the year. They got the Knicks. Knicks ain't got the picks. The Clippers ain't got the picks. The Lakers ain't got the picks. You might have to settle for a mid-market like Miami. Or just say, fuck it, I'm going to go with the alien, like you said, like down in San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking.
I just like to. What you thinking? You must be driving because you going in and out.
I'm thinking Houston low-key will want Jaylen Brown more than Giannis, though.
I think that'd be a better fit for Jaylen Brown than it would be Giannis, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, because their team is fire. They give up Jalen Green and somebody else. Jalen Green and some picks. You feel me? Because he ain't it for them. But they're going to have to do something, though, because if Giannis do come west, you got to think about it, bro. There is no superstar in the East next year. Tatum will be gone all of next year.
What up, Ron Time?
What up? And they was already talking about once they realign with San Antonio, with Las Vegas and Seattle, they were saying they might take Memphis and Minnesota and put them in the East because they do furthest East. I didn't realize Minnesota was so far away as far as travel from all the other Western Conference teams. They closer to the Eastern Conference teams.
Yeah.
Yep. And Memphis and Tennessee, that's Eastern Central Time Zone.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to put them two studs over there in the East because the East, they got rising stars, but they don't have a superstar. Now that Jason Tatum going for the year and Giannis talk about going west. They won't have a true superstar over in the East.
So you think Giannis is leaving Milwaukee?
I think it's going to happen, man, just because the simple fact that them dudes is handcuffed. They a double apron team. They ain't got no trade assets, and their trades are restricted because of that.
Well, that's his fault. That's Giannis's fault. So
all years. So basically, You asking Giannis to waste a year, to stay in
What,
Milwaukee and just
what do you
waste a
mean waste
year.
a year? Hold on. What do you mean waste a year? I mean, if
That's
he's everything you say he is, then go get it done, bro. I
I mean,
mean,
hey, yo, but Mass, let's be literal. Let's be for real. How many
uh-huh.
how many players in NBA history we see could be in that situation and get it done? I mean, like, listen,
Oh no,
even
it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be
listen,
tough, Ronton.
and the only reason why he might be able to is because he would be the player in the East. You feel me? He would have to be a high Joel Embiid and Paul George. You feel me? Up and
So what? I mean, okay. I mean, that's a
no,
superstar. I
no.
mean,
What
that's
I'm
what they
saying,
do.
if it's possible, this probably be the time to do it because it ain't that much competition in the Eastern Conference. But then, do we think he really gonna be able to compete with the team coming out of the Western Conference?
No, because I don't think he's good enough. I don't think it's his team. I don't think he's good enough. And you mentioned second apron and their trade capped. Well, that's his fault, right? Don't forget 2 years ago he came out and says, "I'm not going to sign the new deal unless I know this team is going in the right direction." So he put pressure on the team. They traded away Drew Holiday. They brought in a non-winning player in Dame Lillard, and so that's his fault. You made
No,
the
but
bid laying it.
hey, yo, but think about it. Him and Dame contracts went and put him in the apron. It's all the extra, like the money that they gave everybody else that put him in the second tier. You feel me? Because you got to think about it. You're allowed to have 2 stars without being in any tax apron. You can have 2 max contracts and still be up under the second apron. You get what I'm saying? So it's just like they
Yeah, I
handed
don't
out.
know, bro.
I
I
think, but
mean, listen, I don't.
I think it was more of reward money because they had won that chip. You get what I'm saying, Nas?
Yeah. Let me ask you a question, Ronton. I mean, you like Kobe because Kobe stayed, got his guys in order, and made it work, right? He didn't jump
Yeah,
ship, bro. And
right.
so, nah, I mean, I want to see Giannis stay in Milwaukee. And as hard as it was for Kobe, it's going to probably be even harder for Giannis. And if he's everything he think he is as a basketball player, then he'll figure it out, bro.
I
But
mean,
why run, though? I
but
mean, why
just
run?
think about it. I mean, Kobe did. He didn't have a super team when you were at the height of the super teams. You could say, Mass, but
Uh-huh.
he had a running mate with Paul Gasol.
Pau
He,
Gasol is a very, very, very good player. He's not a superstar.
listen,
He's
you
a
got to
very
think about.
good player.
Listen, he made the All Star over there with Kobe. You feel me? So just say Kobe had another All Star over there with him. You feel me? And then people realize you got to remember Lamar Odom won 6th Man of the Year,
Okay.
and we had that young up and coming monster in Andrew Bynum.
So
So
are we
we,
saying? So what are you
I
saying?
just
Are
think
you
we
saying that
weren't a
Giannis ain't
super
got no
team.
help?
No, we weren't a super team, but we were a well built team around
Nah,
Kobe.
your best. No. Your best player in Kobe Bryant was a great leader, and he led by
Absolutely,
example. And his
absolutely.
hold on, and Ronton, his individual game was good enough. Giannis's game to me, and you may disagree with this. I don't think his game is good enough, bro. I don't think so.
Listen, I think it is because he's already won a chip. You feel me? But what I'm saying is, as far as comparing Giannis and Kobe, you can't. That's not fair to Giannis.
No. I'm talking about staying put inside your seat. No.
No, I get it.
I'm
I
not talking
get it.
about game. I'm talking about just staying put where you're
No,
at,
but see
not
this.
running away.
But
That's
listen.
what I'm
But
talking about.
this is the difference. This is the one difference, Mass. Right?
Yeah.
When Kobe stayed put,
Yeah.
Los Angeles had the resources to build the team around him like that he can compete with. Milwaukee don't have that right now. They have no way out, bro. It's
When
like
they whoa. What do you mean the resources, bro? Like they
it's
got
fine.
Pau Gasol
Listen,
with
no,
Kwame Brown and a couple of
no,
players, bro.
listen.
He's got lucky with that.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. We didn't go over the tax apron. It wasn't this crazy CBA that restricted us from making moves that we wanted to do. It was just a little bit different. That team that Kobe had is like Giannis and what they got left over in Milwaukee with an injured Dame. You tell me. You look at that team and you look at that team, right? There's no comparison. It's just Giannis and a butt.
Well, I would argue. Well, listen. I mean,
Now hold on, Matt. Now this is the only reason why. Listen. Now, if Giannis was maybe like 26, in this predicament, It'd be like, all right, Giannis, okay, you can stay a year, let them gut the team.
Nah.
But at the age of 31, prime, he don't got years to waste. And I'm
Listen,
a
it's
big
not, bro. Listen, it's not wasting years. It would be him not getting it done. It was Giannis Antetokounmpo. It was Dame Lillard who says, "I'm different. I'm not gonna go team up." Like these guys said this, and then now all of a sudden Dame teamed up, and now Giannis is acting. Giannis is doing the exact same things he said that he wouldn't do.
Okay,
And so,
can I ask you a question, Max?
yeah,
Any franchise player, just think of anyone. It don't even got to be nobody we talking about, right?
all right, yeah.
A franchise player. Do you think he needs a 1B or a number 2 to have a competitive team?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Okay, all right. Well, that explains your
I can name the player if you want me to.
Look, bro, that explains your stance. I'm fine with that. I'm fine.
Yeah. Kawhi Leonard.
Leonard.
Kawhi Leonard in 2019, Dirk Nowitzki without Caron Butler, his second best player, right? Those guys got it done. Those guys got it done. No excuses. They got it done.
I look at
Hakeem Olajuwon, Hakeem's first chip, bro. No Clyde Drexler, role players, and he got it done.
I get it. Okay. Now think about this, man, because you're absolutely right. Because I got you, bro. I use those same arguments against people that you just stated. I use them same facts, right?
Yeah.
Right. So think about the time span in which that happened. Hakeem did that in '94, and then we probably didn't see that again happen until what? Dirk Nowitzki, and just like Houston, even though Dallas didn't have a perennial all-star, that was a very well-built team. You feel me? They had the experience.
What are you talking about?
The Mavericks. That Mavericks team with Dirk.
I'm not arguing experiment. No. We said
no.
He's all-star
but my point is, you always got anomalies, man. You feel me? Yeah, everything happened. Like, yeah, we can point out 3 or 4 times in history where that's happening. You feel me? But
I think Giannis needs. Listen, I think his game is incomplete. I think other than that lucky postseason run where he beat an injured Brooklyn Nets team and he got away and got past that by the skin of his teeth. KD foot was 1 inch shorter.
Yeah, that's
game over. And so, listen, he gets credit. He played great versus Phoenix Suns in the finals. Was down 0-2. But other than that, bro, he's been a failure. And his game, his individual game to me just has not been good enough. It just hasn't been, bro. It hasn't been good enough.
So, no, I agree because, like, he still ain't developed some type of jump shot. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm total agreement with you, right?
Yeah.
And this is where Coach always should tell me, man, hard work gonna beat talent, because talent never work hard. You feel me?
True.
That dude is so physically gifted and all that. It's just like, and that may be the wrong attitude to have, but
it is the wrong attitude we have because
we all know it's not Giannis' skills that make him a top player. It's his physical abilities.
This is basketball, and skills pays the bills, and so you can get away with your physical attributes in the regular season where a team can't scheme for you night in and night out, but in a 7-game series where it's Imano versus Imano, and I have time to scheme for you, and I can take away your best asset to a certain degree, and you don't have no counter or you don't have any rebuttal to what I'm doing, bro, then I don't respect it, bro.
Okay,
I don't respect it. I don't respect it. Some do, I don't.
No, I get it, man. Come on, man. You know how we think, but I'm saying now, I just like to look at shit from all perspectives, right? So, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you think every player needs the right help to be successful?
No, I don't. No.
Okay, right. Nope. So you
can I tell you why though?
No, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I said, listen, that may sound crazy on the surface, but what you're asking me is really what you're saying is, does a top player in the league need to have a complete does a top player in the league need to have the right pieces or a complete team around him to be successful? I'm saying no. I'm saying if you're everything you say you are, if those role guys can just keep the game close and get you to the fourth quarter, you're a superstar for a reason. You get paid the most money. You get all the praise. Superstars do super things, right? And we've seen it in the past, right? I don't think the Chicago Bulls were the most complete team. I think that they were. Listen, I think the Pacers in '98, which went 7 games, I thought the Pacers had a more complete team, right?
Yeah,
You feel me?
say
I
that
don't
too.
think this.
I would say that too, but I just think like I'm gonna use your argument with you right now.
Okay.
Remember how you just said all superstars need to do is have their role players keep it close.
Yes.
Okay, and they had the star among stars. You feel me? So got to
Correct.
keep it close. And Mike was just a. And this is no shot at Reggie, because Reggie's a killer. They asked Steph Curry if you had a chance to take one ring and give it to somebody, who would it be? And he said, no doubt, Reggie Miller. You know, you know what I mean? Because like we know Reggie, like we know as basketball fans how good Reggie was. You feel me? As
Right.
we know how good that Indiana team was, even when they ran up against Kobe and Shaq.
Right, they were great.
If they had not ran up against Kobe and Shaq, they might have their own ring.
I think they would have a ring
because they were, like you said, Mass. They were so complete. They
they checked every box. Yes.
Point guards, wings. They had the muscle down low. You feel me? They had it all. They had it all, and that was all conducive to the style of basketball that was being played that we grew up loving. You feel me?
Oh okay, yeah.
So now you look at it. Yeah, they were the more complete team. The Bulls were a well-constructed team. You feel me? They had everything that basically Indiana had, but their star was just greater than Indiana's star.
I don't think they had what Indiana had. I'm not sure about that.
Okay, let me just look at it. Right, they always had the 3-headed monster down there with the 7-footers. Right?
Who had that?
Chicago. They
always. Who?
I'm saying when they first run, it was Weddington, Bill Cartwright, and
Weddington was on the third. Was he on the second or first three-peat?
I think he was on the first three-peat with Bill.
Okay, so Bill Cartwright, Bill Wellington, and Horace Grant. You saying?
No, I think they actually had 3 7-footers.
I can look it up right now.
Yeah.
What year y'all want?
Okay.
What year y'all want? 91, 92?
Yeah.
91, 92. I got it right here.
Wasn't it Scott Williams and Bill Wellington?
It was B.J. Armstrong, Bill Cartwright, Horace Grant, Bob Hansen, Craig Hodges, Dennis Hobson, Michael Jordan, Stacey King, Cliff Livingston, Chuck Nevitt, John Paxson, Will Perdue, Scottie Pippen, Mark Randolph, Rory Sparrow, and Scott Williams.
Yeah,
UNC. All right. So now think about it. Right? They had Cartwright and Purdue. Then they had Horace Grant. Then they had Stacey King and what was the other power forward you said?
You said Scott Williams was like the big
Cliff Livingston.
Cliff
Livingston, and they had Scott Williams out of North Carolina.
Not saying that their players were better at those positions, because they had the Davis boys, Rich Smith, you feel me? But what I'm saying, they were kind of built the same way. They had the muscle up front. They had the big 7-footers, you feel me? And they had premier wing with Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan. And they had what we know them as back then as 3-point specialists. When the game was down 12, you'll put your specialists in, run a couple plays for them. BJ hit 2 or 3 threes. John Paxson hit 2 or 3 threes. They didn't just shoot threes all day like they do in today's game.
No, those guys shot 2s and 3s, and they competed on defense. And
right, absolutely. But
they weren't just shooters.
But their role back then was known as the specialist. You feel me?
No, there wasn't no specialist in the 90s, man.
Yes,
those guys played. Who? What do you mean? Who?
Bro, are you talking about like dudes like what's my man named Chuck Person, the rifleman? Like these dudes.
Was much more than. Hold on, Ron. In the 90s, you had to play defense. You had to shoot. You weren't just a specialist. In today's league, the guys don't play defense. You shoot threes.
No. I get it, Max. But his best attribute was he was a sniper. He was a sniper. You feel me? Dude,
so that player's best facet to his game was that he can shoot the basketball, but didn't mean that he wasn't good or average at other things as well.
No, okay, but let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When Chuck Persons came into the game, what did he mainly do? That bitch lit it up from behind the arc.
He shot twos. He shot threes.
I mean,
He
that in the flow.
he played defense.
Listen, and what was he known?
Picks.
Listen, what was he known? They called him the rifleman. I'm not saying he was an incomplete player. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying, well, they just had dudes that just shot threes. No, they had a dude that was able to shoot threes. He could have done other stuff. Yeah, he contributed other ways.
Right.
But every team had what they call a specialist.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
That's just the role that a lot of teams had. Like Dale Ellis was a special. Yeah, Dale Ellis played crazy deep, but they was looking for him to come.
I guess my point is this, bro. I mean, like this year, for example, the Pacers and Bucks, some of those games went down to the wire, and the Pacers executed, and the game was within reach, and Giannis did absolute nothing, bro. And his individual game ain't good enough to me. It's my opinion. And he needs to get better, and I don't think he will get better.
You can't knock that. Yes, I agree. I agree that he should be able to get better and all that. One thing I ain't gonna do, bro.
What's that?
I swear to God, and I hate to admit it, but I'm just like, man, these Indiana Pacers are good as fuck, bro. I'm like, and what I mean by that is a well-built team. You get what I'm saying? They are well, and so I'm like, well, damn, maybe that Eastern Conference trip wasn't a fluke last year. Cause they just came right back with the same team and ran that shit right back.
But what does Indiana have to listen? They can be a well-balanced or a machine, but what does that have to do with Jan's execution and his individual game down the stretch? That's why he's great, right?
Listen, no, because you said, well, Indiana, and I'm just like, well, shit, Indiana ain't nothing to sneeze at. You feel me? But I do agree with you. He came up short, man. So
Tyrese Halliburton was closing up. Pascal Siakam was closing out games, bro, and Giannis wasn't.
I mean, hey, bro, it's their time. It's their time. It's their time. I get it. But like I said, bro, I still don't believe Giannis nothing to sneeze at. And everybody, and I agree with you, Mass. Everybody got flaws in the game. Everybody got flaws. You feel me? But I kind of like just this particular situation where it's just like, damn, okay, y'all, what if you tell Milwaukee, yo, I'll stay, y'all, but just put a competitive team around me, a competent team where I can compete. Because right now they don't have that. You feel me? Just for the simple fact. Now, if Dame was healthy, yeah, if you tried to leave Dame, then Giannis, you weak as fuck. You feel me? Because you and Dame should be able to get it done. But at the end of the day, I'm looking like, damn, this nigga will have to go out and play next year. They can't make no moves. They can't acquire no more talent. It's just him and them dudes he just sat down with that he knows not even good enough to beat Indiana. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I don't give a fuck what kind of engine you got. If you rev that bitch to the red line, nigga, all straight, nigga, that bitch gonna blow sooner or later. You know what I mean? It's just the fact that they just can't make no moves, bro. It's like, I swear to God, I think they know in their mind, yo, we got to blow it up. We have to blow it up because right now we have no moves on the chessboard. We done backed ourselves into a corner hoping that we can get a championship out this shit, and Dame got hurt and everything is just fucked up. And we can't make no moves. So it's I mean, if you feel he should maybe sacrifice a year to show, yo, listen, I'm gonna try to do it, maybe. I can get that sentiment. You feel me? I could definitely get that sentiment. The dog days, but shit, they can't do nothing, man. They can't do nothing. Like,
well, that's their fault, bro. I mean, it is what it is, man.
I mean, it is. I mean, think about it. Think about this. First, the blood clot thing with Dame, and then he tears, I'm pretty sure nobody expected that. You feel me? I'm figuring Milwaukee thinking, yo, long as we got Dame and Giannis, we can make them one-on-one trades and maybe improve the team. Get rid of Brook Lopez, you know what I mean? And maybe improve the team with our 2 stars. But it's like, shit, our 1 star fucked up. He's not even in the mix no more.
Well, not just improve our team, but if when you have players like Dame or I'll just say Giannis on your roster, you have to make sure you bring in the right players that fits around him.
Absolutely.
His game is so incomplete that you can't just put anybody around him. That's why Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday, those guys fit well because they complemented his game. I don't think you listen. I would never put a superstar or a star player next to Giannis, bro, because it's not going to work. Like he needs to be surrounded by complementary pieces.
He need the Allen Iverson built team.
Correct.
He need the and
agree. Space out.
Space out. Give me shooters.
All shooters. Correct.
Give me a nigga who can defend on the perimeter and give me a nigga who can rebound.
And guess what? And guess what? With that being said, that's a knock on him because now he's only one dimensional. Like he can't play off the ball. Like things got to be aligned perfectly for him to even compete. Like that's not. Listen, bro. That's not the type of player I want to build around. Right? Steph Curry. Steph. Wydell Curry, bro. Give him anybody, bro. Listen, he can adapt and adjust his game to anybody on, off the ball. Kobe Bryant, same thing. Michael, same thing. That's why they're great, bro, in my eyes. Tim Duncan, same thing.
I think Steph's only weakness is his defense, and I think that's because more of his physical limitations. You feel me? Like his physical limitations, the bad ankles, like just not being a fast twitch dude. Like he competes like a motherfucker. Don't get it twisted. You ain't just gonna go dog, Steph. But I think that's the only weakness in his game because offensively, he's complete as they come. Going to the hole, dishing the ball, like he can do everything. There's nothing Steph can't do on the court. Like I ain't never seen him post up. You feel me? That's the only thing I ain't never seen him do off. Like really never seen him in his bag with like post moves. But he's so great at everything else offensively. It's just like, you're right. You can put anything around him. He one of them engines is just like, you know how like you got engines that you can swap out, put in other cars. And I could take this Honda, I could take this Acura engine and put it in this Honda. I could take this and put it in this. And guess what?
Yeah.
That's what Steph is. That bit's gonna go.
Correct. But his individual game is so versatile and he doesn't take away from others. That's what I'm referring to. Whereas a lot of stars in today's game, things got to be right because if not, then they will take away from their others. And then next thing you know, now we're blaming the role players.
Yeah, but think about it like this, right? Because like, think about it like this, right? When we think about generations, right? Mass. It's usually one in a 10-year period, 15-year period. It's usually one player that wins multiple chips. You feel me? One team wins multiple chips with a player. And then you see this team sneak in and get one. This team sneak in and get one.
True.
You feel me? And it's just like, now you think about it. And 19-year span. Tim Duncan came in 95, Kobe came in 96, right? And a 19-year span, we happen to have three. Two of them played on the same team. We seen Shaq get 4 chips. We seen Tim Duncan get 5 chips, and we seen Kobe get 5 chips, right? So Shaq, 3 of his chips came with Kobe. So just say that's 10 chips between Kobe and Tim. You feel me?
Yeah.
And then another one with Shaq and Dwayne Wade. With Shaq 4 chips, right? So that's 11 chips in a 19-year period. The rest of the NBA got us fighting to try to get them an Infinity Stone somewhere within this regime. You feel me? Somewhere on this watch. They got
Kobe got 5 and Kobe got 5 in the 2000s. And I think Tim got 4? He did get 4. No. He got 3.
But they say, then they say that Kobe's not the best in his generation. I'm like, how he's not in the 2000s when he won 5 of them? Y'all don't make any sense.
And
back to Price.
And the fact that he beat Tim Duncan more than Tim Duncan beat him. And and the fact that his stats were better than Tim Duncan.
Yeah, Duncan came in 97.
No, he came the year before Kobe, right? And I mean,
no, Duncan came in 97.
Not the year. I mean, not the year before. The year after Cole.
Yes, correct. There you go.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
So
he was at Wake Forest. Yep.
right. The year. I meant to say the year after, not the year before. You feel me? So it's just like
Kobe also led the 2000s in total points scored, points per game, all league defensive player, and 5 championships, bro. If that's not dominance, then name me a player who's done that, bro, in a 10-year stretch.
And that's what I tell people. And like
wait for a while.
When they talk about this LeBron James shit and all this longevity shit, I said, man, I said, first of all, you want to bring longevity into it. I said, okay. I said, let me tell you something. Y'all said y'all never see nobody play that extraordinary this late in their career. I said, my brother, do you know in year 17, before the Achilles injury, Kobe Bryant averaged 27 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists a game? And then he popped his Achilles.
Ronton.
And I said, year 17.
Here's the ultimate ether, bro. They'll say Shaq carried Kobe, and Kobe played 4 seasons in the 2000s with Shaq, but Kobe still led the decade in total points and points per game. But he was carried by Shaq, and Shaq did everything.
Yo, if you think about it,
it makes sense, bro. You know me?
It don't make sense at all.
Hey, yo, think about this, man. And that 2001 epic season that we had.
Yeah.
You know, in the playoffs, Shaq averaged like 30.3 and Kobe Bryant averaged like 30.9. Yeah, no, he averaged more points than Shaq. Like,
he did? Okay.
He averaged more points than Shaq throughout that playoff run. And I'm just like, why the fuck they keep saying this dude got carried? I'm like, man.
This is what I'm gonna let y'all finish. Y'all go, but this is why they say that. That's why I don't hold these MVPs, Finals MVP. They use that MVP argument in the finals against Kobe. But go ahead.
I was going to say the 2001 run by the Lakers was the second hardest run in playoff history because they beat all 50-win teams in the postseason. That series versus the San Antonio Spurs, go look and see what Kobe Bryant did, right? Meanwhile, Duncan and Shaq's on the floor. Kobe averaged 33, 7, and 7. Only my Houston Rockets had a tougher playoff run. And I think it was 94 or 95. I forget which one. But the 01 Lakers played all 50-win teams in the Western Conference playoffs and in the finals. Yo, Kobe Bryant was their best player.
Hey, yo, and it's crazy, bro, because they put a metric up that I seen the other day that I knew he was the leader, but I didn't know it was by that far. Man, this nigga done eliminated the most 50-win teams in NBA history.
That's a fact, bro. Yeah, competition. Yeah, competition.
He has 26 wins over 50-win teams.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And Michael Jordan was the next closest with like 14.
Right. Crazy, bro. How they disrespect this guy, Kobe, man. I hate it, bro. Like it's making me hate basketball when I see people on TV not give him his praise.
Hey, yo, it's crazy because, Matt, I asked the question, like, these motherfuckers tell me, all right, when they go to their greatest all-time list, and I say, yo, I think that's kind of objective because everybody played in different eras. It was different rules, you feel me? Some dudes had parts of their game. Like, I said, think about it, bro. You can't even compare a dude like George Gervin or Pistol Pete Maravich stats because they didn't play with a three-point line. Right. You get what I'm saying? So I'm just like, yo, I don't think it's fair, but if you want to go by stats and all, but I said, okay, let's go by just NBA careers. You niggas tell me all, I said, my nigga, I still ask anybody. Yeah, I say this man not top 10. I say the man top 5, right? I say, listen, name me 10 people who had a better career than Kobe Bryant. And I said, you know what? I'll even make it easy for you. You could take his career and split it in half, bitch. You could take number 8 or you could take number 20.
Man, that's fire right there, bro. That's fire.
I said you could take
his go-to. That's his go-to saying.
I said you can take number 8 and
I didn't think about
number
that.
24, motherfucker. And you tell me who the fuck you niggas tell me niggas Akeem. I said, listen, I think Akeem is the most skilled center I've ever seen. I said, I think Hakeem was one of the great. I said, he's definitely in my top 10. I said, but he didn't have a better career than Kobe Bryant, bro.
Nah, he didn't, bro. And I think Kobe Bryant has a top 5 career. Absolutely. You got MJ, you got Tim Duncan, you got Kobe. I love Magic's career. At number 5, I probably, and then Steph Curry's career. I hold Curry high on my list too.
I do, bro.
But yeah, MJ, Kobe, Timmy, Magic, and Curry to me have had the best careers. People who say LeBron James had one of the best careers, how? He lost 6 finals. That's not a good career.
Yeah,
it makes sense. No, it's not.
He has 4 championships in what years?
Yeah, that's not a good career.
I mean,
but he's still getting put out in the first round. But
that too, yeah, for sure. That too, yeah.
I said he got all the points, all the rebounds, all the assists.
Swept every decade. Get up out of here.
Yo, bro, do you know Michael Jordan still has more 30-point games than him, and he played 8 less years than this nigga?
Yeah, I think LeBron just passed him up recently. But again, that's an indictment on LeBron. Like Jordan's played, like you said, Ron, he's played several less years, and you're just now passing him up. I mean, 4 chips in 22 years. Like, what you been doing, bro? You've been losing. Like, that's not a good career.
That's not. I said, and I said every metric that you want to talk about. I said this dude is top 5. I said, think about it. Top 5.
He is.
I said top 5 scorer that you ever seen. I said, me personally, it's him. Like, it's him and MJ. Like, when I'm talking about,
I agree with you.
It's him and MJ. You feel me? I said top 5. I said top 5 defenders I ever seen. I said, bro, this nigga made 9 first team all
right. That's a fact.
Y'all forgot number 8. Kobe used to. His thing was to lock niggas up.
Come on, bro. Come on, preach.
I said, come on.
Like, I got videos in my phone. It's crazy that we talk about this, right? Because I got video right now. My boy sent to me on TikTok, and we live in those days, right? So we know this ain't cap. Where Jim Gray was sitting there talking about Kobe Bryant, this playoff run that he had, how he shut down all the great players in the regular season and during the playoffs, right? You know, the young people like to say that, that Kobe, they wasn't talking about Kobe like that. Now you see all the video evidence, everything, and y'all still want to goalposts. Like, y'all can't have it both ways, man. Y'all wasn't there.
Mass,
times, bro.
Think about this, Mass, right? Dale Harris made this motherfucker sit the bench for 2 years damn near, right? And this motherfucker was still the youngest to every mark in the world till LeBron James came, which LeBron James started from the beginning. I said, so you had a 2-year head start on this nigga, and this nigga still was the quickest to every mark that everybody called relevant. Quick to 5,000, quick to 10,000, quickest to 15,000. LeBron, you only broke those records because you had a 2-year head start on a nigga. And then you know what I say, Max? I said, you know how I judge it? They said what? I said, because everything is objective. Stats, numbers, all that shit is advanced metrics. All that shit is objective. Because you niggas will call Kobe Bryant inefficient, but in the same breath, y'all call Ray Allen a sniper, and Kobe field goal percentage for his career is higher than Ray Allen's.
Let that sink in.
So I just don't get it. You feel me? So it's just like, God damn, but when it come down to it, Mass, it's like, bitch, when it come down to it, roll the ball on the court, put them 2 niggas out there, who gonna win? Bitch, that's who better. That's who better, bitch. And I think it's only 2 niggas in history that would even make me think Kobe would lose to, bro. It's only 2 niggas, Mass.
You said 2? I can only name 1.
I think it's 2. Listen, in history, I'm talking about everybody in their prime, at their peak, no injury or nothing. I think it's only 2 niggas that's capable of beating Kobe.
Okay, hold on. Run time. I think I know who your second guy is. I know for sure one is Mike, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, now I'm gonna shock you because if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong though. I think your number 2 guy, and Is it Larry Bird?
Nope.
Okay.
It ain't Larry Bird. The only other person I think might beat Kobe one-on-one is Tracy McGrady, bro.
No. Can I tell you why? The mindset, bro. I don't think T-Mac has the right mind frame to do it. The skills is there for sure, but it's more than just basketball at times with Kobe and MJ. Mentally, can you do it? And I don't trust T-Mac's mental, bro.
But I'm not talking about put him on the court with a team and see. I'm talking about 1v1.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I get it.
And I say that because when I heard Kobe say, man, this motherfucking Mac could do everything I could do, but this bitch was 6'9". He said that was my toughest guard. Like, because he can do everything I could do, but he was 6'9" and more athletic. And when I tell niggas, I'm like, yo, bro, like, I say, yo, bro, prime T-Mac, like, no injury. I said, bro, it's not too many niggas in history fucking with that nigga, bro. I said, yo, Mac was him. I'm high on T-Mac, bro. You feel me? I was high on T-Mac. Like, before the microfractures and the back injury, like, Tracy was cold, bro.
I agree with that, bro. Listen, I'm a Rockets fan, and so I know about him after Orlando. You're right. He was that. And remember, bro, at one point, it was an argument, like, who's better in, like, the early 2000s, Kobe or T-Mac?
He was the only nigga that I felt was a threat to Kobe as far as being, like,
you know what I mean? I never put him above him, but I said he's right there with him, but I just can't put him above Kobe. But you're right. Okay, you know what? 1v1, Trace McGrady, Kobe.
That'd be something to behold, bro.
And two, bro, T-Mac can play defense. Like, he was tall, lengthy.
That's long. Scotty picking up. You feel me? So it was just like Kobe said, man, that motherfucker was a monster. You feel me? So it's just like, ooh.
Yeah.
I would love to have just T-Mac not have injuries that derailed his career, bro. Like, that dude was something. Like, it's crazy because when I look at players like that and I watch him play, it's like, yo, you know what? I gotta lock in because this nigga might do something that ain't never been done before. You feel me?
Yeah.
And Mac had them type of.
I think about Grant Hill the same way.
Grant Hill the same fucking way, bro.
I think about Grant Hill the same way. And my boy Martavian was in here, man. He's back in here now. What's up, Martavian?
So, like, that's when I look at it, I like, man, I go by the eyeball test, man. And then, like you said, when it comes to mentality, bro, I like the only other dog in the yard with this nigga is Michael Jordan when it comes to mentality. You feel me? And nope. One other person, Magic Johnson.
Well, what about Larry Bird?
I was gonna say, and Larry might slip in there too, bro. Because Larry
I think. Look, okay, listen, bro.
I think his injuries fucked his career up.
Magic.
Yeah, his injuries fucked his career up.
Yeah, I think Larry Bird is better than Magic.
No, listen, Larry was more skilled than Magic. He was more skilled than Magic.
No, he was better than Magic.
That's what I mean. He was a better. He was more. I don't know if he was a better player now.
I mean, they did different things for
they did different things. It's just a matter of what you like. But as far as skill set, Larry Bird. Oh yeah, shooting, all that shit. Larry Bird was tough as a bitch.
Facts.
I don't take nothing from Larry the Legend. So, like, as far as mentality, I put him in that group with Mike, Kobe, and you know what I mean, Magic. Definitely.
Right.
Definitely. Killers. I'm talking about kill you. Killers.
Yeah. Killers, bro.
And that's what the game missing, bro. Ain't no kill like that. I swear.
Agree. I agree.
Listen, that's why I'm not even gonna hold you, bro. When this little nigga figure it out.
Who?
Anthony Edwards. Because I tell people, I say, yo, bro, this
I don't know
he a killer,
you think he got old school values like that?
I think, it's just the way he's built. All the loss he took in his life, like that boy is He a diamond. You feel me? He ain't gonna
Also,
break
too, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I forget what is he, 23, 24?
23. He 23.
That's young. He's young.
That's young.
Yeah.
That's why I'm telling y'all. Listen, man, this boy.
That's why I say he's figuring out. That's why he gets
I
back
said
to my
this boy
thing. Like,
in the Western Conference 2 years in a row, bro.
Yeah.
Western Conference championship 2 years in a row.
I kind of want him to win it. I mean,
hey, yo, Mash, you know what I
do, bro.
You know what?
go back to my stream where Ron trying to say who you rather take, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Anthony Edwards.
Hey, yo, Matt, I did a stream. Listen, I did a stream on this.
Hard now.
Listen, I did a stream on this a year and a half ago, Matt, on Ticket Channel. I did it, and it was one of the most popular streams I had. And I was just like, right now, I said, these are my two favorite up and coming guards, y'all. I said, but which one would you take right now, SGA or Anthony Edwards to build around? You feel me? And everybody was like, yo, dog, how you going to ask that question? I'm like, nigga, because it's real, because I think they're going to be the two 1A, 1B at their spot. I said, and I ain't going front, bro. Low key, I ain't never seen, but that nigga, what they call them boys up in Canada, Mounties?
Yeah.
Yeah, Shai the Killer. He's showing me that he got a kill switch in him.
Who you talking about? Edwards?
Both of them.
Oh, okay.
Alexander.
So who would I take between SGA and Edwards? God.
At that time, Moss, when he said a year and a half ago, at the time, this is before we are right now. I said Shai, and everybody was like, "Why you took him?" I explained it, and you know how people they get crazy. And I was like, at the time he was learning like he was learning like Ant-Man how to win in the playoffs, but they didn't. But they went to similar different things. But the different thing is Anthony Edwards got drafted by the T-Wolves compared to. I always said the Clippers messed up by letting go Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I said that
about this.
They hurting their wounds after that one.
Think about this, right? They had a future MVP on their team, right?
Mm-hmm.
They gave up 4 first-round picks and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for Paul George, and that nigga got a max contract in Philly right now.
And he got more podcasters than he did NBA games.
You know what I'm saying is, nigga, y'all don't even got the investment. Y'all sent everything out for you. And
it's because they more worried about the name on the back of their jersey.
Listen, and guess what? Guess what? They weren't even smart enough to get rid of the nigga and retrieve some of the assets that they sent out. They kept the nigga and he walked away for nothing.
Right. For nothing, bro. For nothing.
So you niggas gave up y'all future MVP and y'all future help that he could have had with them 4 first-round draft picks for a nigga that rocked with y'all for 3 or 4 years. Right. And y'all have nothing to show for it. They better be lucky Steve Ballmer's the richest owner in the NBA. Because I don't think no other owner would have been able to survive that hit, bro. That's crazy. They ended up with nothing. They ended up with cities.
Let me ask you a question, bro. Like, don't you feel like the Clippers right now are like scratching their head saying, what did we do?
What?
I mean, OKC is like 1 game from the conference finals, while y'all ain't got Paul George and y'all got beat by Denver in the first round. Come on.
You listen, you got then I know Steve Ballmer. Listen, bro, he ain't no idiot. He ain't got to where he got to by being an idiot. You feel me? You know what Steve Ballmer jumped in when he said, because remember, he had just bought this franchise from Donald Sterling. And Kawhi was becoming a free agent, so he then became there. So he was trying to do everything he could to keep Kawhi. And he said, I jumped the gun on that shit, y'all. I jumped the gun on that shit. We gave up.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got you, bro.
Thank God.
We gave up him for a nigga that's podcasting. And we gave up all our draft picks. And we ended up with titties over titles. And a Terminator that's working on about 70%. Boy, I'm so glad that man worth like 200 billion.
Salute Martavius. Hey, we just gonna salute to my brother, man. He, I know you're familiar with everybody in here. How you feel about
Absolutely.
last night? How you feel about last night's games, man? And looking forward to tonight's games. However way you want to do it, you can just go ahead. You got the flow.
Uh, I'm a little disappointed with Golden State, but without having Steph for 4 straight games, it pretty much went the way I knew it was gonna go. I heard Mass cooking on the Draymond Green situation. Draymond Green can never open up his mouth and say anything about being a Hall of Famer. He can't even say anything about being the type of impact player because he he never really shows up and provides Golden State with anything else that they need besides, I guess, toughness. Um, he could have got some garbage buckets. He could have gotten the post. He could have did more than what he was doing. Jimmy buckets. He tried. A lot of these games were close going into the fourth quarter. I give him credit for that. But Golden State, they fought the valiant fight. Um, Boston winning at home. I think a lot of that was a lot off of emotion and we'll say adrenaline. But I do say this: going back to New York better not play with Boston. They better not go into the goddamn Garden in the game 7. Nobody wants to do that. Now, keep in mind, a couple years back, Miami put them down in a 3-0 hole, and they was able to force a game 7, but they ended up losing that game 7. This wasn't really a 3-0 hole; it was a 3-1 hole. But New York better not play with their food. That's number one.
Did
I,
you say they at Boston Garden or they at Madison Square Garden for Game 7?
Game 7 will be at Boston. So
And
they're going back to New York for game 6, and they better put them to bed because just that Boston Magic game 7 is that arena is gonna be rocking. I don't. I won't put my money on Cat or Brunson in the game 7 on the road. I just wouldn't, especially losing momentum like that, because momentum is everything in the playoffs.
and I told T Price yesterday, I said, yo, it was a play where that nigga tweaked the ankle. His ankle went to the ground. He stayed in the game. But I said, you know what, man? I said, you know what, Price? I said, I think that's why he took that foul when they was down 20 to get out the game. So he fouled out because he knew I'm gonna have to go get these dudes, bro. I can't even play with this ankle right now. And remember, that's the same ankle that he rolled that kept him out for like 3 weeks.
Absolutely.
They kept showing it on replay. I said, "Oh, he tweaked his ankle." Respectfully, he got up like a G and played through that shit. But I said that was that take foul on Jalen Brown. I said that was that. I said, he
Absolutely.
realized, man, it's over with. We're down 23. Ain't no sense.
Yeah. Sit them. So let's get ready for game 6. Um, I like the way both teams play. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting sick and tired of watching, and I'm probably gonna sound like I'm basically saying the same thing that a lot of people are saying. I'm so sick of watching them take a 3, get the offensive rebound, don't take it back up, and kick it out for another 3. Especially when White missed those back-to-back threes when you could have had a putback or a putback and one. That's lazy basketball, and I think that's probably why I'm rooting against Boston, because that's ridiculous. It just makes me sick watching that over and over and over again.
It's not even that though, too, because I've been saying this too. This is what and you know what you got, man. I was just gonna say this, but you, you were just hitting it on what I was about to say. That's why a lot of these games, right? Look at all these games, right? That teams have leads, and instead of them, you know what I'm saying, sticking to the game plan and everything and like that. You get the rebound. What you gonna do? What they're gonna do? They should have 3-pointer. Get another rebound. Yes, it's like my boy Lisa said. Yes, the best shot available is best time for a 3-pointers off of offensive rebound. I get that, but that's one of the main reasons why I don't do NBA games no more because y'all remember the streams I used to do on my channel. I'm like, man, that's all you do. They get a rebound. Oh, they get a rebound. I mean, the big man could literally laid it in. They pass it back out to another 3-point. I'm like, man, what are you doing? And then not just because you get 3 or 4 shots on 3-point attempts doesn't mean you're going to make them. The majority of the time, it all depends on the team of who actually shooting. Are they gonna make the shot or not?
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
you got to think about this, Chief Price. Ball,
Mm-hmm.
they average 53 a game.
Yeah,
They,
that's
they,
crazy, ain't it?
yo, and it's crazy because I'm sitting out there, I'm watching the game, and I'm seeing exactly what you said, and I'm just seeing these dudes come down and hoist up threes. And shit, Boston can give me a couple million to do that. I let the ball stand behind the arc and let them bitches go. Shit, bitch, I'm going to hit 1 out of 4 just like everybody.
Real easy.
What's good with y'all, man?
Y'all hit that like button, man.
What's up, what?
I said, what's good with you, Brody?
Shit.
What up, Leezy? What up, fellas?
Felt bad for
Kind of,
you,
man. What's good?
I hate seeing armies sticking out without their generals. You feel me?
Oh, no, that's the part. Hey, we like Draymond said, we beat teams when they wasn't at full strength, so no
No,
excuses, bro.
I get it, but then with real basketball savants, it'd be like, man, I wonder if that shit would have actually went that way if that boy was there.
I still think it would have went that way, in my opinion.
I don't think it would have went that way. Curry, you have to, even if he wasn't 100%, you have to account for him on defense. That changes the way you go and play defense. We seen that. We seen that in many other series besides this series right here. Yeah, a lot of people might have some Golden State fatigue. That's fine. That's cool. But we cannot sit up here and act like Curry's presence wouldn't dictate what the defense does. Because you do not want to run that risk of him getting hot, no matter if he's 80%, 70%, or 50%.
And I tell you what, they definitely wouldn't have lost in no 5 games.
I agree
Right.
with that, but I still feel overall that Minnesota was a better team and more poised and experienced team than Houston. And we could not guard not only Ant-Man, we couldn't guard the dunker spot. We couldn't guard Julius Randle on ISO situations. We didn't have no answer for that. And Steph Curry wouldn't have gave us, he wasn't going to be the answer defensively. We would still be flawed defensively because they would have seeked him out on switches. And
Is that
if you put
easy?
Julius Randle, if you put Steph
Yeah, that's
Curry on
easy.
Julius Randle, that's instant
Oh, okay.
barbecue chicken. So
Yeah, I cooked
the
with
series would
Elise
have
before.
obviously been more competitive and extended, but I still feel that we lose the series.
Now, when you say it like that, you make sense. But when you said it went the same way, we're thinking it would have just been, 4-1.
No, I just mean losing, period. That's when I say it would have went the same way as us losing. Of course, it would have been more competitive. You add somebody like Steph Curry to any lineup, any game, that's what you're going to get, a competitive game, because he makes your defense constantly have to think and worry about where he is on the court. But if you think about it, they can do what Houston did and just switch everything, like except for when Rudy Gobert on the court. But they can still guard, they can still body him and put length on him and make him take tough shots. We would have lost the Houston series if he
Ain't nobody
didn't
come to see
play
you, Otis.
Olympic style basketball in that first game against Houston when he was just throwing up Hail Marys. We would have lost the series. That one game right there dictated, us winning that series in 7 games.
But he's been Edwards said, man, yeah, that wasn't a righteous kill. Feel me? Like that wasn't like, yeah, they out of here, but that wasn't a righteous kill. I need that boy. I need that
It
boy.
happens, bro. That's sports.
I said, I like that with Ant. Like,
I
nah,
still feel we could have won the series with Jimmy Butler and Kuminga as our lead dogs without Curry. We could have won this series still.
I
But
don't.
we had lack of coaching and lack of productivity with the players that Steve Kerr trusted to get meaningful minutes, and they didn't get it done. You know what I'm saying? So
Let me ask you this, Easy. Oh no, go ahead, Ron. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm still tripping, bro. They put a nigga in the game who number 61 over Kaminga. I said, still
he
tripping about
constantly started Kuminga on the bench, and then constantly started him on the second half of games on the bench when he's clearly your best player on the court, offensively and defensively. He was the best player on both ends of the court in the whole series without Steph Curry being in those games. Period.
that's crazy.
and they started the man late, but Steve Kerr did what a lot of coaches I said be doing this era. When a superstar player gets hurt and the player that's supposed to get minutes, all of a sudden now it's like, okay, now you got to go play now. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
It's what it is.
The
And let
dude
me
didn't
ask you
know
what
what he
I'll
was
tell you
doing,
is
bro.
this.
Steve Kerr
I,
never been a good coach, and that's the reason why he didn't take the New York Knicks job, because he would have been exposed just like Steve Nash and JJ Redick and all these other first time head coaches who have no coaching
that's it.
experience at all. Period.
And let me ask
Well,
one
not
more. I
only
tell you
that,
this because I didn't get it. I
go
didn't get a
ahead.
chance to ask you this. And how you feel about Mike coming back to NBC
Uh,
and the
I
lineup that
love
they got?
I love the influence, and you have to. We're old school enthusiasts, even though we're in our mid 30s and 40s. The last time NBA on NBC was hot was
When
when
Mike was
Michael
in it.
took that last
Yeah.
shot in Utah. That was on NBC. So to have him come back, and everybody is thinking that Jordan's going to come back and be gracious. I think Jordan's going to come back and tell it and analyze it like he sees fit. He's going to give those players respect that deserves respect, but he's going to call out the game how he truly feels. And I don't think that he's going to give those players that are low managing on a game on an NBC game, and somebody is supposed to play and low manage that game. Do you think Jordan's not going to bring that up?
Hey, yo, you know what I know it's over with for these dudes? Even Kwame Brown excited might come back to
Right.
the
I'm looking forward to this. I'm actually looking forward to this. And
I am
NBC
too.
was smart. That was smart. That was a trump to one thing and one thing only. That's showing the basketball enthusiasts and the basketball watchers we don't want clutch on our telecast. And what's the
Yep, I
best way
like
to
the
keep
lineup.
clutch? And what's the best way to keep clutch away from NBC? Put Jordan on there.
And then look
Exactly.
at the lineup. They got Carmelo Anthony gonna be the studio analyst. Reggie. The only one I'm questioning about is Reggie Miller because you know how Reggie Miller loves to sit there and talk about Jay Reed from Akron, year 22, and yeah. Look, he's beating everybody down. All right, Reggie, like a lot of people, it ain't just like Michael Jordan. We saw all Mike championships on NBC. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
We seen every
Absolutely.
single one of them. So that's why people just think about the shot. I'm like, nah, man. Like we watch Mike and we watch Hakeem
And we
Olajuwon.
watched three of
Wa-
them on Kobe's too.
Yeah, on Kobe's too. Yeah, on Kobe's and Hakeem. When Hakeem went back to back, you know what I'm saying? Even the San Antonio Spurs.
Even Tim
We
Duncan. Yep.
seen Tim Duncan. Like we seen all the great superstars even the upcoming rising stars in Duncan and Kobe. We've seen them all win on NBC.
This
That's what we
era
grew
has
up on.
been watered down, bruh, by every phase and stretch of the imagination. I don't think it's been a good era. I don't care what nobody says, bro. This era, after Kobe Bryant left the game, bro, this era been super trash, bro. Real talk. Soft, low management, super teams. That's not basketball, bro. Come on, man. Stop it.
Elise, you must be at work because usually you're a little bit more turned up than this. So that's why I didn't
Yeah,
know it was
I
you.
work. I work from the house now, though. But shit, I'm just yeah. I just have
Look,
to pop in, though. Feel me?
Elise, you bring up a great point. It's kind of like when John Elway retired. and you saw the shift in NFL because a lot of the
Right.
great ones after he retired start to retiring, and then the game literally just changed.
Yeah.
Kobe was the last one to hold on to that standard that Mike, Magic, Bird, Isaiah, Hakeem had. He
Right.
brought the toughness. He even also brought the passing of the torch, the way he would talk to younger players and they would have their influence, like Tatum and Irving.
Kawhi
And
Leonard, Kawhi. The list goes
right,
on.
Devin Booker, Spencer Dinwiddie. It's so many people that admire Kobe, bro, and Kobe helped them in their careers, bro.
but the
Hey,
thing that
y'all need
I
to hear
appreciate,
Kyrie. Y'all need to hear Kyrie flowing, man. Did you
Oh, I
see?
heard it. I just finished listening to it.
I
the
listened
thing
to
I
the whole
love,
thing. He cold with them bars, man. That's Jersey.
Yeah.
the one thing that I appreciated is Kobe went out the way he came in. He came in up under Jordan's wing, asking for advice, and when
Mhm.
he left, he gave that back to the NBA. And I think
Yeah.
that's one of the
Right.
biggest reasons why we love him so much, and we miss that. Now, I
Mhm.
hate to bring up the name, so we'll just call him Miss James. Miss James don't give anything back to the
Jay Reed.
NBA. He don't try because nobody wants. No, nobody goes to. I'm gonna let you have it after this, Ron time. Nobody goes to LeBron to ask for help with that game because nobody wants to play like LeBron.
You
Kobe
know,
has
Ben
been.
Simmons and Giannis did.
No, Giannis never wanted to play like LeBron. But
Run people over, travel, no handles, no jumper. That's two players that
but
I can
one but
name.
the one thing I can always give Giannis is he gives maximum effort. So I can give
Yeah,
him a
he
pass
gives
because he gives
maximum effort like
maximum effort.
Kobe did, yes. But as far as his skill set, that's stuff. He don't really have too many skills, bro.
Hey, yo,
He
Like
just
but
super
he
big and
max he
athletic.
ma-
That's it.
he maximizes what he has, and I can
Right,
give him
that
credit for
part.
that. Just like Charles Barkley, he couldn't shoot the three to save his fucking life. But if you get him
Right.
down in the post, he's gonna beat your ass and get the rebounds and take them back up and talk to you. So he
Yeah.
wasn't the most skilled power forward. He's 6'4", but he's probably one of the greatest power forwards, pound for pound, at his size. We say the same thing about Allen Iverson. We Allen Iverson wasn't the greatest shooter. He shot less than 40% in most of his seasons. But what do we give him credit for? He gave you everything on the floor, and that's all we
Yeah.
really ask.
That's a fact, bro.
LeBron don't give you everything on the floor. He
Not
gives
even
you
a
a whole
little
bunch
bit.
of he gives you a whole bunch of fucking excuses, maybe some good plays here and there, and he's a
Hmm.
diva. And the last time I rooted for a diva is when In Vogue was out.
bro,
Oh
I'm
man,
gonna
you took
tell
it
you.
way back.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you. Right, I've never been a LeBron fan. I never was a LeBron fan. I'm Mamba mentality, right? But I embraced him once he came to LA because I'm a Laker fan. You feel me?
Yep.
I
Listen, man.
did.
I
Listen,
hopped off that train. I'm cool. I can't support that, bro.
listen.
When he
Hey, yo,
I
leave,
didn't
when I
either.
get back on the Laker hype, bro, I can't mess with that
listen.
dude.
Hey, yo. It wasn't my decision, but I'm purple and gold. You feel me? From Magic all the
Hey,
way through. So,
it's a
but let
whole
me tell
bunch
you
of
though.
purple and gold fans, bro, but they hopped off the train. Snoop
I,
Dogg, Ice Cube, Jack Nicholson, they all hopped off that train, bro.
hey, hey,
They'll be
hey,
back.
hey, they'll be back. I'll still be here. But let me tell you something. I'm
Well played.
listen. Listen. I'm completely done with this dude, bro. It's two things that he did recently. I thought the shit when he was begging in Boston on one knee to the ref. I thought that shit was
Hell
horrible.
nah.
Listen, I thought that shit was horrible. But when I seen that nigga lay on the floor and put his hands over his eyes and peek up to see if anybody was looking, and then when I seen that nigga take off full speed and run into Dante DiVincenzo and act like he got shot with a Mossberg 12 game, I said, man, I said, you know what? I done had all I can stands and I can't stands no more. Niggas like, oh, y'all gonna regret when LeBron leave. I said, bitch, you know what? Fuck it. I'll go back to the 19 wins, the 24 wins, the 32 wins, and watch us build. Because you know what? When we had them young boys, I seen us getting better, and it was kind of refreshing. It was a different look, but it was refreshing because I'm like, D'Angelo Russell, that's ours. Julius Randle, that's ours. You feel me? Kyle Kuzma, Brandon Ingram, those ours. We're watching them grow. We usually reload, but we decided to rebuild, and then we stopped to rebuild to reload with LeBron, and he fucked AD over, and we ain't been right since, bro. Now you know what? I'm glad. I hate Mr. White, man, but I'm glad they about to fuck that nigga over. Because when they got Luka, that just signed his death certificate. Bitch, you're out of here. This Luka Doncic show now.
First of all, I got to come at you, Ron Time. Don't you ever bring up No, that's number one. Number two, you sound like Busta Rhymes. That's probably why I'm one of your biggest fans. You got that New York sound to you. And number three,
wait, no, hold on. I missed you. You faded out. You said, "Don't ever bring up what?"
Popeye again. Don't ever bring up Popeye again.
Oh man.
Oh yes, sir.
Dude, when he went down on his knee like he was going to propose to the damn ref, I was very visually upset. Number two, isn't this the same dude that backhanded Isaiah Stewart and backpedaled like Deion Sanders when the man came after him?
Yep. And Isaiah Stewart, my hometown. I watched that nigga grow up and play high school back right here in Rochester, New York. Shout out to Stu.
Yep. My God, he said he run full speed into DiVincenzo and try to act like, is anybody watching? Do you see it?
Hey, yo, the shit was so funny because I said, man, DiVincenzo, 140 pounds, man. I said, that boy was standing completely still. You took off running, ran into him, and fell back 10 yards. I said, man, this nigga crazy, man.
Yeah, because you already heard it. This is the you already look. I'll never forget that stream that Chicken did. And me and Trey were talking behind the scenes that same day. And Chicken was like, oh no, and Trey was like, she praised, bro, big bro. Kobe okayed the stuff, right? He okayed. I'm like, no, I don't care what Kobe said, man. I'm like, you got some people think it's gonna be all right. Kobe endorsed it, okay, but I don't endorse it because I already know what kind of dude what this dude's gonna do. And everything that I said on that stream, he did exactly what I said he was gonna do. I never forget when the young boys was playing well, right? Jay Reed got on the podium. He got on the podium with all them young bucks, with all the ones that we picked, sitting there telling, I just can't win with these guys. I can't win with this team. You know how much I would have felt put a chip on their shoulder if I was looking at it? That's why I understand how him and Draymond are the only people they're like the untouchable dudes in the league. I don't see how these dudes. I don't know, man. They move different than us.
Hey, T Price, let me come off the top rope right quick. That was right after they were mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. Now, remember, he said he was going in playoff mode. He was going to turn off playoff mode, but as soon as they got mathematically eliminated, that's when he said he couldn't play. And when you saw the look on all their faces, it was a look of like, WTF, what is this dude talking about? Because all year long, he was pumping those young boys up, telling them that, I'm just trying to here to help them win, and I'm trying to show them the way, and we got a great core.
Show your way out the door.
Got this. Right. BI, you up next. You know, I remember those conversations.
I remember.
And as soon as Anthony Davis was available, all them niggas was on the trading block.
And that's why I told Anthony Davis he was stupid at, because I'd have been like, LeBron, you 34, I'm 26. Them niggas fit my timeline more than you. You feel me?
Right.
So we ain't gonna trade them niggas. I'm gonna just go whoever trade me. I'm gonna finish out the year there, and then I'm gonna just come over there next year in free agency. Because I want to hoop with them little niggas. Like, could you imagine like seeing like Julius Randle, Josh Hart, Kyle Kuzma, Brandon Ingram, and Lonzo Ball playing with Anthony Davis?
Don't forget about Jordan Clarkson coming off the bench.
We got Clarkson too.
But that's what I'm just saying. Just thinking about that.
And guess what? They had opportunity to draft De'Aaron Fox over Lonzo Ball and Jason Tatum. So they missed out on, you know what I'm saying, those players as well.
Hey,
but even though they missed out on those players, they still had a hell of a core that they could have built around.
For sure.
Think about that, Elise. Sure. Anthony Davis with a dude like Brandon Ingram on the wing, Julius Randle down low with him as Kentucky brethren, a dude like Lonzo Ball who can get dudes the ball. That's his specialty. I can get you the ball.
And
then
that would have made it more attractive to try to lure in a Paul George later on down the road, like a Paul George or a Kawhi Leonard. They didn't want to play with LeBron James. That was that right there. They would have went to the damn Lakers if it wasn't no LeBron over there. I promise.
Think about it. I got my choice of D'Angelo or Lonzo, whatever guard fit better, and then I got this nut Josh Hart running around playing defense on everybody. And we good.
This nut.
That's crazy because now Josh Hart and Julius Randle have an opportunity to go to an NBA Finals and win. So
that's fact. So I'm looking at it like AD. I'd have told them, I'm gonna come over there through a free agency. I like what I see over there. Do not ship them niggas out for me. Please don't ship them out for me. I'll be over there next year, y'all. I promise y'all. I like what I see over there. You know what I mean? And I said, man, this dude, LeBron, Ramon James. I said, man, this nigga done hijacked my franchise. But you know what? We just took that shit back. Nigga, they had a meeting with Luka Doncic and it wasn't a Clutch representative nowhere in sight, nigga. We just took it back.
Let's pray, because the reason why I say that, I'm not trying to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy for like a couple of seconds. Because the elephant in the room is not necessarily Clutch. The elephant in the room is Jeannie Buss and Clutch, and I think she's doing everything that she possibly can to please LeBron. And until the team addresses that, we're just going to see the same old song.
Hey, yo, I don't. You know what? I'm gonna tell you why, right? Because I look at the big picture, right, bro? One thing we know: a gorilla and an ape can't live in the same habitat. You feel me?
Leave my sister out of this conversation.
And when they traded Anthony Marshawn Davis and when they got that silverback gorilla coming out of Dallas, it was letting LeBron, that right there let LeBron James know. They've been saying that, yo, everything we doing is going to be for Luka. You feel me? LeBron comes out and says, oh, well, if they were smart, they would focus more on Luka. I don't know how many years I got left. Then you hear Rich Paul come out and say, oh, I told LeBron, it ain't about you trying to win a chip. It's about you relaxing and chilling and taking in the man, get the fuck out of here. You know all that tell me? That they done had a conversation with upper management and they done told him, listen, bro, we done gave you 8 years. You feel me? Like, okay, we want you to stay if we could figure something out. But like I said, at the most, we might have one more year left with LeBron.
That's just like saying I got one more year of chemotherapy left.
No, but I'm saying because I'm like if he opt out and don't take like if he opt out and becomes a free agent, I think actually that's what they hoping that he do. Please don't lock into this $52 million. Opt out. Let's see.
But knowing him though, I didn't mean to cut you off, Roger, but knowing him and how he operates and everything like that, for me, hey, Marte, you didn't have to say it. I've been on this trace. I'm the one that started this. I started this jump, right? That's why I got all these dudes out here mad at me. I got brothers. I got people that don't even like my assessment and don't even speak to me at all. You feel what I'm saying? Don't even come and support me at all. Because what I said about it, let me know. I'm gonna still put it in your face. I told y'all what he was gonna do to the Lakers. I literally told y'all he was gonna dismantle the team and get rid of everybody.
I mean, but that's what he do. That's what he do. Any franchise he go to. That's what he do. That's what he gonna do. You making a deal with the devil.
So if you know that, bro, how can you associate yourself with that type of guy who exudes that type of mannerisms and character, bro?
He never got nothing out the mud.
Play with the Warriors right now, bro. I'm cool. They my arch nemesis. Hometown team or not, bro. I don't care. I can't support that, bro. I support real people, realness. I can't support that fake shit. Bro.
Hey, yo, listen. This. I know. I get it. We all stand on that principle, right? But at the end of the day, this shit is a business, and when you fuck with that nigga, that's $1 billion business. You feel me? So, like, sometimes you like it's like, damn. Like
he destroyed the league, the competitiveness and all of that, the competition. And they're starting to slowly transition away from the whole LeBron, what he did to the league, bro. And they're starting to switch back now. Like the owners are really saying, guess what, Luka? I don't need you. I can find another one of you that's better. So
That,
that's just
Yeah, but
called
the
that
poison is
the
already
NBA
in the
taking the power back, bro.
the poison is already in the water though. So
hey,
now what you got to do is
You got to get rid of the commissioner. He got to go
you
too.
got to drain the swamp.
yo,
That's the
bro.
only way that
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. You
uh,
absolutely.
that's the only way it's going to get back to anything that resembles basketball that we grew up with. It doesn't even have to go all the way back to 90s basketball. It has to go back to a word that we're all been saying, competitive basketball. Because what we're seeing is not competitive. What we're seeing is just souring our stomachs. This is not what we see at the park. This is not what we grew up off of. So it's foreign, but yes, I do agree. Get rid of Adam Silver. If you get rid of Adam Silver, I think this plays itself out.
Come
Listen,
on, Roger from Family Guy. Roger.
Absolutely.
listen.
Yeah, he got to go.
Listen. The pendulum is swinging, and it's going to swing back. Like Isaiah Thomas said, "Motherfucker, we had the controlling interest in this shit. We had the 51%. Yeah, they had 49 as the owners. How the fuck y'all get that up? Now they got 51%. We got 49. You feel me? Like, first of all, y'all stupid. That's what Isaiah Thomas said to these young boys. Y'all stupid as fuck. But the owner's taking the league back. But you know what it's always going to come back to? It's always going to come back to the players. Because the players is what make the league go. And then you just going to have them stand up ass players and not these buck dancing ass niggas. You feel me?
Right.
Because they know they can't make money without these boys. You feel me?
Script writers, bro.
Yeah, they can't make money without these boys. But now everybody was praising LeBron. He benefited. Everybody, like his people's benefited from this shit, but it done pissed the owners off to the point where now they like, you know what? We about to start fucking y'all over. Yeah, we put a supermax in the CBA. The supermax was to incentivize players to stay in a small market. Now you got small markets getting rid of players that qualify for the supermax because they don't want to pay them. Hold up. How y'all do that? Y'all put this in there for us. Now y'all telling us we don't even really have to give it to you. It's like a dangling carrot in front of their face. They ain't never going to touch it. Look what they talking shit in Boston. Man, how the fuck y'all gave Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum the supermax? Somebody got to go.
Right.
But Boston is used to doing that. They did that with Paul Pierce and Antoine Walker. So Boston always does it.
Listen, that's the old ownership. A new regime just bought Boston.
Yeah,
That's why they said it don't. That's why they said it didn't matter if Boston won a championship this year. That team was getting broken up.
Shit, Boston was under the ownership of Joe Lacob and Peter Gruber, but they went to the Warriors. So they started that Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown shit. They drafted them players.
And that shit is crazy because the motherfuckers just told them new owner said, "Now we're not kicking out cash to them players like that." Think about all nigga. They said Boston got $500 million in payroll next year.
Yeah.
You feel me? So like them niggas, like them owners, like man, hell no, we're not about to give $500 million in players' salary, and we got other expenses to cover. Y'all cutting into our bottom line now. You niggas better figure out how to get it done with a superstar and a half.
He said superstar and a half.
But that's how they trying to pay him now. Like you gonna have like only certain players are gonna get them super maxes. Like coming in this era, Shea gonna get it, Ant gonna get it. You feel me? Paolo Banchero gonna get it.
Everybody can't get it though.
Everybody can't get. That's what they saying. Everybody can't get it. So it's like, damn, what you gonna
can get it?
Owners like, and this is all backlash from everything LeBron James did. Like what they said, they set the precedent for the player empowerment. They said, yeah, we about sick of this nigga. We about sick of this nigga. And then you think about it, they putting 2 new teams in the league next year. So if he want to own that Vegas team, bitch, sorry, you got to go.
Well, that's why I say that his retirement's coming soon because he knows if he doesn't get the Vegas team, especially the owners, a lot of the owners won't vote for him to be an owner. You know that, right? After everything he did, they're not going to vote for him straight up. This is why they tried to put that fake news out that him and Rich Paul was going to start a alternative league. because he ain't gonna get that shot straight up. Nobody likes none of the owners. They can say what they want to him, on camera, make it sound good, but nobody really wants him to be on.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, and Seattle definitely welcome back. I miss the damn signings. I love that green and yellow Sprite colored jerseys.
And I ain't even going front. If I was Steve Ballmer, I'd have put in the NBA. I'd be like, man, I'm moving out of LA. Let me get the expansion. Let me get the expansion team up in Seattle. Y'all can make a Clippers expansion team. I don't want to be the B team in LA no more. I got too much money to be the B team. You feel me?
Right. And
I
just
got
Steve Ballmer in the Northern West,
yeah.
that would be amazing.
That's Paul Allen, Steve Jobs. He as one of them tech dudes he started with. Like that's how he got all his bread. Remember, Paul Allen had everything in the Northwest.
Wait, didn't Paul Allen have the Washington Redskins?
He had the Portland Trailblazers. He had the Seattle Seahawks. I don't think he ended up buying the Mariners. I think he had 2 of the 3 sports franchises up there. Portland Blade, he definitely owned Portland, and he sold them, and he owned the Seattle Seahawks for a minute.
Man.
Yeah, so like I'd have been like, man, why would I want to be the B team when I could be this primetime show up in Seattle? Do you know how thirsty Seattle? And then think about it. Steve Ballmer, the issue with Seattle was the city didn't want to help him build a new stadium. We don't have money for that. Steve Ballmer, you solved that problem. Bitch, I'll build my own stadium.
But Seattle just built that Mariners stadium. If my memory serves me right, and I think it does. And there was something else they built, and then they were trying to get the Key West or Key Arena. My bad. They were trying to get the Key Arena renovated or redone or something along that line, and the funding just did not work.
It didn't work, right?
So a lot of it was timing mixed with just the economics. Of course, they traded away their assets. Gary Payton ain't there no more. Kemp got traded in the '98 season, if my memory serves me right. So those staples that they had there was gone. Yeah, fucking Vin Baker. Who the hell's going to come to see Vin Baker?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And Seattle's a beautiful place.
Though. I used to love watching Big Vin Baker play.
I love Seattle.
Well, you like watching Vin Baker?
Hell, what Vin Baker give you that work in the mid range?
He didn't have that star power. He's saying.
But the NBA, Seattle, anybody can make somebody have star power. It's just all who you choose to promote. They can promote any player they really want to, but you have to buy into what the NBA is trying to pitch. You know,
Vin Baker was an alcoholic at that point.
Because a lot of players don't want to be changed. A lot of players just want to be left alone. That's why you think they don't market Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard is one of the best players in the NBA. He'll never get marketed as such because
that's because nobody want to hear his donkey laugh.
That's what I'm saying. They want you to conform to who they want you to be.
Hey, yo, that's crazy because as shallow of a personality as we think Kawhi is, like how everybody who play with him, like, man, this dude hilarious. Y'all just don't know Kawhi. Kawhi just don't speak in the public because he don't fuck with the NBA type shit. Like, yo, but like on some, like, yo, we out chilling. They said, man, Kawhi funny as shit. He like a regular dude. Y'all just don't see his personality because he don't like to be exploited.
But Ryan, he sounds like I'm starting an '83 fucking Nova when he laughs. How the hell are you gonna?
Listen, anybody who got a laugh like that, he got to be a hell of a personality, bro.
Right. You either need to be really, really bubbly and stay the hell to yourself because you can't sound like 88 Chevy when you laugh. I know a chick that laughed like that. No matter how pretty she was, I couldn't make her mature. Mother of my children.
Hey, yo, that's crazy because, like Elise say, when that motherfucker's healthy, that bitch is top of the food chain. You feel me? And the only promotion he get is New Balance.
Yeah, sure.
That's crazy because, like, when he healthy, the boy, he top of the food chain.
Nike has a lot to do with who gets promoted in the
Yeah,
NBA.
and then what a lot of people
So
don't know, Nike got a lot to do with what city you go to too.
yeah, it's
Well,
the Nike is pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Like
Just
that's why,
look on how Jordan was created, and then Charles Barkley. You know what I'm
right?
saying? Michael Jordan told Nike he negotiated a deal with them, a crazy deal. You know what I'm saying?
but
Because
Nike
Nike was trying
wasn't
to pull a
Nike
fast one on
before.
Michael Jordan. Jordan said, "Nuh, I own you. You don't own me." Period.
Nike was in the position of where New Balance was before Steph. They really
That's what
wasn't
I'm saying.
Nike.
Exactly.
And
Mm-hmm.
Jordan, because of his play and his charisma and how
Elevate.
he was, right, he
You
made
mean
that
Under
into a damn
Armour?
empire.
Under Armour.
Yeah, it
Oh,
was
what did I
Steph
say?
Under Armour. You
You
said
said New Balance.
New Balance. I
Oh,
mean,
my bad. I'm sorry.
got
My
to think
Under
about
Armour, yes.
Converse Converse was the basketball shoe back then in the mid '80s, and you got to think the fashion statement.
Avia.
Hey, yo, and you think about it in fashion. I don't know about out west. I know y'all wear Chucks and stuff out west, but as a fashion statement, it was shell toe Adidas in New York. You feel me? So you're right. Like Nike Cortez Classics didn't really take off till like '88, my middle school year. Like when I was in middle school, that's when like
Damn.
Nike really, yeah, in '88, bro. That's when like I remember like I had a pair of
My
navy blue
favorite Nike shoe is Nike Flights. The Nike
was the
Flights.
Cortez Classic, but I ain't gonna front like. That's like in the 6th grade. That's when the Charles Barkley Alpha Flights came out because me and my man Twan was the first 2 kids in the class to have them, and Reebok was pumping back then too. So Nike grew in the mid '80s, like you said, with Jordan and Barkley. That brand took off. That brand took off with Jordan and Barkley. That's a fact it did. Because I remember in 6th grade, I was the first. Me and my man Antoine Prince was the first niggas in class. We had the Alpha Flight, Charles Barkley. With the
I was
strap.
rocking the XJ 9000s from Payless back in '88, or the Pro Wings Classics. That's why I'm so good with my hands, because I got into so many goddamn fights wearing those damn shoes. But yeah, when Nike became an empire, they dictated what major city you was gonna go to. Because I remember the Billups came out in '97 when Chauncey Billups had a shoe, and then it dried up like the Red Sea when he got traded twice in 1997. But you know, he was in Boston, so we're trying to market him in Boston. They were trying to re-energize that Boston market. And didn't Paul Pierce get a shoe like 2 or 3 years later?
And everybody, man, so many players had shoes because I remember my favorite Nikes is them Nike Flights. When they start coming up the different colors of them Nike Flights, I thought them Nike Flights was official. Even the Penny Hardaways, even any Penny shoes was nice. Even Scottie Pippen shoes with the air bubbles on there.
I had my first name brand shoe was the Rodmans. Now, before y'all joan on me, and I'll rightfully take it, but when I was in junior high, I watched a lot of Dennis Rodman. That's how I learned how to play defense, watching Dennis Rodman. And Nick Van Exel was my favorite because I'm left-handed. So Nick Van Exel was how I learned how to shoot and how I learned how to cuff the ball, do floaters and step backs. But when I got those damn Rodmans, they were trash. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. You know how many times I rolled my ankles with those? And then I got the splits on N1, same color scheme as Dennis Rodman's shoes. They had the black, red with the red laces. And what it did was it started at your big toe and it wrapped around to your ankle so you could tie your shoe on the side. That was the first time I ever had a shoe like that. How long ago was that? I still got those shoes to this day, and I still hoop in those shoes, and they still feel just as goddamn comfortable as they did when they first came out. To hell with the Walmart brand N1s. I'm talking about N1s back when they were at their height of N1 mixtapes.
Yeah, when they
I had 22 pair, and because I get it from my mom, I have to coordinate whatever shorts I wear. I have to wear the shoes to coordinate with it. Either you understand or you don't. But I had 22 pairs of N1 shoes, 22 shorts, 22 shirts. And every time I went to the court, I had a different variation of it on. and to the point to where niggas were calling me and one because that's all I wore. But
I remember in the '90s with me. I started over so many times, but I had. You remember when Allen Iverson's them Iversons came out with the different colored tips on there, different colors on the foot.
yeah,
Man, I had the blue ones, I had the red ones, I had the orange, I had the red and white ones. Them shoes right there was very good to ball in too.
I believe it.
Because Reebok was doing their thing. I remember AI signed with him. I was just like, man, at the time I was just like, man, like, because I always wore Nikes, but I was always that type person though too. 'Cause I remember when I was able to buy shoes for my personal self. My very first shoe, because you remember Tiger Woods first came out. I bought the Tiger Woods shoe. Those shoes was hella comfortable. I didn't ball on them or anything like that. But I just got them because it was Tiger Woods. Because remember, I think one of the best golfing games ever was that I played is that very first Tiger Woods golf game. If it ain't that one, I haven't played all the other ones, but my favorite one was his very first game, Tiger Woods golf. And I bought I bought his shoes, man. At that time, man, that's when I was at Finish Line. I bought his new pair of shoes. It was $79 at that time, and this was back
So
in '97. This was back
yep,
in '97.
you're speaking facts because we both from the Midwest, and Finish Line used to always keep, of course, Jordans, obviously, but they used to keep like the Kobe's, the Iversons, and I
Mm.
seen the McGrady's there. I never seen the McGrady's at Foot
And
Locker
it was cheaper
or
than Foot Locker, and that's why a lot of
right.
people, like a lot of the homies, we used to go to Finish Line because we knew Finish Line was cheaper than Foot Locker. But if you want to
Finish
go to
Line and
Foot Locker,
Champs. I go to
yeah,
Finish Line to
yeah.
get my shoes. I go to Champs to get my shirts, my sweaters, my pullovers. And matter of fact, if I'm keeping it 100, I still do that now. All my T-shirts are from Champs.
They do got some good tees, and Champion got some nice gear too.
Yeah,
I got a few nice ones, man. My homies be like, man, where you wear it? Man, like whenever I step out, they're like, man, where you get that from? Like, we ain't never seen. I'm like, dude, I got so much stuff, man. Y'all ain't never seen, man. Cause I'm at work, I got a uniform on. You know what I'm saying? So when people see me on the street, they be like, oh, like yeah, don't get it twisted. Like I can dress now. I could do the jerseys. I could do the longs. I could do the dress up. I could do the my. I love button ups. I love my button ups. I'm loading up. I'm working on now. Working on my boy just sent me this site so I can give me some old school Carl Kanais. Give me some
oh,
good
not Carl Kanai. Only used to see him that at Hero Pinner.
Harold
Um,
Pinners, yeah, Midwest, yeah. They still got Harold Pinners in the city.
oh man, in St. Louis, all of them closed up because it was at the malls, two malls. The famous Northwest Plaza that's not there no more, and the famous
Oh
Jamestown that
man,
they just tore down.
they tore
So
that
you know
down in
about
the hood.
Northwest Plaza?
Yeah, man, I've been to St. Louis. Yeah, man, I told you, man, I've been all through, man. I've been. I was a trap. My dad used to tell me this. He was like, "Boy, you've been so many places than I've been stationed. I got stationed in the service because I was the type of person I just wanted to see the world. You know what I mean, and see how it really was. And because I was sheltered a little bit, mostly because I was in a so-called troublemaker allegedly. And then could, when you're a trouble, I see you around time. When you're a troublemaker, you know what I mean, and especially you got them old school parents, man. That they put you on your behind, man, and then yeah. So, like I said, it didn't break me, it didn't make me. That's why, like, I've been in a lot of places, and I seen. About one thing I learned was always. My parents used to tell me all the time, even people that had positive influence in my life, the way you carry yourself goes a long way. The way you carry yourself. As long as you be you, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Man, I've been everywhere. I've been to the worthless hoods projects people could think about. Like, man, I've been in them projects. I know it ain't the same now, you know what I'm saying? But back in the day, like, man, I've been all through there, man. It's like, but I wasn't scared. I wasn't scared of anything, just I just knew how to carry myself. I never got into I never got into that, got into the wrong crowd thing because I like to roll solo dolo anyway. I learned that at a young age. I don't like to have a whole bunch of people with me and then something goes down and everybody gonna be looking at me. Oh, you brought them over here, yada yada yada. Nah, anybody that know me, they know when I came to their house or we chilled out, it was always just me. Because I learned from my other friends how they was doing, my so-called friends, I call them. I see how they was getting out, how they was carrying themselves and stuff was happening, yada yada yada. I was like, look at all these people you have with you. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I ain't gonna be like that. I always learn because I was always a quiet, self-observant person. You know what I mean? Just quiet, just how people think. If a man's quiet, you know what I'm saying? That's an easy target. Then the worst ones to mess with. That's like a quiet woman too. It goes both ways. You know what I mean? But
Like my
man, you bring
sister.
up quiet.
Yeah.
My old lady,
My
she's
son,
quiet. She's
my
very quiet
oldest
and
son
chill.
is very quiet. My youngest son is very quiet. The two middle ones, they're expressive. But I always know when my oldest son is pissed off because he can even more quiet than he already is. So I have to ask him, "You good?" And then he'll give you that fast answer, and you got to like ask him 2 or 3 more times, and then no, this dude at work. Oh, there it is. You hold it all in, and then it comes out. When it does come out, you better be somewhere else when it does.
Yeah, yeah. Because I just miss those days though, man. Cause then, cause one of my partners like, man, if I never lost, like, cause you know how it is when you move and you live in all the different, whole bunch of different places, you lose a lot. You know what I'm saying? You lose a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? And that's one thing about me. I think what prepared me was because me leaving the house at a young age. You know what I mean? And just going somewhere. My uncle told me this. He's like, man, you the only. He said, I know you got some faith. I was like, why you say that, Uncle? He be like, man, you move all these places you lived at, no family, no nothing. Man, yeah. He be like, man, you got it now. Like, I can't see nobody else in the family that got it but you. You know one I know that you can go anywhere without family or nothing and just survive. I'm like, it just started when I was younger. You know what I mean? So that's why I came out here, because they had a lot of resources and things that they didn't have down south and they didn't have in the Midwest or the East Coast. And then as soon as I came here and I met the right people and got a lot of things taken care of, you know what I mean? And boom, now I got my life. I've been having my life back for the last 7 years. You know what I mean? So, you can have you can have something that's on your record that will follow you forever. Shout out to James though too. James used to tell me all the time, bro. Cause James used to tell me like, bro, man, don't pay for that stuff, man. As long as you stay out of trouble, do what you got to do, God will take care of the rest. And he sure did that. You know what I mean? Because that's what they want you to do. Spend money. Everything about this world about spending money. And nah, I just decided I just prayed about it. And it's like, you know what? I'm just gonna do this. Once I prayed about it, and I was like, I left it in God's hands. That I should have known I got my life back when it made me do jury duty when I was out here. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't even it didn't dawn on me because a lot of people don't understand when you in that system, when you in that system, it's hard to come out of it. Even though it is supposed to go off your record in 7 years, but depending on your color, they're gonna wait and linger to see because they banking on if you're gonna mess up or not. But by me keeping my nose clean and doing the right thing, hey, God just removed all that from me. He just removed it. Now I can get any job that I want to now. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm just like, I'm at the bottom part. I've been at the bottom for a very long time, like working wise. But one thing my dad always used to tell me was like, a man don't work, don't eat. You know what I mean? And I just gonna say this too, just because you work and you pay bills and everything like that, and your woman, your wife or whatever like that, that's gonna mean she gonna respect you. You know what I'm saying? Because every woman that I know, they made more money than me. Every woman that I came across, I mean, they made money. When I ask how much money they made, I'd be like, gosh, you know what I mean? And I always say to my mom, that gonna be me one day. Or even my partners that I know here, that's from New York. I've been knowing them since I've been out here in South Oregon, and they tell me like, T, you can do the same thing we be doing. You know what I'm saying? Now you got your life back. Now you can apply for these government jobs, state jobs, and all of that. So I've been on a few interviews, things like that, but nothing that strike my eye. But it's coming. I'm just doing everything I'm supposed to be doing right now.
Yeah, I'm not as fortunate as you. I got into, not to go into complete detail, I got into a terrible accident that cost a life, and I had to pay the price for it, and that's with me forever. That's never coming off. So I gotta like, they say you don't have to explain after 7 years. It's been 22 years, but I still gotta
Hmm.
explain who, what, where, why, and how. Uh,
Yeah, I get it.
I I didn't understand growing up what it meant to pay your debt to society and then pay another debt, but now I
Mm,
understand.
That's a
And
fact.
me too.
I'm with you when that rehab boat, bro. You ain't never gonna get rid of that blemish. And it's like they tell us, like even when they do job background checks, they're not supposed to go back past nothing past 7 years. So
Yeah, they
anything
sure do.
past 7 years ain't even supposed to show. You feel me? But it's just like you know how once they tag us,
it's over.
scarlet letter, the
It's
scarlet
hard to
letter.
come off. Yep.
Like I told,
And
I said,
I took full responsibility of it. I took a plea deal. There was a real victim involved. I felt for everything that happened, and even to this day, I'm about to be 44 years old, and there's not a day that I don't think about it.
right.
But I did my time. I haven't been in any type of trouble ever since, and it's like, why do I got to keep asking or explaining the situation when I supposed to have to quote unquote pay my debt? When you pay a debt,
Mhm.
it's supposed to be over with, correct?
That's a fact. And you know
That's
what?
a fact.
That's crazy. I tell people that like out in the streets a lot, bro. Like, you know what I mean? I just be like, yo, you gotta understand everything don't need to be met with violence. You feel me? Oh,
Yeah.
this month, oh me such and such. I'ma F him up when I see him. You know once you F him up, debt paid, right? He paid in blood. So whatever you do to him, you can't expect to mess him up and think he's still gonna pay you. No, he paid you his debt in blood, bro. Now that's over with. You got your money in blood. You can't. That's double jeopardy, bro. You can't assault somebody and then think he still owe you. And
But see,
that just go into what you said, bro. Once I pay my debt is paid.
right.
I didn't want
It's
to pay it like this, but that's how you chose to get it. You feel me?
right.
I was actually gonna
Uh,
pay you next week when I got my taxes, but since you got it this way, now we even.
right. I don't want to hear no more about it.
I don't want to hear no more about it. I'm like, man, you crazy. He said, I said, but bro, I said, you're gonna fuck around and get your ass killed. I said, that debt paid, bro. I said, as soon as you put hands on that man, that you paid, you took your debt in blood.
Yeah. Well, see, you like we talked about last time. You have an old school thinking. You have a different type of thinking that a lot of these cats don't have. Like I'll give you an example. When I was locked up, and I didn't do a lot of time. I did enough. But when I was locked up, you had individuals that was there for a short time. You had lifers, and then you had old heads. Not podcast old heads, but just regular old heads.
Right.
The old heads stayed to their self. And the reason why a lot of old heads used to tell me they say to themselves because they said motherfuckers don't think the way we think. So to keep me from having to kill him and do more time, I just let him kill himself.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't tell you how many times I watched dudes in a level 3 be released and then come back weeks later.
Mm-hmm. I've seen it too.
And it's discouraging. They
But
when they leave, they
the old school
skinny, they
word,
don't
but the
go
old school
ahead, go
word, I
ahead.
didn't mean to interrupt. The old school word is called institutionalized.
Mm,
They institutionalized. I seen dudes get out. I met dudes out here, and they be like, "Hey, how did you make it?" You never did like that. I was like, "Man, y'all got something that I ain't never had." It's like, "What y'all? What you mean by that?" I mean, you got family that they didn't care what you did. They still supporting you in everything that you do, bro. They want everything. They give you everything. Like my family ain't giving me that. What you getting, man? Don't take that for granted, man. Like, do not take it for granted because people that I met, no matter what they done, and this is what I used to think too. I used to be like, man. Then I start meeting other people. You know, you be in the system and everything like that. You get in that system, and then I start meeting other people, man. I was looking at the charges they had, like, man, I got this little petty little charge that I got compared to everybody else, but they got rap sheets. I remember I was in court. I never forget the time I got sentenced, right? Everybody that was in the courtroom that was black, they all got time. I was the only one that got less time out of anybody. There was only one white dude that was on the wagon with us. Just one. I was seeing them. I was seeing this is real stuff, y'all. This is real talk because y'all seeing in if you look at my podcast, we talk about sports, we talk about life, we talk about everything. So this is just real talk stuff here, you know. And it was just crazy, but I was just like, man, I'm like, I can do better. I could do better than I could do. You know what I mean? So I end up just getting better. I always stayed to myself. I learned how to do that all the time. My mom always used to tell me all the time, son, why you don't do this? Why you don't do that? When I was staying at home, but I used to be like, I'm like, why go anywhere out there? Because I can't go out there and have a good time because my set of rules was different from everybody else's set of rules. You know what I mean? But that's why I always told my mom that whenever, and even my dad, even when it was time for me to go do my own thing and everything like that, I left. You know, cause that's respect out of their house. You know, some parents they let their kids come in and out. You know what I'm saying, like they want to do. You know what I'm saying, but you're a troubled individual. You ain't gonna have the same grace. You know, so I had to fight. I had to fight that. I had to fight that demon in myself for a long time. And then once I got to 25, I was like, man, bump this, bump that. Because once I got out, I was like, man, I'm not going back. I'm not going back. I ain't know had to do some. I did like a couple of months in Michigan, but something that I ain't had nothing involved with or doing. But that's just how the cookie goes. But once after that, I was like, man, bump that. I was like, I ain't doing nothing else, and I haven't done nothing. I haven't done nothing since. Nothing.
And if you listening to what T Price is saying out there, and you young, old, or whatever your age group is, try to put yourself in the shoes. And the reason why I'm gonna say this because I'm getting ready to ask T Price and Ron Time if he's still with us a question. Now I'm only gonna speak for myself. I really don't fear man. I fear the Most High, I fear Son. Man, they're on a very, very, very long list of people I don't fear. However, when I had to go in front of that judge, I'm telling you, there was nothing that I feared than going in front of that judge. Especially when you have to take a plea deal or you have to do a conference and the judge is looking at you like I hold your life in my hands. You know that, don't you? And I had a judge tell me that. And I'm telling you, not to this day, nothing ever scared the shit out of me more than him telling me that. Have you ever had a experience like that?
Go ahead, Ron. Let you go.
On my last charge, I don't mind getting into details. This is 2007. They caught me with some work. And they didn't really catch me with some work. It was a whole situation. You feel me?
Right.
They weren't even supposed to be fucking with me, but they did anyway because the city was on some zero tolerance shit because my city had got real wild at the time. So I'm on parole, whatever. I'm about to get ready to go out. Long story short, police harassed me and my brother from coming out the clothing store about my brother leaving the car on while we went in there. So they had somebody else pulled over. When the action started with us, the other kids jumped out and ran. I ended up fighting the police because, like, he patted me down, ran my name and all that, and didn't even have no reason to because I'm in the passenger side with my seatbelt on. The car, like, they ain't got no weed in it, no nothing. It's in my brother's name. Everything is good. So he asked for my ID. I give him my ID, asked him what he needed my ID for, da-da-da-da. When he ran my name and they said, yo, on parole, no warrants, no none of them. As soon as he said that, I come to turn off the wall and the cop grabbed my head and slammed my head up against the wall, like, don't move. And it was just a natural reaction. I just punched his life out of his face. You feel me? But by that time, I had got into it. They started jumping me. You know what I mean? I get rid of the work I had. I swear to God, while I'm fighting the police, I get rid of the work that I had. The kids who they had pulled over before me jumped out their car when they see me and the police start fighting. And they all ran. You feel me? So now, after they done subdued me and threw me in the back of the police car, they got the parking lot on smash, 100 police up there or whatever. They talking about the other drivers that they had pulled over. They all ran. I threw my work over there by their car when we was fighting. The cop literally found the work while I'm in the back of the police car, was like, walked up to me, unrolled the window, was like, yo, you see this, asshole? You going to jail. I said, man, that ain't mine. He said, it is today for hitting my partner. And the motherfucker charged me with my cocaine and didn't even realize it was my cocaine. They literally thought it was the other dude's cocaine. You feel me? So to get to your point about being scared, now I'm sitting there like, no, they ain't had no probable cause to fuck with me. I done been through the shit, man. They ain't had this and that, da-da-da. But I'm old parole time. So I get in front of this judge that I had before on another charge, an assault charge that I beat, a shooting that I beat. Don't fucking tell me at my Sandoval hearing, yo, Mr. Chapman, you do know when you lose it, because this was the hearing about did they even have probable cause to fuck with me? You feel me?
Right.
He said, I'm going through that, my Sandoval hearing, my Huntley hearing. This motherfucker told me, Mr. Chapman, you know when you lose this hearing, I'll be inclined to give you the maximum on your penalty. And let me remind you, you owe 5 years on parole. Maximum on my penalty on a B felony. I'm like, this a B felony, some cocaine. I'm like, you want to give me the max? Which was 8 years. Plus the 5 already owed on parole. You feel me? So you motherfuckers got me looking at 14 years and y'all wasn't even supposed to be fucking with me that night. I ain't do shit. I ain't break no law. The police was just being police. You feel me?
Right.
I escalated it. Yes, I did. Once he slammed my head against the wall, I absolutely escalated it. I beat the fuck out that police. You feel me? But I looked at my girl then and I was like, yo, they offered me this 3.5 and they run a concurrent. I'm going to just take it. Because I still, not only did I have a drug charge, but I had the assault on the officer too. Judge said, when you lose this hearing, I'm telling you, I don't care what your lawyer say, you're going to lose this hearing. And when you do, I'm going to give it to you, Mr. Chapman. And I should have called this fucking bluff. You feel me?
Right.
Because by no right of the law was he able to give it to me. And I ain't find that out till I got up top and got in the law library. You feel me?
Now, I don't mean to cut you off, but I got to bring a parallel to show you how God works. It's funny that you're saying these details about what you're going through, so I'm going to give you my details too. I was facing involuntary manslaughter class A, B, and C. Now, I've never been in in trouble before. So I'm thinking I'm getting charged with three different types of involuntary manslaughter. When I'm locked up in, you know, the jail in Clayton, if anybody from St. Louis, you already know.
Sir.
I go, I'm sitting in the tank for 3 days. I go on my arraignment, and it's like they're speaking Chinese to me because the only time I heard these things is if I'm watching Law and Order, and I'm really not really watching Law and Order.
Right.
So then they pull me in back with the court-appointed lawyer, and this woman says, "Mr. Marshall, you are facing between 10 and 15 years if you found guilty." And I'm like, "But it was an accident." She said, "Yeah. However, the deceased, mother of two, this, that, and the third, and it's an election year." I'm
Yeah.
looking at her like, I'm like, what the hell does an election year have to do with my case?
I mean, somebody got to go.
Sure. So I'm gonna put the prosecutor out there. His name was Mark Bishop. He was running for head prosecuting attorney that year, unbeknownst to me because I'm not in the political game. I only found this out after the fact. So I turned it down. I go get my charges read to me, and then I had the phone call my family, like, we're gonna get you a lawyer. The first lawyer that came to visit me said, "Look, they can't charge you with three. You're only gonna get found guilty on one of the three." And he said, if they go with the lesser, it's 8 to 10. And I'm like, okay. He was like, but this is your you don't got any priors. This is your first offense. So I'm going to try to get you probation. And maybe even if you have to do some time, we'll do a 120 shock. And I'm like, okay. A couple more months go by. We get a different lawyer. My parents went to get a different lawyer. I'm up there locked up, so I can't pick. They went and got this other lawyer. He came to visit me. He released me on his recognizances, so he got me out. We went to go visit him that Monday. I got out on a Thursday, saw him on that Monday. He said, "I guarantee you're getting probation." He was like, "First offense, um, no drugs in your system, no alcohol in your system, car crash. Worst case scenario, 5 years probation."
It was literally
So
an accident. You feel me?
yes, car accident. Car hit, cut me off, forced me into the shoulder. My car rolled out of the shoulder. Passengers in the back didn't have their seatbelt on. One tragically lost their life.
Wow.
So, and this is like 5 minutes after we got off from work because we all worked at the same place. So, the I get 7 continuances. So, if you keep it track at home, everybody, 7 continuances mean every month it gets continued. Here we are at a court hearing. It gets continued one more time. Then my lawyer calls me on a Friday and say, "We got an emergency meeting on Tuesday. Be at the court." So of course I always come to court, dress shirt, suit, slacks, nice shoes, make sure I shave and everything else. My lawyer calls me to the conference room and he says, "Mr. Marshall, it's not now if you're going to prison, it's how long you're going to prison." And I'm looking at him like, what the hell changed between last week and today? And he never told me. He just said, "Look," and then him and the prosecuting attorney was having a conversation outside of the conference room. He comes in, and then the people that know will know. They come in with the white, the yellow, and the pink. Those are offer sheets. They offered me 6 years straight time, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Parole after 18 months. So no, I didn't do anything wrong. And I asked my lawyer, I was like, "Didn't you promise me probation?" He didn't say anything. He was like, "Well, under the circumstances, this is the best that I can do. And you did not pay me to be a trial lawyer. We're not going to trial because I don't think you have the money." So we're
Hold
not
on,
leaving
hold
here
hold on.
without you. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. You still there, Runtime? You still there, Runtime? Because I heard somebody say, hold on.
I think he was talking to someone else on the
Oh, okay.
not you,
So,
not you.
okay. So I'm not going to lie. I'm 22 years old at the time. I just started balling because in my mind, everything, the reality is hitting me. I'm about to go to prison. And unless you've been in a situation like that, you won't know what I'm talking about. Everything in my life is hitting me right now. So then the lawyer leaves me in that room for about 10 minutes, told me to look over the order or look over the offer rather. I say a small prayer and I say to myself, if I'm gonna have to go, I'm gonna try to get the number as low as possible. So I reject the 6. They come back in there with 5, I reject the 5. They come back in there with 4, I reject the 4. Then the prosecutor points at me when my lawyer says he's rejecting. He points at me and says, this bastard is going to jail. I want you to know he's going to jail. So he said, I'm only going to offer him one more offer. And if he doesn't take the offer, we're going to trial. They come back with a 2-year straight time, no parole offer. I'm sitting up here looking at this white, yellow, and pink piece of paper that has my charges, has the offer, the restrictions, and I'm just saying to myself, do I roll the dice with my life? Because if I lose, I'm doing 10 straight. There is no parole, just 10. Meaning I'd have got out in 2015. So
And this is crazy because all this is behind a car accident.
yes, 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 sir.
Wow.
And I'm gonna give you a couple of more details.
Uh-huh.
I was charged because my passengers did not have their seatbelt on. So I was held 100% responsible for the death. I've only been driving, probably that was my new car. Only was driving for I want to say 3 months. The accident happened. I went to the hospital. The detectives asked for blood and urine at the hospital. The detectives at the hospital dropped it and said it was an accident. The state of Missouri picked it up.
Wow.
And the reason why the state of Missouri picked it up, because the prosecutor picked it up. Now, the reason why it got continued those 7 months, if you remember when I said that, because the prosecutor knew he didn't have a case. So unknown to me during my sentencing, I found out that the detectives told the family of the deceased that was riding in my car that I hit her crossing the street. And that's why the parents pressed the charges that made the whole charge swing on its axis.
Wow.
During my sentencing, the family, and keep in mind, when I walked in for my sentencing, I got on a hoodie. They told me bring in, clothes that I'm going to get taken into custody in. So I had on a hoodie. I took my shoestrings out of my shoes. I took my belt off. So I'm just thinking, I've never been sentenced before. I just come in, think they're going to sentence me, I'm going to go. The courtroom was full of all of the deceased family members.
Got you
And
out
when
there
I
looking
walked
crazy.
in, I got all these eyes looking at me. The only thing that I can remember, and I saw the movie afterwards, when John Coffey was about to get executed, and they like, what's wrong? He says, I see all their eyes looking at me, and it feels like bees stinging me. And I understand that when you have over 100 people looking at you, and they had on shirts with her sunrise and sunset, had her children sitting in the front row. I broke down in tears. I'm not even gonna sit up here and lie to none of you. And the judge had to read to that family that she was a passenger in my car. Her mother was getting ready to read the victim impact statement to me. And she looked at the judge and said, wait, what did you just say? And the judge looked at her like, what do you want me to repeat? She was like, she was in his car? He said, yes. She was like, we were told that he hit her crossing the street and left the scene of the accident. The judge looked at her and said, no, Mr. Marshall's being charged with involuntary manslaughter class C because he got into a car accident and your daughter was a victim of being thrown from the car. You heard a simultaneous gasp in the audience. The judge did a brief recess, talked to the victim impact statement lady, my lawyer, the prosecutor. Judge James Hardenbach of the Division 15 of the Clayton County Court came back in. This white man was red in the face. He had to literally sit up there and read the actual charge to the family. The mother got back up on the victim impact stage, and she says, I can't read this to this young man because I was thinking he did something out of malice, and he didn't. He was giving my baby a ride home. She was like, Judge, can you give him mercy? And he said, ma'am, I can't because he signed a plea bargain agreement. She said, can you please give him any mercy? I'm just bawling like a 4-year-old girl at this point. Wow. I'm looking at this family. Everybody in the audience is crying. I see my mother, my father, my uncle. They're holding it together. And I'm just like, damn, what's happening? And then the judge asked me to address the family. I made a very tearful apology. And the judge said, I reluctantly sentence you to 2 years DOC. Say you've been a good young man, respectful. You always come to my courtroom with a lot of respect. But please learn from this situation. The mother of the deceased, who I found out was a cousin of a chick I was talking to at the time, she said, God bless you. And then her and her family walked out of the courtroom. Now, I had to sit on that for 1 year when a paralegal from the law firm that I hired visited me in jail and said that my lawyer was under investigation for selling convictions. I'm like, what the hell is selling convictions?
He owe a favor.
He pleaded mine down to get another client a lesser charge.
That's a fact.
When I could have got probation. Now keep this in mind, and I'm saving this. I'll save this for what T. Price said. T. Price said that he was the only one that got time, and all the black brothers got time. There was a case that was being sentenced after me, where it was a DUI that resulted in the decapitation of the dude's girlfriend. It was his 5th DUI. He got 4 months in jail.
Wow. The fuck?
I get literally put through the ringer. He gets 4 months in jail. And when I got out, I saw him working at a local grocery store, and he remembered me. He's like, I can't believe they gave you that time. He's like, I didn't even do all my 4 months. I did 30 days, and I was back on the street.
And he run around driving drunk intentionally, and here it is. All you doing is giving a coworker a ride, and an unfortunate accident happened, and they want to give you time for it.
Yeah,
that's crazy, bro. That's one of the craziest stories I ever heard in my life, my guy. And I'm sorry you had to go through that.
But it made me a better individual, and I'm gonna tell you why it made me a better individual. because I don't see things jaded anymore. I don't see things as one to one anymore. Every man and woman has a story. I can't just say such and such is guilty. I can't just say, oh, this person looks like, because I know what the justice system did for me. Now, I'm not going to try to sit up here and sound like I should have not gone to jail or took any responsibility for a death. Never going to say that. But I'm going to tell you, the justice system does not have the word justice in it. Justice means being fair across the line. Not one person gets to get into a fight with a cop and they want to charge him with drugs. It may or may not be them because they were mad that their partner was getting their ass whooped. But then, you know, such and such, who's my neighbor's kid, we're going to act like the drugs didn't belong to them. That's not justice.
That's a fact. That's what that motherfucker told me. I said, man, those ain't mine. He said, oh, they yours today for hitting my partner. I said, ain't this a bit? And I'm saying to myself, we really don't know those mine. You feel me?
Right.
And I'm just like, wow, like, but, and you know, it's crazy because right now, bro, and I know they say it's innocent people sitting in jail. You feel me?
Right.
I know for a fact that it's one dude sitting in jail for 80 years for something he didn't do.
Look, they made a damn movie off of two niggas going to concentration camps for something they know they didn't do. And it's called Life.
That's a fact.
Right.
That's
We laugh and we quote that movie about the gun line and about my damn apple pie and nigga pie. We can sit up here and quote that movie up, down, left, right. But the fact it was based off a real story. Why do you think they still got these things called sundown towns?
Yes, sir. You better not get caught by the sundown.
If your black ass is caught in a sundown town, you're going to be charged with Hurricane Katrina, 9/11, and anything that they want to put to you.
That's a fact.
Because the judge is bought, the prosecutor is bought, and guess what? If you're listening at home, the jury is bought.
That's a fact.
It's the whole system, man.
And we talk about this a lot, but this is why God has to step in and put man's rule to an end, because man will never be fair to another man.
And listen, man, that's one of the best books I ever read, brother. And I'm talking about, I done read all types of books. You feel me? Like, I done did the 48 Laws of Power, the Art of War, all that. Beware the Pale Horse, all that good knowledge. But one of the best books I ever read was written by Donald Goins, and it's called White Man's Justice, Black Man's Grief, yo. And for those who ain't never heard of Donald Goins or know what I'm talking about, look that book up and read that book. I mean, all his books fire, but that particular book, White Man's Justice, Black Man's Grief, woo!
And young black man, knowledge is your deadliest weapon. It ain't your 9, it ain't your Glock, it ain't your hammer, it ain't whatever you call as a weapon. Knowledge is your greatest weapon. And if you go into, go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro. Finish your statement.
If you're going into this life as a young man and you're going into it ignorant, they will take your ignorance and turn your ignorance into their advantage. This is why education, especially for a black man, is so important. Because if they know a nigga knows something, they're not going to try the nigga tricks with that.
That's a fact. And it's crazy. Cause one of my favorite artists says something that stuck with me. And I hear other people say it. But I heard that nigga Jadakiss said, nigga, you want to hide something from a nigga, put it in the book.
Absolutely. And he said that in the freestyle, if I'm not mistaken.
Want to hide something from a nigga, put it in a book. Because we will not pick up a book and educate ourselves. Like, we just won't do it.
Unless we have something to lose.
You know what, Sada?
I mean, we were programmed not to be able to read. You feel me? Reading was taboo when we first got over here. Bitch, you better not let me know you can read that Bible.
Right.
You feel me? You better not let me know that you over here reading Oliver Twist. You feel me? Oliver Twist and all this other shit. Macbeth, you better not be.
And
That
I'm
shit.
up, and this wasn't just slavery. We're gonna let my man from the island speak because I think he was gonna say something. But I gotta say this: I didn't understand it when I was young, but I understand it now that I'm a grown man. How many times have you said something that was profound to a color that's lighter than you are, and they look at you like you just did a fucking magic trick? But to
They look
you,
impressed.
that right, to you, it's just knowledge. To them, it's like you're not supposed to have that. Why did you say that? And not only why did you say that, why did you say it like that? I can't tell you how many times I've been on a phone interview for my job or for something else. And then the first thing that when they do meet me in person, they're like, "Oh, damn, you didn't sound black." Like, what does that mean?
I get that same vibe, bro. When I'm chilling under the coconut tree and I'm reading and the tourists come up to me, they ask the same question, but not in a informative way, but hmm, in a way, like you're supposed to only be fishing in. But I'm
Right.
listening to your guys' situation, and what's even sadder about where I grew up, like all that injustice in the system is people of my color, bro. Like that's the sad thing about that. So they don't build governments that is filled with blacks who have the same actions just like them, bro. Like the same setting up, same injustice. I mean, there's a unit in my island, in the police unit called the Black Squad. Bro, they don't go to court. They lock up the most people, but you don't ever see them in court for you to say, hey, that's the officer that brutalized me. You will never see them. Imagine a
But
cop locking you up, taking your herb off of you. You're gonna get charged for herb, and you don't see the cop in court. The person who is the cop who is there is like, you never seen this dude before.
you
So
still
man,
have an
it's
advantage, my
they
brother.
they. So I'm saying like it's crazy that they have like break off system. You know, like places in the islands where they have government set up is like it's just them in a different in a different shade, bro. It's crazy.
But you still have an advantage, my brother. And I'm gonna tell you what your advantage is. You have this thing. It's a C word, and it ain't the C word that women don't like. It's called culture. Over here in the West, we don't have a culture. That's why everybody's trying to find their culture, and they think their culture is their brand, their own personal brand. But that's not true. Culture is what's passed down to you from the previous generation to the next generation. It's it's standards and practices that supposed to keep us in a certain way of life, and it's not a negative way of life. We were talking about
Hmm.
this not too long ago. When I was growing up, grandfathers and grandmothers were the backbones of any family. But then as the
Yeah.
generations go by, when the grandparents are the same age at times as the teenagers, and I'll say that, tongue in cheek, but not really. You got grandparents that are in the 30s. They haven't even really lived life. So how can they give anybody any type of direction when they're just learning themselves just
Hmm.
now?
I get
There
what.
is
Yeah,
no
yeah. I
culture
get what you're
anymore.
saying. Yeah. Where I'm from, Eastern Caribbean, Saint Vincent and the Grenadines. So my zone is consists of Trinidad and Tobago, Venezuela, stretch as far as Guadeloupe, Martinique, Saint Lucia. So I don't know where. where it fall off, but like I was born in the 80s and coming up, I think what I see, like, yeah, that's when that aspect of what you're talking about started falling off. Like I couldn't whistle around grown folks. I couldn't even whistle. I couldn't even have my hand in my pockets around grown folks. But
It's funny you say that.
I remember as a teenager, I was seeing, you know, my brother's son do that. And by that time, my brother was still like kids having kids. I mean, you know, so that was like early, that was like 90s. So like, I don't know where, if there's not so much truth to that culture thing in the islands, like is Drake, and that's who running the radio stations in the island. Like, so like, I mean, in terms of infiltrating the island, in no different than that infiltration of the nasty, instant gratification way of life. Like I need it now. And if it's not it, I'm on to the next. Yeah, it has penetrated those places. Like, but there is community where you go and you will still know, you'll still meet someone who is teaching the kids how to make a drum, how to play a drum according to how we know the ancestors used to play it and the songs they used to sing to. Like you would still find that in the community. Like you would still find traditional weddings where two parties meet up and string music is still played on guitars, and you will still find that community. But you will find the what you call them, the YNs. Like you will find the disrespectful, get in your mother without knowing who you really is. Like, yeah, unfortunately, that part of it, like, yeah, it's being infiltrated in the islands,
I want to go back to something that you said that I thought I was the only person that got hit for putting his hands in his pocket while his parents are talking to him, and I got knocked across the living room, and I
Damn.
remember it like it happened yesterday. My dad was so mad at me. He was like, "That's disrespectful when I'm talking to you. You put your damn hands in your pocket. Don't you ever do that again."
Yeah,
Even to this day, when I put my hands in my pocket, I gotta look to my side, make sure my dad ain't on my side.
right. And
But
it's later on you realize those things, because in your mind, with your hands in your pocket at 7, 8 years old, there is no way you in your mind you saying like, yeah, I want to disrespect you right now. But it's not really about that. It's not really about like the hands in the pocket itself. It's the attention, you know,
it's
because
the optics.
that body language eventually that would carry on, that would carry to language. You first, you will hang your head down, and then eventually you will speak. When you pull your head up, you will say something back. So the parents, they don't want it to get to that, because they know first you start putting your hands in your pocket, then you start grabbing your crutch, and then you start talking back at me. So guess what, it didn't even get into that. like
Right.
like I told my nephew, I told my son, my nephew, I'm like, bro, a thief, a liar is a thief. Like, you gonna start off lying these little lines first, and then you gonna, I say a thief is a liar, because you gonna start taking things, and then you're gonna start lying to cover up things you're taking, and eventually you're gonna turn a M. You go be a M word. A thief is a MEER. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
you see those patterns. There's pattern to things, and so is not even about the putting hands in the pocket. It's like what is going to lead next to. Like, I know where you're going with that next. I know what is coming after that next. So I'm not even allowing the next chapter. Don't be doing that. And most of the times I get hit for the same, for one thing once, because I learned fast. Like, yeah, I never whistle again. I got hit for that only once, bro. Like, I make sure to look around, and no one is around who my parents deem elders that I don't disrespect. because even if my parents not around and I do it, when I get home, they gonna
It's
be
gonna be
like,
10 times worse.
they're gonna be like, who you was whistling at? I'm like, why you know that? You home like, but that's what the community used to raise the kids to, you know? That ain't happening no more. The whole community, whole society used to be raising your kid. So when your kid come home and there ain't no come home and like the parents is going taking the kid back, going and cursing out some other kid because your kid ain't got no discipline. Like all of that aspect is gone, is gone too. But like, yeah, in my community growing up, there was this lady where all the kids go to on Sundays. Everybody go to that, and that's where you get your lessons. You know, that's
Wow.
yeah. Tan Jess, tan for tanty, auntie. We say tan instead of auntie. We would say tanty or tan. So like Tan Jess, that's like a big mama in the community. Like Tan Jess have the right to beat any kid, and parents ain't saying nothing. Like if Tan Jess hit you, you deserve that. Like don't
Right.
don't come home crying if Tan just hit you, because we're not asking why she hit you. We know it's for good reason, and we hitting your ass because you made us look bad.
Right. And that's something that I don't think is talked about enough. Parents did not want their children to embarrass them. You would
Yeah,
get your behind beat for the embarrassment part of it more than for what you did. I remember my sister acting up, and two neighbors whooped her behind before my mother came home, and my mother whooped her behind, and then when my dad came home, he finished her off.
man,
And it was about the fact that why did the neighbors had to whoop your behind?
that is
I
it.
taught you
That
better
is it.
than it.
Like exactly. And you know back in the it wasn't when the kids act up, the kids wasn't getting the blame. It was the parents. When the kid
Right.
is in the street acting up, it'll be like the parents' fault. It's the parent get the blame. So the parent know what is being said, you know?
And I remember just being able to see a child act up in a store, and it wasn't no parent talking about something. You can't tell my kid anything, and then the parent acting just as spicy as the child.
Yeah,
I remember, I was born in '81, so I was in the '80s,
right.
saw the '90s, saw the shift where I remember a child running away from his parent in the store, and another stranger picked him up, took him back to his mother, and the mother said thank you, and then whooped his behind in the cart.
Mm. Where you think the
I was
paradigm
at,
shift? It for me is like the mid 90s. That's where for
I'll
me
say
looking
earlier
back
than
at
that, my
it.
guy.
Okay, for
I,
you.
I'll
All
say,
right, right.
man, I would say, whoo,
Maybe 10
that
years before
89,
that.
that 89, 90,
Mm.
when and if we're gonna talk about it, we're gonna talk about it. When that
Mm.
whole sexualized woman aspect started to become very, very prominent. When the movement was, I'm a woman, you can't tell me anything. A man can't tell me anything. You had the
Right.
talk shows on, yeah, Oprah, Donahue, Ricky Lake, shit, Sally Jesse Raphael, the other woman, Geraldo. You had all these talk shows that was empowering a division between male and female,
Oh,
between male hegemony and female empowerment.
the
Then it
the
was
division agenda. Hmm.
right. Then it was promoted a woman can do everything a man can do. You don't need a man. I can do better all by myself. So that's when a lot of men were like, all right, cool, no
Okay
problem.
then.
And then these same women that are sitting there saying that I can do better by myself are in the court talking about, but I need you to pay for the child. I didn't ask for this child by myself. Yeah, but you said you could do better by yourself. Now, I'm not sitting up here advocating for men not to take care of their children. If you got children out there and you're a man, do what you're supposed to do. Take care of that child. Because
Right,
look,
right.
look, children need a mother and a father. Not just a mother, not just a father. They need the tenderness of their mother, but they also need the discipline of their father.
Oh yeah.
They're not played out one
The
against the other.
affirmative, if I want to put it in a nice way, the affirmative, the you know the voice or whatever, however you want to put it, like, and that is a whatever that reason is, that is true. As long as you got a kid and you live, you live with your wife, you live with your, and you guys got kid, like you will see that dynamic. You will like, and if you say you don't, you just lying for no reason. Like there is a dynamic between the masculine and the feminine when it comes to the kids, and they respond.
Everything needs
There is
balance.
there is that
Everything.
difference. Like
The
like
mother's the
for sure.
nurturer. The mother's the nurturer. The father
Yeah,
thinks with logic. Everything he thinks is with logic.
yeah,
A
and the
lot of
father
times,
willing,
a
the
woman.
father for whatever willing to carry that emotion of like, yeah, it's okay. I'll take that feeling, that cry you don't want to cry or whatever. Like we build for that. Just genetics, just gene. That's how we build. That's how the chemical in the body run for. Like what's wrong with that? Like, and it's crazy, but like why did I mean we living and we see that, like, but we know these agendas when they get pushed, they're very strong and they're very selective, and they don't normally push agenda if they don't think it would work, you know. So, but I didn't need, like, what I saw from my mother when I was 5 years old showed me the strength in woman. I didn't like, but I also know the equal and the balance, the equilibrium in it, man. I know. Like my dad went to jail for 2 pound of marijuana. Man did 2 years, bro, for 2 pound of marijuana. Hash, hash, hash. And I saw my mother carry, bro. Saw my mother carry, and she didn't have a 9 to 5 work. She sell shirts to tourists on the beach. And
Mm,
yo, shirts and jewelry and stuff that she would make. In those days, that time it was legal to sell a turtle shell, because we back in those days we eat turtle in the island. So you take the shell and you sandpaper it, varnish that shit, and that shit glistening. Tourists love to buy that and the conch, the conch shell. They love buying that.
mm.
So, that's how my first hustle started, bro. Like shells from the sand I digged up, bleach that shit out, sell that $1. Man, that's how my hustle started. Like by seeing my mom. So like I know I know the strength of my mom. My mother carried a family of six, but my dad went in by selling every day. She threw her t-shirt back. She got three of them, put it on her donkey, and she would ride that bitch down on the beach. Not no concrete road, like stones and boulders, road made by flowing of water. From the water constantly flowing down the hill. That's how the road was created. My mom on a donkey with 3 bags, and from 7 in the morning till 5, until the sun goes on, until there's no light for the tourists to see the t-shirt. And then she be up, real hustler. So like I didn't like I know the strength of a woman and what a woman is capable of. Because
Women are
my
beautiful.
mom showed
Women
me that.
are capable. Women are wonderful. I can sit on here for a long time and tell you all the wonderful things about a woman. And
But that was when my
whenever you,
dad but that was when my dad wasn't around. Like I didn't see that side of her. When my dad was there, like, and it's copper set, you know. But I guess she had that in her. But like I could say that for every, majority of the ladies and them I grew up and see. Not only on my island, but like on other islands. Like man, actually ladies captains, man. Like driving boat, 200 horsepower. Like man, I see ladies run operation, hold it down,
Yeah.
make authorities look foolish. So man, I never understood that whole division of the masculine and the feminine, especially when we understand that balance and know the need of it. Like the first and foremost, the fact that they want to make a division there, that just show you that okay, there's a bond. You know,
Well,
that
there's a
that's
natural
crazy.
bond. We were created with that natural bond, but the thing about it is the reason why there was a division is because if black man, black woman comes together and set their differences aside and work together, then
Hmm.
guess what? That's the worst nightmare.
But
So if
brother,
we
you know what's crazy though? For the ones who came over here from Africa, it like that we was doing that in Africa to tribes was going against tribes. You know what I'm saying? For whatever that's so that bond that we share, do we keep did we do we share that animosity too? Because tribes was going at it at one another. Like that is a question.
I think the idea has to be put in the head before, that is that takes place. There has to be a common enemy that will be like, hey, if you do this, I'll do this for you. I don't know how
So
accurate our
that enemy for the tribe, I guess that enemy, that common enemy was land. Hmm?
could have been land, could have been everything that is built off of war has something to do with politics. I think we can agree on that.
Yeah,
You
some
know,
some
when,
form of some form of claiming, some farmers claiming like yeah,
so
authority.
from
Yeah.
from what our history books tells us that there were tribes selling out tribes, and that's how the slaves got took and some Africans didn't get took. I don't know what's true, and I don't profess to know what's true, but the one thing that I do know that is true from all of this is there's always going to be the head of a snake in every conflict. Like here in the
Mm-hmm.
United States,
Mm-hmm.
uh, there are those who really know more than the rest know that the civil rights was civil rights movement was spearheaded to help the black women, to tell them to kick the black man out of the house.
Mm.
And I don't know what the motivation behind that will be, but that's what started a lot of the black women need to, stand on their
I
own.
think
You
he
don't need
was
a
on
man.
it. I think he was on it. Like they recognize like whatever. They probably did a census and they were like, oh man, blacks like they getting too close now. They like if the finance get up, like it'll like they'll overthrow us and be the rulers in this country, bro. Like we gotta do something. They you hit the nail on it. Like they saw the bond, and for some ever the bond was getting threatening enough that you say that the war the man they had us to create that mad of a situation to cause a division.
Because
Wow,
you
they
cannot
probably
conquer
recognize a
any
bond. Hmm.
you can't conquer anything without it being divided.
Oh, definitely. That's in every man. Yeah, for real. Like in every aspect and everything, right? Like if you wanna, yeah, definitely. Where war is concerned, anyway.
So I look at it from the standpoint of just reality. I just look at it from reality, like, okay, blacks have been divided for a long time. Why? because as long as we're fighting amongst ourselves, and let's not even talk about the crack epidemic back in the 80s where the Reagans or the Reagan
Yeah,
regime put it into inner cities and
yeah,
then came out with a no means no, or not no means no, or the just say no, and putting harsh penalties on those who not only do drugs but sell drugs. It was always divided to take and keep a demographic divided.
yeah, definitely. That the whole yeah, yeah. Oh, if I could say certain things and deep, but like yeah, the BUSH, like yeah, he man, they whole family, they being gangster, man. They being gangster with it. And the black dudes and the whole who thinking that they're the 120 bricks and the millions, like it's man, it's all
But
orchestrated,
it's worse
brother.
than
It's
that. It's
all
worse than that.
orchestrated.
It's worse than that because when you really think about it, every president that I know of, I'll say from 2004 backwards, had some type of connection with the DuPonts or the Kennedys.
Mm, wow.
And a lot of these NFL franchises, like the 49ers, they're they got their wealth by bootleggers, politicians. And it's just funny because it's like behind the scenes, we don't know what's going on. We can't really honestly say we know what was going on. But the one thing that we do know is these things happened.
Yeah. And on a smaller scale, like if we want to see what the result of that looks like on a smaller scale, just look at places, countries like Trinidad and Tobago, like where drug where the president and they are themselves in alliance with the guys who are, man, you get a situation where you got to put your entire country on curfew, your entire country. Like it's crazy when you wake up and you can't go to work because there is a war with these two crew and the entire country is shut down for weeks on. But this is what happened when like the like man play like, and this is just 2 years ago. I'm telling you about, yeah, 2 years. Wait, what is 20? We in 2025. Yeah, 2 years ago. I'm telling you about this that happened. Like an entire country put on curfew. You have to like, but yeah, man. So and we go back to that same like the infiltration. Like it's crazy. These patterns like what I've learned, like being living in America for like 7, 8 years now. Like, yeah, in the islands, like these were the governments and these gangsters, these the patterns the same way, the shakedown the same way, the recruitment is the same way, it's the same thing. Even sometimes the same quotes they use. Like is it's crazy. The gangsters they throw their party on the streets for the community and give out their prizes and stuff like you know give out the school packs to the kids and same thing. And the government give them all the construction work, like like man, small community, man. I know you're not a construction man. I know you're not a I know you're not a plumber. For some reason you're getting all the work that is, because you give this the guy the prime minister, you are a big supporter of him. Like, and
Yeah.
then in return you get the customs in your pocket, you get, the soup, that's short for superintendent. You get, you get all the big boys in your pocket, and you rule like that case like Dodas. I don't know if you know that there's some Jamaica, like when the Jamaican government they had us let America come in, America army come in because the Jamaican army could not take down the dude. I'm gonna say that again, bro. The Jamaican army couldn't take down the gangster, the you know, whatever you want to call him, the Don.
Mm.
Ima- Imagine that, bro. Like, so what are you really say? Like, so governments and are they really like when we live in the, like where I'm from and thing like that's how you won't even know, bro. Your country could be on lockdown and the government can't save you, bro. Like literally.
Yeah.
That's what happened in places like Venezuela and stuff. Like you ain't like you ain't even know. So it's man, that's so America is just is bigger. You know, there's places you can go to. You know, that guys say there catch a case and they go somewhere else, man. You catch a case, ain't no way to go in the island, bro. You catch a case, you just catch a case, like you.
Damn. So you just 100% on your own.
Oh yeah, bro. Ain't no man. There is it's
Salute
wild,
y'all. I'm
bro.
back.
There's so much instances, bro. We chilling home one night, bro, and looking at the news. Like this family, the whole family, we chilling and watching the news, and this guy who's a friend of my dad, I swear no lie, bro, on my brother, on my grandfather. This man come through the door. The door is always door is always open because lucky my dad is the herb man in the village. My dad sell herb. So he's the herb man. So our door is always open and stuff. This dude pull up. He's not from the island, but he's from the main island. It's 7 different islands, but the main island is the government controls 7 different states. Think about it like that. So he burst them, bro. He come from the mainland. As soon as this dude burst them, bro, this dude picture came up on the TV on the news. Wanted. His
Wow.
street name was
Hey,
his street name was Tombstone. Listen how he
hey,
got his listen how let me
that's
just give this
funny.
last story, Tipper. Listen how we got
That's
this
crazy.
nickname Tombstone. Man, Tipper, I never seen none. We all turned and we're watching and we look back at the TV. My sister, she said, wait, that ain't you? And guess what, bro? He was coming to ask my dad to take him to another island.
Oh
Like,
wow.
because my dad had a boat and stuff. He coming to ask my dad to take him to another island. This dude just
Wow.
broke out of jail, bro. Tombstone. He is like the known scammer in the island, bro. This dude basically scam a representative in the house of government, his wife. When this dude died, the representative in the government, when he passed away, this dude came to his wife house as his company does tombstones. Bro, this man take $2,500 from this lady saying he's gonna put the tombstone for her husband. That's how he got
Wow.
the nickname Tombstone, bro.
That's crazy. Hey, when
Was
you said how you would just watch your TV and stuff. I'm so old. I remember CNN used to do on New Year's Eve. They used to do the top 20 or top 25 of criminals
Most
of
wanted.
the year.
oh shit,
Yep.
they used to do that?
Yes, they
Yeah,
did.
back in the day.
That's
Most,
wild. I guess
yeah,
I guess you need to know just in case you see someone, bro. That's crazy, yo.
yeah. So I was on CNN. It wasn't the most wanted. It was a top 20 criminals of the year, right? So mind you, I was in at the time. I was in Kalamazoo, Michigan, right? So I just got off work. I got off work, and then me and the homies, we all stayed in the same complex. I stayed upstairs. My homies, they all stayed downstairs. And whenever I came off work, I used to take a shower. Go to the store because I live everywhere I lived. I always lived by a convenience store. So after I got everything together, we blazed and then I was like played a couple of games on at the time we was playing NBA Live at the time, you know. So man, I was like, man, I'm going upstairs. Chill with them for a minute, went upstairs, and then this girl I was talking to at the time, I was sitting there chilling and everything, and the show come on. It was like top 20 criminals on CNN. I was like, oh shoot, and then now it's on cable, so I'm gonna watch this, right? So I watched the whole thing. She was cooking and everything. So when it got to 10, I already ate and everything like that. We chilling because it's about to be almost New Year's, right? Conquering and my boy Martavis. So we got to number 2, right? And she went to the bathroom. And I was like, hey, she was like, yeah. I was like, they in Kalamazoo. She was like, what? So she came back in there, right? And we were in there chilling in the bed, and then the next thing you know, it was her, bro.
What?
It was no lie,
Bro,
bro.
I did not know that way. I thought you was gonna say somebody we knew.
No,
It was her.
somebody.
yeah, no.
Thought you was about to say it was Mass or something.
Right?
No,
I thought you said that's
her.
somebody we knew growing up.
It
Damn.
was her, bro. It was a girl I was messing around with. It was her. I remember she was telling me a story how she ran over her baby daddy because she brought her baby daddy. That's when the Suburbans was first coming out, right? This was like, I could tell you the year. This was 2008 when I was out there in Kalamazoo, right? Because that was the year the Jayhawks won. Because I remember the homie that I watched the game with, him and his girl. I was the only one that was, because I was the only one that was rooting for Kansas the whole entire time. I was like, and he was going for D Rose and them, and we watched the game at his crib and everything, and that's when she told us the story of the national championship game. So then I told the homies that the next time I saw him, 'cause I used to work, and at the time I always stopped by, along the way, because his apartment building where he stayed at wasn't too far. I had to pass him just to get to where I was at. So I told him what happened, man. My boy was like, I know you lying. I was like, bro. I'm like, why y'all always think I be lying, bro? Man, like,
Cause that's a well story, T-Price, bro.
but this was solidified it though. He said I recorded it last night because that was his favorite thing that he used to watch. Cause he the one that put me up on it.
Oh man, that's crazy.
So this particular year, the second year I was in Michigan, I seen that and I told him about it. He was just like, and he's like, I gotta watch it first. Then I'm gonna, that's when Where You At was out. But y'all dudes used to get in trouble, man, and y'all ladies used to get caught up too, man. Especially them chirpers, man. If you don't answer that chirp and you on the phone with somebody, man, you had a girl or go both
You
ways.
talk about that Nextel walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, boy, everybody, man. I used to see a lot of homies get in trouble because of that, man. I'm like, dude,
Where you at?
I don't want no church phone, man. I look at y'all, man. You know where to call me. I used to have a house phone for years. Everywhere I lived, I had a house phone. This is the first place I lived that didn't have. No, yeah, I had a house phone when I was in Corvallis too, but I just recently just got a cell phone, man. Like before I moved out here, so I ain't used to having a phone. I'm old head. I'm really old school. Everybody used to tell me just get a phone. I'm like, why? Nobody don't talk to me on that mug anyway. Why do I have a phone for?
Man, that's a crazy story, T-Price. Man,
I'm
that's
telling you,
crazy.
man, the girl I was messing around with, man, and I'm serious. The story and the way she said the story was exactly how it went down. Because she told me that she bought him a car, she bought him an SUV, and next thing you know, she seen him and her and she was driving the truck and he was the passenger.
Whoa, come on, no. Bro, you
So
ain't even driving it, man.
she did a
U-turn.
it was all on surveillance though too. When I sitting there watching it, and then it's New Year's Eve. She's sitting looking at me, and I'm sitting there after I watched it. I'm just like, I ain't never looked at her the same, bro. Like, and then another thing too, a lot of things that you find out about a person later on down the line too. She was on drugs really, really bad. You know what I'm saying? She left another dude, and his name was Terrence too. And
Oh
he was
no. Okay, no, okay.
and he was from Ohio. He was cool and everything. I knew his baby mama. His baby mama was a very attractive lady. I never hit on. It's like I tell people, man, I've seen so many pretty women in my lifetime, man. Since I was a kid to my age now, man. I used to have army friends, man. Their wives were so bad, man. And they used to leave and go somewhere, man. And they dressed like, and I never got into that temptation, man. Never got into that temptation, man.
I don't even like the Temptations.
I don't even like that. They already know how I used to get down. I never forget, one of my boys did that. One of my homies did that, right? He left me there with his kids. His wife was there. Mind you, his wife was bad. Mind you, he was cheating on his wife. I'm like, dude, so you I know your kids want to hang out with me and everything like that, but I know your wife is getting suspicious because because we've been friends for a while. He was stationed down there. I was like, man, you asking for my opinion? I'm like, dude, I'm not getting in the middle of that stuff, man. And then he ended up telling me, man, I trusted you out of all of my other homies, because any of my other homies, they knew if I was cheating, man, they would have smashed my old lady. I knew you wasn't gonna do that. I was like, so you chose me? I was like, what the hell?
Thank you, I guess.
Like, man,
that had nothing to do with you, man. That's just my morals, bro. Like, that ain't nothing to do with you.
Conquer and Martavian, when I say this woman was built, and she was, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. I was just, and then, because when he left, it's like when he left, I was down there with the kids, and this was on Friday night. He left about 5:00 and everything, and I didn't even hear her come in the house. You know what I'm saying? And then it was almost time for the boys to go to bed. And I was like, hey, your pop said you got to go to bed and everything. But I told him, I was like, hey, your Uncle T will let you stay up to about 10:00, you know what I mean? But you got to be quiet upstairs. Like, okay. So then once I put them to bed, shut them the door and everything like that, and she come downstairs. She was like, Juba, where you at, Juba? And then I was like, Juba's not here. She was like, hey, Terrence. I was like, hey. I was like, Juba's not here. That woman had on, man.
Come on.
Hey, y'all, hey, I'm telling you, when I say this woman was, she's still bad to this day, though, too. That makes it the cold. I don't know if they're still married or not. I seen a picture of her recently and everything like that. But, man, because I know one of my partners still cool with her. He was like, T Price, she's still bad, bro. She asks about you all the time. I'm like, I know she ain't. No, she ain't. Because I know who her husband do that she had kids with. I never crossed that line. I don't care if she's single now. No.
Even after. Yeah, even after. Yeah, man. We believe you curse if you do that, bro. That's a no. That's.
And the homies used to tell me, the homeboys used to tell me, like, T Price, you crazy, man. I'm like, dude, that's y'all, bro. No, I'm not doing that. And at that time, bro, in my life, like, I was just working it and just go to the gym. When one gym closed, we just go to the next gym. And then, because once we go on post, once you get in the King, once we leave King Fieldhouse, we don't want to hoop no more. We'll go that we'll go into town and play on 12th Street. You know what I'm saying? This was like way before they built the community center where I grew up at. You know what I'm saying? So we just
Yeah.
go. Once we leave that, I wasn't even thinking about that, bro. Wasn't even thinking about that. I mean, 'cause I separated myself from them from that after that point, bro. Like I didn't talk to her no more. I didn't hang out with her no more. She got mad at me for that, but she understood why I did that too. Because all of his friends used to hit on her, like, and she knew he was cheating on. She knew he was cheating on her and everything, but she wanted her to get back with me. I like devil is a lie. You ain't not get back with me,
Mm,
you know.
Yeah,
I
I ain't
watched
gonna be
that.
a pawn, bro.
Hey, one of my favorite shows I used to like on ID channel was what was that show called? Um what was that show called? Oh my god, that used to be my favorite show on there. Um how they how they how they it basically the thing of the show is, you know, they in love with each other, and the woman's jealous, and always end up, it's like Snap. It's like their version of Snap, but they have it on the ID channel. I forgot the name of the show was called back in the day. 'Cause that used to be my joint, bro. I'm
I have
like,
a
man,
friend that was a victim on one of those episodes of Snap.
I don't even know what that is. It's not.
hey Martavia,
Yeah,
you know what I used to learn about Lifetime channel back in the day compared to Lifetime now? I told the youngest that I was like, what was Lifetime channel was when you was growing up? I was like, you talking about Lifetime? Oh, that was the male bashing channel right there. That
yeah.
was that was
They
man, like
they
Tommy
literally had
all day long, all day
a
long.
movie called "He Beats Me Because He Loves Me." My mom used to watch that all the time. I'm not
Man,
lying.
stop. Man, stop.
I'm not.
I'm
Every
laughing, but
woman,
I'm not
All
laughing
facts,
because
bro.
of funny, but that's he beats me because he loves man.
look, every woman's getting her ass kicked on every episode of everything. That's where 16-year-old mom, 16-year-old and pregnant came from.
Hmm.
So that yeah, you
Woman,
see
Lifetime
what
had
they're
so many.
building. There's a pattern, there's a agenda. You see what the man, that is crazy work.
Hey, the thing is, why we own this is that
That's in your
Kyle
face,
remember.
boy.
Kyle remember my mom used to watch Lifetime. Like I know my mom did. You know what I
my
mean?
mom watched it. Oxygen, Lifetime.
Oxygen, yes. And them soap operas. I'm so old. I remember when they had a black one called Generation. My mom used to sit there and watch it all the time.
Man,
I'm
me and
so
my
old.
sister used to fight for the TV, but come from school, man. I want to watch Spider-Man cartoon, bro. She want to check
See, our
what's bold
house
and
that I grew
beautiful,
up
man.
in,
Like
we didn't have to fight
that
for a
was some television that
TV.
you still need to turn. You know the knobs. You know you got it on the TV. There's two knobs, one with the channel and one with the
Say,
contrast and the
I never
brightness and
had a
stuff.
room growing up. My
Hell
folks,
Yeah,
no.
I stayed
Black and white.
downstairs in the basement.
man. Yeah, those are the TVs we had, bro. The wind charger, battery too. That's how that shit worked.
We
So
had a
like
600-pound
real old to
television
the
that had the
school.
record player on it.
Got
Oh, my
nice.
my dad had that.
That's
He had the
some
old eight.
dope.
He
I'll
had the
buy
old
that
eight.
today, bro.
I remember them color ones.
Fuck.
I remember the old
I'll
school
buy,
color ones where you used to have to turn it. You have to turn the channel with the knob, but the knob hella big like a mug, boy.
man,
It's like
right? Click, click, man. You
all my aunties had that,
remember
boy.
those.
All my aunties, and guess what? You
The
could see the
keeper's got a
color on
big
that
antenna
TV.
in the back, bro. You pull up that
Yeah.
long ass antenna in the back, bro.
I used to
Like,
feel
it
sorry for them
helps.
kids, man. I used to feel sorry for them kids, man. 'Cause I used to see how people was. Cause you remember when they start coming out, when they start when they started that cause you remember back in the day, if you didn't have cable, you could still get CBS and all that other stuff. You still watch the NBA finals. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like you could still watch it every game and don't have to miss
Yeah.
it. You know what I'm
You
saying?
still get it, yeah,
Now
you get the Olympics and stuff like that, bro. Like,
and then when they start coming out with them antennas, oh my gosh! If you lived in a windy area, boy, that junk used to freeze up at the worst time. You'd be like, "What the man?" I'm telling you,
man, that was a
that junk
man.
used to.
My dad, we had a wind charger, and man, yeah, we made my dad. We that was one of our hustle. We used to charge batteries with the island, like yeah, because we live at the top of the hill. A lot of people have, but we live at the top of the hill where that win was. So we was in that perfect spot. That's man, them days, man. Saturday morning wrestling, man.
Yeah, I come to a grips, man. It's time for me to get a 5 now, man. I think I want. It's time for me to get one now. It's just time for me to get a 5 now. I'm just been thinking I could have been had one, but I could have had one when it first came out. They were selling them for like $2.99, but I was like, nah, I don't want to mess around to get one of them ones that that don't work.
Mm.
One thing about living out here, I don't know they got it out there where y'all at, like where I live at, even all across Oregon, they got places that clean your PlayStations, they clean your systems out.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah, only one place does that, and I think it's Best Buy. They charge too much.
Yeah, I don't go to Best Buy for anything.
No, Best Buy
No?
is Best Buy.
Man, I go to Best Buy for everything, man. Damn,
It
should I
used
not
to be-
support Best Buy?
He said
Yeah,
he got to go to
you-
Best Buy for groceries.
Damn. No,
Yep.
I don't go for groceries.
Yeah, I remember you
I
said
used to
Best
get my
Buy.
records there until I find out all them nice record locations, them record places location. Like, yeah, I'm really
Not
into
records.
records.
Not records.
Fine.
I haven't heard that in years.
Oh yeah, man. Growing up, man, I used to like, yeah, bro.
Now
I
y'all
always
got
wanted
me
a record
Tecmo
player. That
Bowl
shit
Blue.
always
I'm about to play some Super
always
Tecmo Bowl.
fascinate me, man. Right now,
I
man,
always get. I always either get Phil. I always get Philadelphia with Randall Cunningham, even though Randall Cunningham was better in the next year one.
Are you talking about Techno Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Look. I've always wanted to come to Oregon. I always did, but I'm telling you, T Price, don't make me bring my ass to Oregon.
Oh, that.
Tecmo Bowl is that Super Tecmo Bowl is that joint, man. It is, man.
Look, before NFL Blitz, Super Tecmo Bowl used to end relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Man, say end relationship.
Hey, am I lying?
No.
You whoop your friend's ass with an 80-yard touchdown pass on every play.
Mm-hmm.
Every play, man.
Every play.
Bitching the bitch out of that.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is annoying. That's like a Ken Fireball.
But the
Man,
homies who I always play with, we play by possession. You always got, I love those competitors, man. You know what I'm saying? It really be a
I
battle.
never played a Blitz
Yeah.
song.
Oh, NFL Blitz was it, man? Blitz was.
Yeah, I never played.
I
Look,
used to
I'm
love.
gonna tell you just like
I
this:
enjoy
if
with
you
Arch
highlight your
Roberts.
receiver, right? Tecmo Bowl was NFL Blitz before NFL Blitz. Arch Rivals was NBA Jam before NBA Jam, just without the fire and everything else.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't even know what NFL Blitz is. Or that
Jesus
first
Christ.
NBA.
We gonna have to
NFL
help you
Blitz
out.
was- yeah, NFL Blitz, boy, was man. NFL Blitz was the shit, bro, for real.
It cost a whole dollar to play 4 quarters, but it was worth it,
Yo.
especially when you keep somebody from scoring. Better than sex. I'm lying. No, it wasn't. But it's okay.
On arcade.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the arcade.
Yeah,
that was
man, you
back
miss a
then.
lot of shit when you grew up where I grew up. But no, man, no regrets, man. I don't regret going out and making arrows and shooting lizard or playing cricket from plastic
First of
bat
all,
balls.
You had me until you said cricket. Okay. I tried to play cricket and I thought I was looking for insects and they gave me a big ass paddle. And I was like, "What's this for?"
Oh, fuck, that bastard started looking for insects.
Oh man.
That's a British shit right there, man. Straight out of
I
England.
love
man.
Reggie White in this game. Reggie White, and then they got Bo Jackson. Then That's when all these teams had two backs.
Yeah.
But I couldn't. I used to. Sometimes I run with Houston, but I don't even like to run with Houston because I know Lorenzo Wright. He gonna fumble one way or another. He gonna fumble it. Him and who's another fumble? Barry Word and Christian Okoye.
Yeah, if you run Christian Okoye 3 plays in a row, the niggas fumble.
Oh shit.
Just like
So
on
he's a
NFL
man.
Blitz, you cannot do 3 spin moves. And if you do that 3rd spin move, you fumble it.
Hmm.
We're gonna have to get you to the States and get you acclimated to some of these beautiful games that we grew up off of. Dude, there used to be fights. There was
I'm in the
4
States. I
arcade.
live in Denver. I live in
That's
Colorado.
that doesn't count. But we got.
Oh fuck.
I'm just playing with you.
Man.
But there are 4 arcade games that's going to start a fist fight at some point. You just got to be aware of it. Number 1 is Mortal Kombat. You're gonna get somebody's gonna get pissed off that you fucked them up and then hit them with a fatality. Number 2 is Killer Instinct, when you don't let them hit the
Oh
ground and
shit. That I
take
know.
their bar away from them. Then it's NFL Blitz. Then it's NBA Jam, bringing up the rim. Because
Bro,
I know niggas that used to
man.
get on fire from the 2nd quarter to the 4th quarter.
Man, well, I got a story out of that from Killer Instinct. Me and my brother, we the first one who got that game. We got a Super Nintendo. We got Killer Instinct. Man, we thought we were good. And then as summertime, twin came down from the States. Like people, yeah, they got family. So some 2 dudes came down from the state, bro. We happened to meet up where we were gonna play games. Man, we thought we were good, bro. I thought I was good in the game with Spinal. Man, it's the first time I knew that Idol is in the game. These dude introduced Idol.
Anti-Price is playing on
You know,
on either Sega
Idol,
or
right?
Nintendo. Shit.
Yeah,
No, I'm
yeah,
playing
that's
it on that game stick. They got all the games on there. I want
Yeah,
to
but
get
I'm
the
just
one that
saying.
I'll be
got
back.
got all the games on
Uh,
there. I want to get the one that got
uh,
Def Jam Fight for New York. Man, oh my gosh, Sterling Sharp, you just get him,
I
man.
got it. I got the arcade emulator, and I had to teach my sons how to play Killer Instinct by beating the hell out of them. And now they're beating the hell out of me. But that's what I get.
Gosh, come on, Reggie White. They double teaming Reggie White, man.
You must be playing the Eagles.
Yeah, I play with the Eagles. I'm playing the first game of the season because we got about 4 more hours to game time. Told you I'm off.
Denver,
Yep.
OKC.
Yeah, where Conqueror's at in Denver, Colorado, the Mile High City.
Yeah, do you think OKC gonna put it away tonight?
I still ain't made my decision on that, bro.
I
But
think you're distracted for playing the Eagles.
no, we ain't been talking about it. I mean, we talked about it earlier in the stream. I can do 2 things at one time. I'm down 7-0 right now.
Don't worry, you'll come back. It's just 7.
And I got Randall Cunningham, nigga. So you already know.
Oh, you'll be back in a minute.
Touchdown. But I think it's gonna go 7 games though. I'm with Ron, and I really think it's gonna go. I think this is like the only one out of all the semifinals is the most interesting one.
Why you say
I
that?
think okay, because Jokic and them already won the championship not even 2 years ago, right? They fired their coach, which I still think that's going to bite them in the behind. Because look at all these teams that got rid of their coach this year.
Okay.
Oh my gosh! If you don't get this dude, what is going on here? This dude almost ran it back on me. I got him. That's a pig. Thank you. Oh
Now you
man,
sounded
this
like
dude.
you sounded
Oh
like
my
me,
God,
T. Bryce.
Hey, you know what's crazy? do you hate it? I hate it when you intercept the ball and you fumble it and they knock your ass down and they end up getting the
Yeah.
ball back. Oh, they got me that time. Come on, Randall. Man, how y'all know all my plays, man?
Because they're trying to keep from scoring. Who you playing against? Houston?
Nah, this is the first game of this season, of the 91 season. Hold on. I'm trying not to make a mistake here. There we go. I need to do a change here. Because I like to put Keith Jackson. I like to put him.
You talking about Keith Jackson, the co-star NFL Primetime? Keith Jackson?
I'm talking about Keith Jackson used to play for Notre Dame. That Keith Jackson. He was a beast. You know, remember they had Fred Barnett too. And, you know, they backup quarterback was sorry ass Jim McMahon. So you know if Randall goes out, I gotta deal with McMahon. You know, McMahon like to throw the picks.
Well, just put a running back at quarterback. You'll be a little bit more safer than Jim McMahon. And even his son was better than him.
Oh man, as soon as I said this nigga fumbled up, you gotta be kidding me. It's a rivalry game too, so. I was ready for that. Get your ass back. 9-yard loss.
Now you taking it personal.
That's a pick. Oh man, I hate when 4 dudes be right there and they don't pick up. They only intercept the ball. I love my 49. That's a sack. Oh, that's man. Yeah, go ahead, kick that field goal. I still got it's 3 minutes. Well, that's one thing I like about Tecmo Bowl too, man. The games 5 minutes go by fast.
All right.
But one thing I don't like about this one is, like, if I put it down and it's like quiet for like 5 minutes or something like that, or 10 minutes, it'll automatically turn off. That's the only thing I don't
In the middle of a game?
Mm-hmm. It don't have a feature you can save it or anything.
Man, that's nuts.
Ooh, oh my God, get it. Oh my goodness. I almost
Somebody picked up a first down.
I did. I got the ball back now. As my boy said in what my boy Samuel Jackson said in negotiator. Negotiator. I'm in control now. When he said that, he had me dead when he said that.
Tell Beck I'm in control now. You trying to talk me down for me?
Man, that just used to have me in tears, man, when I seen that. And, man, movies and like, even going to the movies now, you know, man, I just now see they got another freaking Superman, man. Like, come on, like every generation needs another Superman. Yes, well, you know how they like to recycle these things. And then they got another Final Destination talking about the bloodline. The devil is a lie. I got safety. I got him. I got how much seconds left I got for his halftime?
The original 2-point conversion.
Right. And depending on my kick returner, as soon as the computer kicked the ball off to me, I don't even try to run. I try to go out of bounds immediately. He wide open. He better catch that. Thank you. Get off me. That's a touchdown. Come on with your slow ass.
Is that Ingram? Not Ingram. It is Ingram.
That's Calvin Williams.
Oh, okay. Should be up by what? 9?
I'm up 23-10 now. It's about to be halftime.
You got control of it. Because when you're up by more than 10,
what you say?
When you're up by 10, they start going for it on 4th down.
That's in the 4th quarter. I thought they only do that in the 4th quarter. That's how they do it on here. I haven't seen that yet.
All right,
Well, let's
y'all.
keep track.
Right?
All right.
Oh man, yeah, man. Octavia, man. When I tell you, bro, them dude beat our ass with Idol, bro. That's the first time we saw. We know Idol is in the game. Like, what the fuck is this two-headed dude? This big ass club in his hand. Man, yeah, that killer
But
instinct was
I'm gonna
fire,
tell
bro.
you, I will beat your ass with Cinder. So just giving you
Oh
a
yeah,
heads up.
yeah, man. Oh man,
I
I
will not
believe
let
you,
you
bro,
touch the
cause
ground.
I thought I was nice with it. And them dudes, that's the first time I know Idol is in the game and Ultra. That's the first time I seen the Ultra. I'm like, damn. But I don't know what happened to that game. I thought Killer Instinct would have really like hang around like Street Fighter
You know there's a
and Mortal
you do know
Kombat.
there's a third one that they keep adding updates to.
Oh, I know.
Oh yeah, it gets crazier. The second one was pretty crazy, but the third one's even crazier.
Yeah.
Man,
Y'all talking about Killer
I'm not
Instinct?
Yeah, you can get thousands of hit combos.
1,000 hit.
God,
When it came
what?
out, yes, on the three
The
was
fuck?
vicious. Yeah, you get. I seen dude.
That's savage right there, man. That's
You can
so
get,
I could
do
roll my
an
herb.
Infinite Ultra.
Man, I could roll my herb up and smoke, bro. Like while the ultra is going on, man. That's crazy work.
Hey, well, you got to keep
That's
your
it.
hands moving, but yeah,
Yeah,
in theory,
that's crazy. 1,000
almost
combo.
touchdown.
Yeah, man, I'm not into fighting game like how I used to.
I think you are. You just haven't had the opportunity.
I could tell you another game that was tight too. I was talking about it yesterday. That Shaq Fu game was nice too, though.
Not Shaq Fu.
Shaq Fu. I used to love that game.
Not Shaq Fu.
Shaq Fu used to have me in there, boy.
What about Eternal Champions?
Oh, Eternal Champions is a classic. I'll play that for Shaq Fu.
Of course you will.
Don't let them score.
That was like great value Mortal Kombat.
It has so many good games coming up, man. It's just so many of them, man. They're gonna score.
Yeah, anything from the Super Nintendo, like yeah, I probably might have an idea what you're talking about, but
Don't be racist against Sega Genesis.
Shaq Fu. I mean, like, oh yeah, the Sega Genesis, the Sonic. That was a dope game.
Oh, Sonic was
See,
joint.
But I grew up with the Super Nintendo.
Oh, you was rich.
I never had a Sega.
Well, you was missing out because they had the best sport games. All before Madden was the thing. You had Prime Time. You had NFL Football '94 featuring Joe Montana. You had John Elway's football. You had,
when I say Super Nintendo, I got a Super Nintendo that came from St. Martin. That is equivalent to a bootleg. That is equivalent to a Jordan from China. You know, when I say a Super Nintendo, that came from St. Martin.
Super Nintendo games?
Oh yeah, it did. Whenever it's in the mood. When it's in the mood. Like that some bitch used to be glitching. Street Fighter, man. We used to struggle to get that Street Fighter going, man. Street Fighter 2, man. It loved Killer Instinct for whatever reason. We used to struggle to get 5 Street Fighter games on before it starts showing the rainbow. Like, what is happening here, man? So, like, yeah. Not the rainbow. Bootleg stuff is crazy.
Oh,
like, man, that Super Nintendo
really?
Lite, man. Bro, that thing was light,
Really?
man. The lightest thing ever. We thought nothing was in the box when
You
we
cheat
like
like
what?
hell, bro.
Somebody fumbled. Who
He
fumbled?
fumbled and they fumbled and they recovered it. The computer did. You ain't
Hold on,
going
I gotta
nowhere.
switch my headphones. Hold on.
Yeah.
Keeper, who you playing? The computer or you playing
Yeah, I'm playing the computer.
the
I'm
one of
playing
your
my
home
season.
boys?
I'm playing the season on here.
Oh, okay. Were you in the middle of your season or at the ending or the beginning? Where you at?
I'm at the very first week of the season.
Oh,
No, the homies, we canceled our playoffs because we normally do our playoff games around this time of year. Have our
I
little
canceled.
tournament.
Damn. Yeah, I had a COVID season, man. Yeah, I'm doing canceling.
Yeah, we can do that because we be into the playoffs because Jay Reed from Akron is not in there.
Oh, damn.
And it's so much better without him in it. It's
Oh,
time
yeah,
for
for
them
sure.
young bucks. It's some young bucks. I finally got a set.
I think, yeah, the next series gonna be the next couple of series. Well, all the remaining series, the games should be like, yeah, the game should be competitive all the way through and through.
I know Minnesota better not be sitting there turning over the ball all crazy and stuff like they have been doing because that's gonna come back to bite them.
Yeah, and yeah, sometimes Anthony
down.
turning over the ball.
But-
Yeah,
And he had some bad turnovers in the. I'm like, dude, like, but then after
yeah.
Saturday, when
I don't know if
thinking to myself,
the game already over. Is it him like, oh, just I don't know if that is the case, but even that you can't do that. And
Learning
no,
it's
Right.
learning. He's learning it. That's
yeah,
what
that
I'm
is true. That is very true. I think he further along than where he should be. Like that is even wrong saying like where he should be. Like I think
I
like
don't think my
let me just say I'm
headphones
very
like the
impressed.
stream.
Sorry.
I don't think my headphones like the stream. They're not connected.
I
We can hear you.
could hear you though.
No, I got it on speakerphone.
Oh. Sometimes when I have the issue, I start over my phone. I restart my phone and then it reconnect. But I know you.
Yeah, I was having that issue earlier. Every time I came in, I couldn't get no audio going, and I had to reset it.
touchdown. They started
Yeah, I
off
get an
10-0
issue
and
too
they end up
with my
winning.
headphones. Oh
They end
damn!
up
How long them
63-3.
quarters?
5 minutes. Them 5 minutes go by quick.
Yeah, damn. More than
13.
oh, and you play
Over now.
defense and offense.
Mm-hmm. Randall Cunningham ran six times for 151, 100% completion.
He ran how many times for 106 times for 151?
Yeah, Randall
Bro.
Cunningham was a beast on here, bro.
In 5
Before the
minute
knee
quarters. In 5 minute quarter, man. You can...
Hey, imagine if I had Bo Jackson, man, it'd be crazy, bro. I normally play with Bo Jackson. I always like to have me a nice running back. And just in case Bo Jackson get hurt, I still got Marcus Allen.
And not only that,
that's the team.
that's cheating.
That's
He said
He
that's
said that's the team that you draft from a pool, or that was the team back then. You play with
I
the
like to play with the
original team.
49ers too. Cause Roger Craig, but Roger Craig ain't Barry Sanders. He ain't,
Is it an all-time thing or from a specific year?
This is 91 season. This
Oh.
is the 1991 regular season. My second week.
Cunningham.
Phoenix Cardinals.
Who's Cunningham? Where I swear I saw that name on
Cunningham
Cunningham.
was
Randall
was-
Cunningham.
he was
On the game.
Philadelphia.
Dude's name that plays for the Ravens. Jackson. He was Jackson before Jackson.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, so he was unstoppable in Philadelphia, breaking all rushing yards and things like that. And then he had a real bad.
Wait. It's not a running back. When you say he go for 6 for 151, you talking about
No,
a
that's a
QB?
quarterback.
He's a quarterback. Randall was a quarterback.
Yeah, Yeah, T-Press, man, you cheating, bro. What the fuck?
Hey, this is early, but
Six.
hey, but
What?
Martavian, no, this was early in his career.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Matter
he
of
was a
fact,
big, like he was a tall dude, like same size, like same height as
when I
Lamar,
get
or
back
he had an
when I get
advantage.
back on,
Did he had a did he had a size
I'm finna
advantage, like
see
strength?
how many years he
He
was
was
playing.
6'5". He was actually their punter,
Oh,
and they found out he
damn.
could run and throw.
Say what? He was the punter.
Yeah.
Who doing the recruiting back?
See, this is back when scouts used to recruit.
Who found him? Who found him? Damn.
And look at Warren
His
Moon.
family should still be getting paid, man. The dude who found him, the scout who found him should be, yeah. He should be
Imagine
getting
Warren
paid
Moon.
even today.
You ever heard of Warren Moon conquering? Imagine
Man,
that
man, you
Warren Moon.
can't stop him on
Imagine-
2K, bro. He fucking dude be throwing some ball, man. You can't stop him on 2K.
I'm talking about on when he was on Tecmo Bowl. But imagine if he was able to play in the NFL from the rip instead of going to the Canadian League.
Yeah.
Was the Canadian League good? Like,
And he won championships in the Canadian League.
Why did he go? Because of the competition, the money, like what?
No, the black quarterbacks was not really being given opportunities to shine.
Man, yeah, you ain't even got to go further. Oh, damn.
And
so them dudes, so them guys who you guys mentioned before, they're all black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're okay. Well, that explains it.
Even Randall
Cunningham,
explains why they didn't
Doug Williams.
Cause you remember when Randall was at Minnesota, he had Randy Moss, Chris Carter, and Chris Carter was jealous of.
Jake Reed.
He was jealous of Randy Moss. They ended up losing to the Falcons, and the Falcons ended up getting their ass beat by the
Denver Broncos. Shannon Sharp's Denver Broncos back when he was having custody issues back in that day. But I said that when you was talking about what Jay Reed was gonna do to the Lakers back in the day, I was the one saying that he's on Shannon Sharp's on Undisputed talking all this blackity black shit, but he had many females back in the day that he used to keep hush hush, especially in Denver, that he was doing some crazy stuff with. People call me a hater. I'm like, that's fine. I'll be a hater.
That's why I come through on Old Head Podcast. Yo, hit the like and subscribe because you see it's things like this, right? Context is so important, and like the Martavian, T-Price, man, y'all keep reminding the people, bro, just in case for people like me who's not from here, we've been around, and for the young ones who coming up who they would not tell, bro, just keep reminding them, man. Just keep reminding them.
Well, Shannon Sharp is a fake, and he always was a fake, and he always will be a fake in my eyes, because I used to. My mother loves the Denver Broncos. She's a 50s baby. She grew up in the 70s when she was a teenager. She used to tell me all about the Orange Crush, what they called the Denver Broncos back in their heydays of going to the Super Bowls. But I never liked them because they beat my Packers in '97. So, of course, Shannon Sharp was running his mouth, and the Super Bowls is what made Shannon Sharp. It wasn't necessarily his play on the field. It was basically when he got in that Super Bowl against Atlanta, he got into a back and forth with the cornerback on the Atlanta Falcons named Ray Buchanan. And Ray Buchanan did not like Shannon Sharp. They didn't like each other. But Shannon was running his mouth, and it went back to Ray Buchanan, and he said, "You can't tell me he don't look like a horse with that horse head on," because he had this. Shannon Sharp had this foam horse head, white horse head on his head during media day. Media day was his day to talk shit and all this other stuff. And for the
Yeah, I
most
could
part,
only
I was kind of
imagine.
like,
Man,
the thing,
I could
the
only
consensus.
imagine Shannon Sharp back in the days, the way how I see he acting out now. Oh my goodness.
But see, he wasn't doing that when they were losing to the Jaguars in the fucking first
Right.
round of the playoffs. He wasn't doing that when they were getting their ass kicked out of the playoffs years before. He only did that when they made
Oh,
it to the Super Bowl.
oh, so he know about some first round exits, some first round exit too. He's
He
familiar with
sure
those
did.
too.
But keep this in mind. He wasn't sitting up there talking about the black man and all this other stuff. He didn't do that shit until it became fashionable. Because Jordan was winning championships when Shannon was winning championships. And Shannon wasn't saying anything, but he wanted to sit up there and try to pump up LeBron by shitting on Jordan. Like, Jordan speak up for the black people. Well, bitch ass nigga, you didn't speak up for the black people. And you was a champion around the same time. So what are you saying?
Don't make sense. And
Yeah,
one of
that
my
is
favorite sayings,
interesting. That is
one of my favorite
hypocritical.
sayings is, one of my favorite sayings of the world, Craig. Everybody shows you their hand who they are. All you got to do is just let them sit there and open their mouth up. They're gonna tell on themselves, man. They're gonna tell on themselves. It never fails.
So the Ray Buchanan, Shannon Sharp beef had to take a back seat. Why? Because the other cornerback on the Atlanta Falcons end up picking up a tranny prostitute. And that was the
Oh,
rest of the talk for the Super Bowl.
oh boy, you gotta look before you leap, Bridget.
You know, I think they were in San Diego. No, they weren't in San Diego. Where were they at? They may have been in San Diego because I think no. They beat the Packers in San Diego. They were somewhere. I forget. I think it was either Miami. It had to be Miami. Yeah, they were in Miami. And
It had
then
to be
Eugene
Miami.
Robinson. That was the cornerback, Eugene Robinson. Now keep in mind, he was on the Packers when they lost to Denver the year before.
Oh, so Denver went back to back? Oh yeah. I
They
think
beat the Packers,
think
then
I
they
heard
beat
that. I think I
Atlanta,
heard
and
that.
then John Elway retired. Shannon Sharp went to the Ravens. The Ravens won, and then he went back to
Trent Dilfer.
he went back to Denver, played one last season, and then he retired. However, when he went back the second time, he couldn't get his number 81 back because Crowell had it. So he had to wear 82 because he wore 82 in Baltimore because Jermaine Lewis had 84 and he wasn't going to give his number up. So there was allegations made the second time that Shannon Sharp was playing for Denver, and that's where he met his first rape victim. She was a reporter.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's halftime.
How much are you up by?
I'm up 21-3.
Okay, you're gonna win. So the big thing about that is you didn't hear Shannon Sharp's mouth at all. He ended up, after he retired, he ended up getting a job at CBS Sports, doing what the CBS used to compete with Fox. Fox had the Murderers Row, JB, James Brown. They had Jimmy Johnson. They had that fucked up stupid quarterback from the Pittsburgh Steelers. What the hell is his name?
Cordell Stewart.
No, not Slash. The white man that was a terrible quarterback, but everybody think that he's good because he won the Super Bowl.
Oh, you're talking about Terry Bradshaw.
Terry Bradshaw. They had Terry Bradshaw, and
Terry Bradshaw, quarterback.
Yeah, he's a fucking trash quarterback. His defense took him to the goddamn Super Bowl.
I remember Cordell Stewart.
He talked like he know the shit, bro.
CBS, if I'm mistaken, right? Did Cordell used to do a little bit when he was at CBS? I could have sworn he did.
Okay, Teddy Bradshaw, man, he need to slow
he did
down
a little bit, but then they got rid of him.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, okay.
So Shannon was over there with them, okay? Then that's when the allegations came to a forefront. I remember it like it was yesterday. But they made that shit go away. They made it nigga Pierce. And when they did that, they let him do one more season of broadcasting, and then they literally said we're not renewing his contract. And CBS was getting ready to blackball Shannon Sharpe. But guess who came to his rescue? This white man named Skip Bayless. Bayless did not. Skip Bayless was not the reason why Shannon Sharpe left Undisputed. Undisputed was going to fire him because there was shit going on behind the scenes there. But what brought it to the light was the way Shannon Sharpe acted at the Grizzly game against the Lakers. That was their final straw with him.
The whole thing. Man, he's wide open. Oh my, yeah, he's not gonna score. I ain't tripping. I'm up 28-9.
Because even by
about this game, you can still talk.
Yeah, you score already, bro.
No, they score. I already scored already. I'm up 28-9 now. I got a minute and 48 seconds of third quarter. I told you this game go by fast.
Yeah, man. That's when he thought he could have fight the whole team.
Man, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Tears.
Absolutely.
He was about to fight the whole team for Jay Reed, and Jay Reed was gonna sit there and watch.
Yeah, but it's funny now that Shannon Sharpe is going. Now that Shannon Sharpe is going through his you a nigga moment, why hasn't LeBron James said anything?
LeBron don't say nothing to nobody, man. And this is why I don't understand why people say LeBron is this and that. He had all the power in the world to stop all the people talking about his teammate Russell Westbrook. Did he do that? Nope.
Yeah.
He let that stuff go. He don't care as long as it ain't about him. When have you ever seen him?
The proof is in the pudding. Yeah, for real, man.
It's just that's how I understand his fan base. I'm like, dude, like he don't never hope it. It's just like he said it. What he said on Mind the Game, that he don't lose no sleep for losing in the first round. But this is y'all GOAT. Man, y'all better, y'all dumbing in a box of rocks.
Yeah, when you don't lose sleep for a loss, that's when you should probably retire because the passion is gone. There is nothing. Just over with it. If you're not that's not what I want to hear. What I want to hear is stories like from the kid in Houston, the center Şengün before the game 7. The kid didn't sleep the night. The kid couldn't sleep.
Yeah. Even if you don't believe it, say it.
Exactly, because man, I don't want to hear that. If I am a fan of you and on my team, like I don't want to, like when Steve Kerr was saying when we were in the 80, like we got 3 games to make the playoff. Man, I want to hear my head coach who won 4 chip, who claimed that they've been in the depth of it all, saying like we got 3 games to. Man, no. Or in game 5 or 6 in Houston, you saying, oh yeah, I was just testing, see what we got out there. You ever hear a high coach throwing a game in the playoffs? He did the same thing too in the Minnesota game. Like it was a feel out game. I was just trying to see what I got. Like what in the playoffs? Steve Kerr, man, he got a long leash, bro. He got a long leash, bro.
Steve Kerr has always been exposed.
Oh yeah, he is getting exposed.
He inherited a great team. And every time he never had a great team, he either barely makes the playoffs, or don't make the playoffs at all.
Yeah.
He's overrated.
My theory is that he never had the opportunity to coach his flaws because it was hidden. It was always hidden by high IQ players and great offensive players. So he never was critical for the players turning over the ball dumbly because Steph Curry and Klay Thompson could get back a 20-point game. The young and so he never got an opportunity to develop young players because he always had a championship competing team.
I know you're beating another team on Tecmo Ball. I'm gonna put my phone number in the private chat.
All right. Yeah, I got some funny stuff to send you, Conquer, man. Boy, my homies they be on the one on TikTok, boy. My boy Alex be sending me the little funny little videos and stuff. I just gotta save it and send it to you because if you don't have it, you can't watch it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, take that,
Yeah,
man.
I got they got some man. I love them puppets right now. They're doing the puppets. They're doing all the puppets of all the classic scenes of black movies.
I
Man,
don't
they
want to see it. P Price.
Yeah, it's there.
All right, cool. You too,
Okay.
current. You
Not child.
I thought he was gonna catch that. He didn't. That's
Man, yeah, I a Warrior fan, but man, I'm so close. I'm not supporting, like not really supporting, but not giving this team my emotional. Like I don't like the way they're acting. And Steve Kerr has, man, he died on his heel. He is a student of Popovich and Phil
allegedly.
Jackson to the core, boy, to the
you
core.
said
I mean,
allegedly.
even Popovich like learned that, like, you know what, maybe I should just get into the groove. Like it is what it is. These kids today, it is what it is. Maybe I should just let Ginobili just go out there and let him, he'll find his way. Maybe I should just let LaMarcus Aldridge just, play how he play and don't ask him to be Tim Duncan because, he's not like. But man, Steve Kerr say he can't play three players together, can't play Kumingas with the Stars. Man, isn't somebody have to get injured? That's how he gets an opportunity. Like Steve Kerr dies on his heel, man.
Hey, you know what's crazy? What they said on the end of the day, they said the last 6 teams. They said it on First Take this morning. Dallas House said the last 6 teams that beat Jimmy Butler, they all won the NBA championship.
What we're supposed to take from that? Don't worry. At least he lose to the champion. That what we're supposed to take from that.
I don't know what we're supposed to take from that, but
What the fuck? How am I like? Okay.
They was all stunned about it. They was like, "That's a great stat." I was just sitting there like,
so is this stat.
Okay.
Whoever colors inside the lines as a child usually goes to Harvard. Fuck up.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that.
I ain't hardly run this game. I won 6 the last game, right? I ran 8 times for 153 yards with Randall Cunningham.
It's because you be cheating, man. I told you that.
Don't be cheating, man. 81%, 345 yards, no INTs. Brett Barnett, 6 catches, 211 yards.
Damn, 200.
Yeah, man. And I got it on
In 5 minutes quarter, bro. You'll be turning them over. How many plays they be getting in, bro? Man, you be.
Hey, it gets harder though.
That's crazy.
Tell you, it gets harder once you get to the playoffs.
Oh yeah, when you get ready to try to wrap up that division, you'll have a trap game waiting on your ass.
Mm-hmm.
That's the algorithm. That's
yeah, they made those games back in the day so hard to the point to where it's like, dude, and you didn't have a save or a memory card.
Mm-hmm.
You had to do that shit off the muscle, and if you didn't, sucks to be you.
All over, man. All over again.
Yeah,
so you mean the following day you got to start your season all over again?
I used to have to disconnect my Nintendo from the television, keep the Nintendo on all night until I got off from school, and then pick it back up when I get off from school. And you better pray that your parents didn't find out, because they'll turn that shit off and you'll be like SOL.
Man, so I got a crazy story, right? So in the island, we didn't had electricity until like early 2000s in the island, but everyone had generators. Generators used to run off of diesel. So one day our folks they left to go on another island to get stuff for the kitchens and for the kitchen food stuff. So we put on the generator 9 o'clock, and we playing games, bro. Our folks came home like 3, and we still playing games, bro. Our whole room, everybody in the neighborhood now, the island is one fucking island, one neighbor. Everybody in the island is in our room playing games, right? Because we're the only one who got a cheap bootleg thing, bro. Man, our parents got home around 3 o'clock, bro. Immediately, our room got empty, bro. All of our brethren, bro, they run when they found out our parents was home. Man, we know we messed up because we supposed to turn off the generator. We ain't supposed to be burning fuel, bro. We supposed to turn off the generator at 11 o'clock. Man, bro, me and my brother, we look at each other, bro. Both of us running to the generator house now to turn off the generator.
But
And
it's too
while I'm
late. They
saying,
already got their stick in their hand.
bro, man, what the fuck is you in my mind, bro? Like, bro, while I'm saying that, we're running, we're looking back, our dad is already taking off belt, bro.
Ass is
We're
about to
running,
be beat.
man. We run to the generator, and that shit turned off while we was running to it because it ran out of fuel, bro. Man, bro, I
Oh, it
can't
ran
even
out of fuel?
explain. Yeah, cause we run that bitch all day, man. We that shit run out of fuel, so we didn't even turn it off. That shit just shut off by itself,
Oh,
and
come on, man.
we didn't even got there, man.
Oh, they
Bro,
cheating
we
now.
look at each
But
other, me and my brother. We say, should we run? We know we can't run now because we fence in. We ain't tall enough to climb the fence to get over, bro. And when we heading back, man, our dad, he was just sitting on the wall waiting, bro. Like, and the
Come
crazy
on,
thing is,
come to me.
our mom, man, nothing, bro. He never looking at us. He just sit down waiting because he know, bro. We looking at each other now. My brother, I'm nudging him. He's nudging me like, go first, like, because you at a slight disadvantage when you go second because they're a little bit tired. Yeah, the slightest, and you.
No, your father was African, so you know that nigga ain't getting
Man,
tired, especially during discipline time.
well, you know, man, we put anything in our mind to get over the shit, bro. That's what we're telling ourselves. Who goes second won't get the, anything. We're telling ourselves anything to get through that shit.
Anything.
Block it.
Man, we know well normally.
Yes.
So in every situation like this, normally the only thing that would save you is your mom, right? Because you know how mothers is like. Like,
yeah, my mom didn't save me.
We waited for our mom to say something, bro, and she just continued putting away the groceries that's where we know, like, oh shit,
this is real,
man. We got our ass whoop red, bro. And then he sent us to in the beach, like, go cool off.
He sent you to the beach
after he beat our ass, like, go beach, man, go cool off.
Who in the hell gets an ass whooping and go on vacation? That's what I want to know.
Man, yeah, but that go to the beach ain't to have fun or nothing, bro. Like, because we know we're not even picking up a stone to throw a stone. Nothing. We can't pretend we having fun. We know by that time, bro. It just go to the beach because our grandpa is down there, so we know they know they got ice and stuff down there, And that go to the beach too is off of like before I take this stone up and hit you up inside your head and like
Did you say turnip?
Really, a stone? Yeah, like
stone. Damn, I'm like, damn,
yeah.
Turnips were like that back in.
No, I mean, if they had turnips and they pick that up, they hit your ass with it, man. That's how my dad stopped.
Damn, I heard two players, man. I heard Troy Aikman.
He knocked my sister out clean, bro. His ass got scared. After that, bro, he stopped hitting his kid, bro. Like, knocked her ass out with a conch shell.
Computer gets hurt, and then eventually, one of your players.
To ask you this, my nigga, but what's a conch shell?
That's thing is like a snail. Like picture a big snail, but the shape of the shell is different. Instead of a round, is like a flat something. But it's unique in the way that like you got to make a hole at the top of it and push the meat out. Brilliant. That's one of the tourist delicacy. Like they love that conch meat. And you could make a song like you make a song like a horn with the shell.
Oh, that's where I know it from. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, that. Yeah, we call it conch. CONCH. Like, yeah, that's how we. But it's seasonal. Yeah, the shell is beautiful. Like the longer it stays out the water, the more beautiful the shell gets. And like when you put your ears to it, you hear the ocean. Like you hear like the sound of waves and stuff and shit. It's crazy. So like, yeah, that's one of the things that I sell, man. I sell so many conch shell to tourists, $5, $5 $1. Like, yeah. But no, they can't. You can't travel with stuff like that anymore.
But since COVID,
No, way before that. Way before that. I don't know the reasoning behind it, but yeah. That and turtle shell. Well, I think the whole save the turtles, all that. Yeah. But like those used to be the top stuff, man. Like conch shell and tourists used to buy this stuff, and like, man, everyone is a hustler, bro. Like you can't be lazy when you're there. Like that's one thing I could say, bro. Like in the island, man, if you like hustle come by nature, you just pick up anything, look shiny, make it shiny, and then man, and dumb tourists will buy that, bro. They
he said they still buy it.
oh yeah, man. Pick up shell, like yeah, the resource them cost you. The only thing it costs you is your energy. Picking up a bucket, going down to the beach, go to the surf, where the water is just washing up. You dig a hole, dig. You dig deep enough, and you find some shells of different shape, size, beauty, man. Yeah, bro. And some shells, you scratch them on the surface on the concrete, and they make a hole. You put your string in it, beat it up, like, bro. That's, man. You take dry coconut shells, smash it, smooth it, like sandpaper the edges, smooth it up, shape it into whatever you want to shape it into. Like, man, the hustle is, it don't cost you money to get the product, if you understand what I'm saying. Like it's like it's all there. All it takes is your energy. So if you ever meet someone from the island who's lazy, that's a fucking lazy person. That's a different level.
Oh
That's
my
a different
God.
level of
Drop the
laziness.
ball for real. You was in the end zone and you dropped the ball. You was wide open, dude.
Damn, that's one of them games.
I ain't gonna miss this one though. Touchdown.
He cheated.
Man, he killing them, man.
Homeboys put me up on this, man. That's like cheap price, man. You just get the old school games and all that, but I want to get the one that got Def Jam Fight for New York on there. That's the only game I'll play on there because I played enough Mike Tyson and I miss I need to see if Kung Fu was actually on this thing. I know you remember Kung Fu, Martavian.
Okay, yeah. I actually get my ass kicked in the 7-Eleven all the time. Before I actually went to
my time has come, yo. I gotta say peace to you, brothers.
All right, bro.
I gotta go handle my business. You know, I go easy, T-Price. Easy, Mark.
Easy, bro.
Yes, sir. Keep up the good work. I used to go to 7-Eleven to get my arcade fix back when 7-Eleven had like 3 or 4 video games in it.
I remember we used to go to the airport, you know, and them things used to be, man, the airport used to be high as hell to sit there try to stay on them games.
Right. 50 cents instead of 25.
Mm-hmm. Now, way back then.
Back in the day.
Oh man, this nigga dropped the ball again. Come on, bro.
So what type of changes do you think Golden State needs to do?
Golden State already messed up what they can do. Get in there. That's a touchdown. Like I said, man, they messed up their team by look at the picks that they did in the past, right? They drafted well, but player development. Do you really see player development really used by the Warriors like they say that they did? No, you can't say that now because look, they have Wiseman, then they have Wiseman out there shooting 3-pointers. You know, they especially that year when Clay was out with his first ACL and Steph was out. I was saying then when I was doing the games on my channel, I was like, man, they still playing this. This is how I knew Steve Kerr couldn't coach. Like you still having this team playing like they're the Warriors instead of addressing playing to you know the team strength that you have on your team. They didn't take advantage of Wiseman. He could have been that interior presence that you just want if you just had him just rebound and block shots. And then another blow to the punch when DeRayment Sapphire punch Jordan Poole. I bet Poole was a bucket. Poole was a bucket for them. Like he really was a bucket for him, man. And they traded him. Oh, he fumbled. Can we get it? Oh my gosh. Okay. Now y'all finally gave me a fumble recovery. Cause I can't stand it when you fumble and you got all your players there to try to get it and the computer still get it. I'm like, how? All these dudes over here by this ball and the computer get it? Then that messed up too much of their team, man. Oh, I just missed them. Oh my god.
You have a point. They did have some good prospects that they gave up on, not gave up.
Yeah, that's why I don't feel sorry for them because you know every dynasty ends bad, right? We've seen it, especially in basketball. You know what I'm saying? Every dynasty ends well, and what just amazes me is that they give Jimmy Butler all this smoke, but don't give Draymond Green no smoke either. You see what I'm saying? It's like they pick and choose who to blame game on. Y'all was the one. I said this when the games when I started the stream. They hyped up the Lakers and they hyped up the Warriors, and look what ended up happening. Yeah, granted, even though Steph, didn't play, missed game one. He had 13 points in 13 minutes. But I still felt from top to bottom. I said this before the playoffs even started. I still felt like Minnesota was just a better team.
That's fair.
Granted, I know that, hey, you can't pick your battles because let's just say that Ant-Man won't have another chance to play Steph Curry in the playoffs. We don't know how much longer Steph is going to be able to be. You know what I mean? And I'm glad he didn't come back because knowing him, he would have came back. But Lord forbid if he had a serious injury.
Yeah, come back trying to placate the hamstring and tear ACL.
Mm-hmm. That part. I didn't want him to even do that to himself. But oh my God, man, they got me that time. Yeah, I called the timeout. Sabrone. This game is over, and I ain't letting y'all score a point. I'm playing the Cowboys. I can't stand it. I never liked the Cowboys.
Me neither.
That was my dad's favorite team and my brother's favorite team is Cowboys. I couldn't stand the Cowboys. All my favorite teams was the Lakers, and I used to love the 49ers growing up. And I don't even know. I'm not even going to watch football this season, though.
Why not?
Because I just don't feel it like I used to. I just recently just did it because the 49ers. Look at the 49ers, for instance, right? So this is my observation, okay? This is just how I think, right? Okay. Shanahan, okay, you lost the lead. You lost the lead to Tom Brady. I never forget that because I left and moved out here.
2016.
Yeah, I came and moved out here in 2016. Now, because I left that Tuesday morning, like early Tuesday. I left like Tuesday morning after the day after the Super Bowl. I never forget my dad was like, son, they up 28-3. I was like, Dad, I remember I told my dad and my mom, I was like, Dad is not gonna have Tom Brady on national TV getting his behind.
Get blown out.
I just don't believe it. I sat there and watched the whole game and everything like that. And I remember talking to one of my friends that who knew me at the time, and we was talking, and he was like, man, T Price, man, nice, good to see you. I mean, I'm about to get out of here. I'm about to go to the West. I got things I got to take care of. He's like, man, just do what you got to do. We were just talking about the Super Bowl. Then we started talking about the Super Bowl. I was like, man, when they was up 28-3, man, I knew, man, they wasn't going to let, no. And a lot of people don't even know this too, bro. If you notice that play, when he ran the ball, he didn't even cross the plane.
No, he didn't. That's the Patriot way. Give him a championship under suspicious circumstances.
The ball never crossed the plane. The tape don't lie. It just like my homeboy that I met. His name is Moot. He's a season ticket holder at the Seahawks, and I can't even imagine how he felt when they decided not to run Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah, that was special. And when I say special, I mean pretty damn stupid. You're on the 1 yard line. Even the most basic Madden player knows if you're on the 1 yard line, you run it in. All 4 downs. Maybe a play action pass to the tight end or fullback or something like that. But the running backs are going to get the majority of the carries. They did not want Marshawn Lynch to be the MVP of the Super Bowl. So what's the best way to keep him from being the MVP of the Super Bowl?
Passing it.
Yeah. And guess what? And Russell Wilson's career has never been the same since then.
Never have been. Yep, you're so right about it. Never have. Yeah, that Legion of Boom, man, I couldn't stand them because they were, I'm a Niner fan. I was
a Rams fan.
They was knocking heads off. I couldn't stand them boys. Okay.
When Pete Carroll came to Seattle and he made that slick comment about the St. Louis Rams, ever since then, I was like, yeah, he could eat a fat one.
Cause I never forget when the St. Louis Rams was when they had Kurt Warner, Isaac Bruce, Marshall Faulk,
Azir Akeem, Roland Williams,
Torrey Holt. Man, the boys, man. I remember Ed. That's one thing I miss about that's why I know I travel. Cause when I used to catch when you take the Greyhound, now the Greyhound and I don't know how long it's been like that in St. Louis though, but the St. Louis Blues is literally right there by the bus station and train.
Yeah, it's still there off 14th.
It's still there to this day. Okay.
Yeah, 14th, and that'll be right next to 40. Yeah, right where the Enterprise Center is.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got that big hotel that didn't change names like 40 times. You got the Amtrak and the Greyhound in the same Civic Center.
Yep. Because every time used to be in St. Louis, I always had a long bus delay, like 9-10 hours.
Layover.
So,
Yeah.
layover, yeah. I used to go out and man, my homie's like, "Where you going?" Like, dude, I'm gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't follow me, man, because you ain't gonna like what I'm going to do. I'm just get away, have my bag with me and everything like that. Be back in time to catch the bus. I ain't about to sit in this place for no 10 hours. I was a sightseer.
Because at that point, you had Union Station Mall was open. They turned Union Station Mall into an aquarium.
Wow.
Put a Ferris wheel downtown.
Man, they scored a touchdown already. How? He's going up that crazy crap. Man. Pittsburgh always played me tough though, so they gave me my last L the last time I did this. Play until the time the game time come on. But by the time the game
That's the Battle of Pennsylvania. Of course they gonna play.
By the time the
you still got Philly, right?
Yo, I should be in like in the eighth or 10th week. Because I normally look at the stats, so they about to get me. God dang it. It's all right. He's wide open though. Touchdown. No! Oh my gosh. They got me right at the 1 yard line. I'm just gonna run this bug in. Man, they don't change. Man, that's crazy. They changed it to aquarium now.
Yeah. Took out the show, took out the Hooters, the famous Hooters that was there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You know, I never went inside Hooters, man. My homeboys just tried to get me. I'm like, man, why I want to go in Hooters, man? And I know a guy. He met his old lady. Met a nice lady from Hooters, man, and she was put together and everything like that too. But at the same time, like she was just like, I don't have to sit there. I know I got to wear these shirts, and everything like that. But she was like, but my chest, it's just not made for these shirts. You know, you don't have to give me something else, or I ain't working here. She's still working. You know, she don't work there to this day though. But that's how she was. We used to go there and watch the games, all that stuff. We used to get off work because she used to work there. She was cool. You know what I mean? We used to go there and watch the games. She wasn't at Hooters though when we watched the games because there was Hooters, and then it was this that's when they start coming out with the that's when every in all across the states they start having their own version of a sports bar. It was a sports bar that was right across the street. I forgot the name, what it's called, but it's still open to this day. Is what I'm trying to think of it. I just gotta Google and look it up. But we used to go over there and watch the games all the time, especially during the playoffs time, because we all work the same shift. And then especially when the playoffs start coming around, like, hey, especially March Madness, hey, you know it's March Madness, like, yeah, because normally March Madness, I've been missing March Madness, but the last 3 or 4 since I lived out here, I ain't been missing it though. I've been watching it all the way through. Then I got Hulu. I got Hulu Sports. I love Hulu Sports because you get all the sports channels, and then all the teams that you follow, you can still watch it on ESPN Plus for free. It's dope. I really like it. You can turn it off whenever you get ready. Because normally after basketball season, I turn it off, but I'm going to keep it on this year because I want to watch that tennis.
He said tennis.
I'm a big time tennis watcher, bro. I grew up watching tennis. I know who's good, the men and the women. I'm very versatile. You know, that's how we grew up. I grew up watching tennis. My dad used to love tennis. My dad used to watch golf. My dad used to watch. I can't get into that NASCAR. Even though I did work at a NASCAR. I work as a cleanup crew when I was in the South. That was the year that my oldest nephew was graduating from high school that year. I was on that road crew of cleaning up. I got the job on some humbug. and I was on the guy. I was on the guy. I was on the guy on an all female staff. And we used to do the Auburn. We used to clean up the Auburn games. We used to clean up the LSU games, and we did NASCAR. I don't know how, man. We was always on the road, bro. That was like that's one of the favorite time of my life. Time of my life, or man, we was going to a real college football game. Cause I like Auburn's football stadium because they statues of Bo Jackson and Cam Newton. Man, they was some big behind dudes, bro.
Scam Newton. Yeah, Cam Newton need to shut the hell up. I used to like him. Till he came to the media, then I was like, yeah. And the fact that he looks like a black William Shakespeare and shit. With the rapist mustache and the man with the big yellow hat.
I never forget that Super Bowl when they was killed him though, but I thought about like he no good with it, man. They was hitting Cam Newton all in the head, helmet, illegal hits. You know how many personal fouls they should have had?
Yeah, but you know, that's what he signed up for. Not to sound mean.
Yeah. It's gonna be really interesting who's gonna win the title this year. I think it's gonna be somebody. It's gonna have to be somebody new though. I think it's gonna be somebody that. Because look at the teams that's basically left. OKC haven't won one yet since they've been in OKC. Minnesota, you know, they haven't won one allegedly, but there was a team in
Minneapolis Lakers. You can't say they haven't won one.
I'm talking about Timberwolves.
Yes, they were the Minneapolis Lakers before they became the Los Angeles Lakers. So their city has won one, just not under Minnesota.
Minnesota, yeah, that's the point I'm making. Yeah, they have won one, but that ain't since George Mikan, when George Mikan won 5 of them things. The original, because everybody think that the Boston Celtics was the first dynasty. No, it was actually the Minneapolis Lakers. Hey, St. Louis. How long that St. Louis basketball team stayed there for? Do you remember?
I don't know off the top of my head. I want to say into maybe the mid to late 60s. Because I do know they used to play at the Purina Checker Dome, which we used to call the arena. And that was not even downtown. That was located in the Central West End, and it actually was located next to the Forest Park Community College. Shut it down in '93. Demolished it in I want to say 2000. Yeah, it was. That's the first time I ever seen grown men cry.
Oh, when that building went down?
Yeah, I had a lot of my childhood in that building. You know, I never got a chance to see any games, but we used to go to conventions every summer there, and it was a great experience for the area. We seen a lot of tailgating. Seen a lot of great things in that area. Really did, no lie. This is back in the mid to late 80s, beginning of the 90s. I want to say 91 is the last time I've been there, and I was 10 years old in 91. So
come on, Keith Jackson, for real, dude. Oh my God. I hate when I have a good drive, man, and they fumble that bad boy, man. I hate that crap.
Yeah. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy. Like where I grew up at, I remember they had, I remember they first came out with the community. I mean, cause we used to play, cause right where when they actually built the building, man, but it was right across. It was right across from the PO, where people had to go on probation place at, so because the community center was literally right across the street. So when I used to go in, and check in with my PO and everything like that, I was just blessed and fortunate. I had some cool POs. Even when I got out of prison, I had a cool man, and I'm doing my due diligence, and I looked her up, and I messaged her. She haven't. She responded back. She remembered who I was. I need to check on her though. But my probation officer, man, and she remind you of. I know you seen that movie with Snoop Dogg. Where Snoop Dogg was a pimp, bossing up. Now that
I'm
girl
not a
that he
Snoop
was in
Dogg
love.
fan.
But I'm not a Snoop Dogg fan either. But that movie, Bossing Up, the girl that he ended up killing and everything like that, fell in love with or whatever. She reminded me of my probation officer.
Oh,
She was, man, and I never forget when I first met her. She just looked at me. She just gave me that long talk. She was like, "Hey, like you're out on probation, da 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 da. I'm such and such and everything. Like you gotta go find, you gotta look for work, yada yada yada, and everything." Because they transferred me out to a shelter, to a men's shelter, when I was in Lake Charles. So then I told her, I was like, I'll be back. When I'll be back, I'm gonna have a job. And she looked at me. She's like, I heard that before, So I came back. It was like not even an hour later, and she was on lunch, and she looked at me. She was like, "You back already?" I was like, "Yes, ma'am." She was like, "What can I do for you?" I got a job. She was like, "You're the first person that I seen that said they was actually gonna do something and actually did it." And she never drug tested me. She never did anything. I wasn't doing all that stuff anyway at the time. You know what I mean? So she never drug tested me, never done anything like that. And all the dudes that I know, my homies at the time that had her, they was like, "Man, how did you was not able?" I was like, "Dude, I handled my business, bro. I was a man of my word. I said I was gonna go do something. I went and got a job. I stayed clean, man. Stay out of trouble." I'm like, dude, I was like, that's all I did. Like, y'all was trying to hit on her and everything. And she had a daughter that was very beautiful too. But her daughter used to was in love with the thug life dude. She was, she was into the thugs like really bad, really bad. Cause she tried to get me to try to talk to her daughter. I told her then, I was like, your daughter don't want nobody like me. She'll call me a square. She want them thugs. She was like, you really think so?
It's funny you say that, T Price, because when you try to do what is right, you're not the ideal guy. As soon as you fuck up, you're a hot commodity.
Yeah. It's just what it is. Salute Nate, salute Heckbo. I ain't been on the chat, reading what's in the chat, but this touchdown right here, I better get rid of it before you get hit me though. Think they're gonna get me though. Come on, get me. No. He almost got it. Cause how long we been on here? It's only 2:15. We still got 3 hours to game time. Lord have mercy.
Game time. Woo.
That's touchdown. Oh, they got me they always get me at the 1 yard line, man. They ain't gonna give me this time though.
There was a lot. I was a square growing up. I was the 9 to 5 play basketball. When I was looking for companionship, all the chicks that I would like try to like kick it with. It was like, oh, you don't do anything. And next thing you know, a couple of years later, they got 3 kids, 3 baby daddies, all this other stuff, all these extra problems that I didn't want. And then I remember, like it was yesterday, I saw an old chick that I used to talk to actually had a brief relationship with her. She broke it off with me because the other dude that she wanted, had multiple children, multiple, relationship issues. So she see me in my work uniform and I'm doing stuff. She's called my name out. We talked for a brief moment. She told me everything she was going through, and then she was like, man, I should have never walked away from you. I'm like, well, it is what it is. That was your choice.
Man, because one thing about me was like in relationships, I had to learn the hard way myself because whenever I wanted to talk to, man, why you go out of bounds, dude? Man, stop. He ain't go out of bounds this whole time. All of a sudden, he going to break his round and go stand immediately out of bounds. Stop it. Man, they got me. Gosh, man. I'm still going to get me, as long as I stay in field goal range, I can still hit me a field goal. Yeah, get me a field goal.
Yeah. Sad part about it is when you have to learn the hard way in love.
Man, it's like I tell my oldest nephew when I talk to him, I was like, dude, like it's different. Like y'all had everybody to talk to. I couldn't just sit there and talk to any and everybody. I couldn't trust everybody. I couldn't even trust some of my siblings. You know what I mean? Because everything that anybody has told me, I always kept it to my grave. You see what I'm saying? I never told anybody. I had this one girl did me like this one time, right? And she was like, I don't want you talking to my family behind my back, yada 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 yada. I'm like, okay. And then next thing I know, my mom was like, I went to my mom's house, just to check on her, whatever. Come here, Terrence, I got a bone pick with you about. I'm like, God, pick with me about what? I was like, this girl literally lied. She literally lied to my folks, said I wasn't doing nothing. She ain't had no food in her house. She didn't do this, and I wasn't doing it. And mind you, Martavian, this woman had 4 deep freezers full of food, my G.
You said 4 deep freezers?
4 deep freezers. 4.
Wow.
Filled up. My mom and dad gave her some money. I'm like, y'all believe anything what somebody say about me. You know what I'm saying? I could never got a chance to tell my dad that story, you know what I mean? And it's kind of crazy because she stayed close to where my mom stayed too, but she stay in Macon now. But if I ever see her again, I'm like, ain't nothing you need to talk to me about. Like, it's like certain people like that I went to school with. There's people that ain't seen me since I left high school in my senior year, excuse me. I got people that ain't seen me since then. They might see my family, but they ain't seen me. You see what I'm saying? I got people who I grew up with. I got family members haven't seen me since I was a kid, bro. So I'm the one that's always been away from everybody. I mean, absolutely everybody. On my own. So that was a lot of soul searching. You know what I mean? That's what, like, everybody's journey is different. And as for me, it wasn't hard for me being alone because I used to being alone. I used to just be by I liked it when I was by myself because I seen too many examples of having friends, so-called friends, and they make that situation bad because they did some dumb stuff, and then you always gonna be looked upon as the, I didn't want to be that kind of person. So anybody that know me anywhere, they'll say, man, when I know him, it was he was always by himself, respectful, kids loved him. I was, man, I was like the big brother to a lot of people, in my life journey. And I always used to gravitate to the kids that's always getting blamed for everything, getting beat down for everything. Cause I used to be the type when I used to go to my homie's house. When I brought my game, I knew the dad had a game system. I used to bring my game system too, and then I used to be like, I used to tell the kids, all right, this is what we're going to do. Y'all could go back and forth, back and forth. I don't care you're the oldest or not. I don't care. I met all of y'all the same. Y'all going to share this, but then the one that don't get enough attention, I always be like, hey, let them play first. They gonna get tired of it because they was older. You know what I mean? Then you gonna get your chance to play. And then when it was ever his time or short time to play, they already knew. Let that girl play. Because if I had to come out the room and say anything about it, they know the game is gone. You know what I mean? So I was always looking out for kids from that in that aspect, talking to them, because I always tell kids all the time, like, man, you got something that I never had. You got family that really care about you, no matter what you're doing in your life. Man, there's a lot of people wish they could trade places with you right now. You know what I mean? And they be like, you really think so? I'm like, I know so. And the ones that I'm talking about, they all end up being great. It was crazy, Martavian, because when I was living in Eugene at the time, and I told Leslie this because I used to stay with Leslie and Eric. They married, whatever. I used to tell them, I used to be like, I met somebody today. I was like, yeah, but I knew her mom. Like, she knew me from so she was like a little girl. I was like, it's crazy. And when she kept on talking to me, I was like, man, she looked like, I was like, ain't your mama Gloria? She was like, yeah. My mom's named Gloria. I was just like, then it just dawned in my head, because what we used to do back in the day in the 90s, and I seen older people do it too. Turn around. And she did that. And when she turned around, I was like, yes, indeed, you was Gloria, daughter. I was like, oh my God, how you doing? She was like, man, she was trying to holler at me, bro. I'm like, girl, no. I remember you was a little girl. I look at you like a little sister. Ain't no way. I never did that crap, bro. I never messed around with my homeboys, sisters, and even if I found out even if I knew they was cousins and stuff, nope, I'm not doing all that, because most people gonna pick family over everything unless your family gonna go against you at all costs because they don't like you. That's like the only way. I didn't want to be like that, bro.
Yeah.
Like, girl, you don't take your little self on somewhere. And my homeboy at the time, he was like, man, you crazy, bro. I would have. Like, dude, I know her mama, bro. Like, I remember that girl when she was at the park. She used to be at the park with her mom. Her mom used to be a dog hooper, man. She was one of them girls that used to be out there with grown men playing basketball, because she grew up in a family with basically everybody in her mom's side and her dad's side was hoopers. So she used to go playing against grown men and stuff like that. Everybody used to think, when I used to live in Louisiana, everybody used to think that was my girl. I was like, that ain't my girl, man. Like, I know her, man. Like, I met her when I got out of prison. She was just cool. She always respected me because I ain't never hit on her, bro. Never. It's just how I was raised. I was just raised like not to be like that, man. And I seen other people, other friends doing what they doing. Oh, I got to pick. I needed that. I finally got some separation now.
Yeah, sounds like you're struggling with Pittsburgh.
They did have me down 21-0, but I'm up 45-23 now.
Yo, they got a safety off you?
Yo. They guessed my play. And I ain't even called this play the whole game, and they guessed it.
It's that AI.
You know it's gonna get harder when I get to the when it's time to clinch, especially in the first round or the second round. If you miss them
Absolutely, they're gonna
tackles,
turn that into the 2000 Ravens defense.
and then don't go against nobody like Marcus Allen or
All right, career days against your team.
my boy, what's my boy named Barry Sanders. You missed that tackle, boy, he gone, bro. Especially in the playoffs. Anything you can do. Yeah, I got 2 more minutes left in this thing. That was the good old days, man. But I remember everybody used to say back then, 90s was the best time to find love and all that. Because I know people, they've been together since, 90s. And they still together, which is good, But like I said, it don't work for everybody. It didn't work for some people. My grandma auntie used to tell me this all the time. Your time is going to be late. You're going to be late to actually get yours. Some people get theirs early. Some people get theirs late. But no matter when you get it late, you're going to know.
For me, it was the music. That's what made me really, really want companionship. It was like you grew up on videos and Midnight Love and all that other stuff. It painted such a beautiful picture of something you wanted to experience. But the problem is reality versus perception. It's 2 different things.
Yes, it really is.
So, I was 1994 was my year of trying to figure everything out, even though I was 13, but it started to come together. I started to know who I was, what I liked, what I didn't like, what I was willing to accept, what I wasn't going to accept. And I'm glad that I had my own little idea. I wasn't trying to be like Mike. I wasn't trying to be like Pryor. I wasn't trying to be like Eddie. I was being just like me. I was always comfortable 13, 14, in my own skin. Bro,
I was still wrestling demons with myself at the time, because at the time I was in and out the house, and yeah, it was, this gonna be my last one right here. This is my last one. I didn't run that much this game. I'll play this later. Oh, I need to see they got Kung Fu on here. That's what I need to see if I got it on this thing. Hold on. I got bases loaded.
Bases loaded.
I need to see if they actually got it on here. If they got Kung Fu on here, I'm gonna try to play that. I be playing I got the old Ninja Turtles games. That's on here. Let me turn this down. This thing be loud. Then they got 10-yard fight. You remember that?
Oh, that was a trash football game, but it was the only thing we had
back then, boy.
10-yard fight. Hell no, my stomach hurts now that you said that. That's crazy.
Old school Pac-Man on here. Well, I need to see if they got Kung Fu on here, man. That's why
my sons love Pac-Man for some strange reason.
I got the updated, the new updated version of it on my PlayStation on the 4. I gotta go into the K. I'm in the arcade. Okay, Atari. That's FC. Where's Nintendo at? I need to hold on. Class. Atari.
How long you been living in Oregon?
It'll be 8 years. I've been here since 2016.
Jesus Christ. So that's home now.
I've been out here 2016, bro. It's beginning to be my last because, like I said, I need to get your number too. Yeah, because I'm on a mission, man. Because
Where are you
I
thinking
am
about
getting
going?
tired. Shoot, if I do, it'll be back. It'll be back down south. Be down south because if I always did say, I'm at the age now that I need to get closer to home, close to the mom, close to my cousins. Like I said, the cousin I do communicate with, you know what I'm saying? We chopping up, they be like, "Cuz, man, you ain't seen you since we was like you was 9 and I was 8," and I'm like, man, I know. But shout out to my cousin who do keep in contact with me though, man. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people, I'm dead to the world to them. Because I've always been that type person that I always had to be the one to um have to be the one that reaches out and make the phone calls, things of that nature.
So you putting in all the work in the relationship.
Yeah, I bet if I'm basically like this, if nobody don't call, that's it.
That's fair. It took me a minute to get to that point. Certain people in the family, but I started getting to that point because I have friends from teenage years, right? And when we start getting older and we start having a family and we start doing things, I was the only one reaching out. I was the only one trying to figure out, how y'all doing, how y'all family doing, this, that, and other. And then when it gets to that point, like you feel like you're the only one putting in the work, of course you're not going to sit up there and keep it going. It's human nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how it is. Like with anybody that I knew, it's been like this, like since I was young. Because there's people you always tell me, man, communicate with me, T, do this and that, and that about, I'm so old. I mean, I used to just write letters to the, the people. You know what I'm saying? Now I don't even do that. Now people like just, I used to write all the time. I haven't wrote in a long time, but I used to be deep into writing. I used to write all the time. I need to start by getting into that again.
Yeah.
Just get my mind off stuff. Okay, it's time to turn this thing off.
I will get people's phone number and call them.
Oh, yeah, I need to.
The longest I would go is probably a month if I'm really, really busy. But I would definitely catch up with you at some point.
Yeah. For me, I got all the time in the world. Me, as long as it's in the afternoon, and I haven't decided exactly what I'm going to do yet. But one thing I am going to miss about living out when I do decide to leave out here is that the West Coast is so beautiful, man. It really is. Like it is so beautiful. But if the East Coast, the South, and the Midwest had the resources like they have here, it'll be a whole lot better place all across the U.S.
And when you say resources, what do you mean?
Like for me, like for instance, right? I had like how people try to get their records expunged?
Yeah.
I met a lady out here when I moved here. She retired. She retired. Departments of Corrections in Oregon. She retired. She retired. I think she did like 40 years or something like that. But she retired. And anyway, I met her, and then she told me all the information that I need. Actually, I met a friend of hers. She was like, "You got to get your charges that you have and everything like that." And then once I mailed off, got my little charge, and then they sent it back to me, and then I presented it to her. She looked at me, and she said with a smile, she was just like, "Are you serious right now?" I was like, I'm dead serious. Like that was what I was that was what I was charged with. She was like, that should have been a lowercase misdemeanor, but I was like, but I was in Louisiana at the time, and she was just like, oh, then she started explaining to me how what I already knew already. She said, I already know you know this already, that they like to, if you're black, Mexican, or anything like that, they make it a felony off a rip. Just so that can follow you on your on majority of your life. But it's all up to you to get it off. Most people could pay it off. Most people just stay out of trouble. But she said, I'm really going to help y'all. She was a nice lady too. She was another attractive lady too. You know what I mean? That my boy, one of my homies from New York, he was like, man, T Price, like, she's pretty, man. I was like, man, like, I'm like, man, this lady just helped me get some off my record that I think it should have been already off of there. So then she introduced me to the lady that retired. I met her. She did everything. She did my print. She did everything. I mailed it back. I mailed the information back to the it was Louisiana, it was Florida, to the state of Florida. And next thing they know, I get a phone call like 3 months later, and actually I got a letter, and then I was like, jury duty. I was like, how in the world I'm doing jury duty? I was like, why in the world I'm doing jury duty? Like it didn't dawn on me at the time. It didn't really dawn on me. So I ended up doing the case. You know what I mean? And I did another case too. Then I got subpoenaed again to do another case. This is when I was living in Corvallis, Eugene area. And then COVID came. COVID came. Then when COVID came, it shut everything down. Then I started doing the digital court hearings and stuff like that. But my thing is that I thought I had to spend all this money. I only spent $25 for this lady to do all this, do this little bit of paperwork for me. Compared to if I was doing it down south, it would have been an arm and a leg. Out here it was only $25. I put a lot of my home. I used to tell my homeboys out here about it. I took my homeboys on YouTube about it. Like, dude, I know somebody that, I was just, passing the word on. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you really want something off this record? I know somebody that can help you get this stuff off of there. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean, like, by resources. Let me give you another great example. Washington State, they got they actually help men get, how you got women don't let their fathers see their kids. They
Oh
actually
yeah.
got a program. They actually got a program in Washington. It's going, and every person that I knew that I told them about this, they all got their kids back, or they got joint custody. You see, but because they got a program out here strictly for that. They don't care where your woman is at in the United States, where your baby mama is. You gonna get some. I'm telling you, that's why I said the West Coast got a lot of that's what I mean by resources. That down south you can't find that, or in the Midwest, or unless God bless you with somebody that just you walk into. You see what I'm saying? They got that knowledge. You feel what I'm saying? That's what I meant. They got a lot of resources. And another thing I'm gonna miss about being out here when I do decide is I've been to way more concerts I did in my life when I live here. I went to a few of them. I went to about 3 of them in my lifetime. But since I've been here in Oregon, I've been in 8 years. I've been over 20 concerts,
Damn.
and I always get great seats, and I always jump on board. Like the Yin Yang Twins and Little John, they're gonna be down here on the 4th of July. I just saw Ludacris last year. My homies know. Ron Todd would tell you how close I be. Cause I sent them the videos when I went to go see Warren G. Man, I was right there, bro. I was like, and then when I'm about to go see Ludacris at the fairgrounds in Salem, I'm gonna be right there again. Instead of being on the last row behind the standing only, I'm gonna be in the 4th row of the seats. So I'm gonna be right there by stage. I always get blessed of always getting good seats. Yo, that's the thing, and telling the cross search be crunk too, man. That's when I start seeing a lot of the black people too. You know what I mean? Cause they go to the concerts, they be like, "What's up? What up? What up? What up?" I just don't like going to Portland, man. I can't stand Portland, bro. Portland remind me of Kansas City. It remind me of
Really?
Kansas City, Missouri. Yeah, it remind me of Kansas City, Missouri. But I'll deal with people in Missouri before I would people out here, and that's saying something.
Yeah, Missouri. Now I've only been to Kansas City for work, so I really don't know the area for real. It was either go to Kansas City for Worlds of Fun, or go to Kansas City when I used to do transportation
Oceans of Fun
deliveries.
used to be my joint too, boy. We used to go there as a kid. In the church, we used to go to Oceans of Fun, Worlds of Fun.
Absolutely.
You remember when the Timberwolf first came out,
Yeah.
and that person got and that kid got um died off there. You know what? You know what? You know who kid that belonged to, right? I think it was it was somebody important in the state. It was I can't remember. Was it the it was somebody in the Senate in the Kansas in the Missouri or Kansas Senate or something like that. Somebody in that landscape of work. That kid that's why that's why they shut that ride down immediately.
Yeah. See, when we're in St. Louis, we can just go out to the outskirts where Eureka is and go to Six Flags there. So that was nothing. Six Flags from our house in St. Louis is what, half hour, 45-minute drive, depending on the traffic. Kansas City going to Oceans of Fun and Worlds of Fun. Fun fact: I couldn't. I was so little I couldn't get on none of the rides at Oceans of Fun, so I had to.
I used to be
Then,
little too. I used to be
but
short too. I hit my growth spurt. I used to be really short because that's why nobody didn't ever used to think they used to think my twin brother was the oldest. Well, I'm like, "Man, I'm the oldest." Even people that know me my whole entire life, we've been knowing each other since we was kids. They still think my brothers. Well, some of them actually do know, but and then you got some people. They be like, "Yeah, I'm the oldest." Just because he taller than you don't mean It just killed me when some people used to think that way. Like, dude, you've been knowing me my whole entire life. Like since we was kids, you did not know I wasn't the oldest. Like, where your brain cells was at?
yeah, there was there's a called a 70s barbecue, and it's right off of 70, and it was very good. Probably the best barbecue I've had, and this we're talking about 87, 88.
Do y'all
And
got Price Chopper out there?
now, fun fact: Price Chopper's only in Kansas City. It used to be in St. Louis, but then
No.
Price Chopper got sold out to Shop and Save, and then they just about 5 years ago eliminated all the Shop and Saves. So when I was visiting Kansas City, I went to two grocery stores that I grew up of: Price Choppers and Hy-Vee.
Yeah, High V's high like hell, boy. Woo!
Yeah,
I
but
remember that High V. That
they
was
got
back.
all their baked goods are homemade, and I remember going to kindergarten. My mom used to stop off at Hy-Vee and get those fresh donut holes.
Oh yeah, now when it comes to their pastries, they was A1. When it came to the stuff like was that's right about that. Because when I was out, when I was there, that was when K State was good at the time. That's when they had Jacob Poland. They had
Bishop,
oh, no, I'm talking about basketball. I'm talking about that basketball
uh,
team. I'm talking about I was in Job Corps. That was when Michael Bishop was at Kansas State.
yeah, I was at. That's when I was running the streets at Wash U, and they used to always either have. I think they were playing Kansas, because Kansas and Kansas State used to always be the big rivalry game.
Yeah, cause I'm so old. I could remember when Kansas and K State used to play each other just to see who's gonna get their first win of the season.
Yeah,
And then Bill Snyder resurrected K State and everything like that. And then now I remember when KU went undefeated. was that in the early 2000s or I think they went undefeated. Kansas did. That Kansas
Yeah.
football did. But when it comes, that's why people always ask me like how it is in the Midwest. Like, man, the Midwest, like in football, K State over Kansas. But when it comes to college basketball, you see you see a lot of Jayhawk fans. Do you see K State? But you also see a lot of Wichita State Shockers too. There's a lot of Shocker fans though too in Wichita.
I remember when Missouri was number one for one weekend, and I forget who they lost to, but they ended up fucking around and got blown out by a unranked team and lost that shit.
Man, I remember the Border Roars. I remember seeing Anthony Peeler and what was my other dude's name? I remember the
Keon Dooling.
Keon
that
Dooling. I remember what's his name too? I remember Joe Mazzulla used to play for Missouri.
Yeah, I remember it briefly. I just remember the scandal.
Yeah, I remember the scandal too. But he was a hooper. Yeah, my dad used to love the golf. He used to love the NASCAR. He used to love. That's why I like tennis. I couldn't get into that golf and tennis. I can't get into the golf. I can't get into the NASCAR and everything. But man, when I was working cleaning up the building, like cleaning up the stadiums, when you used to clean the stands, you'd be surprised what you will find, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, man, boy, them girls, man, we were finding money,
needles,
all kind of bottles. They be like, dude, like they don't even supposed to sell bottles. They don't even sell bottles, man. These people drink it, brought it in themselves. I don't know how in the hell you bought a big old bottle of liquor. And, man, it should be crazy, man. But I'm telling you, that was one of the funnest times I had in my life right there, boy. I'm telling you, that year right there, I never get that year, man. We was going somewhere every weekend, and I remember they had that big old skiing event in Virginia, and we actually had to tent out because we couldn't even get it. We couldn't get into the room because it was. Yeah, all the rooms were just basically it was sold out, no vacancy. So we had to do a tent outside. We had the tents. And we was actually blessed though, cause we had the what you call them, little mobile homes. You know what I'm saying? We had the little mobile home. We drove a couple mobile homes in there, man. Man, some of us still went out there and set the tent up. I set a tent up and everything. I had me an air mattress. And I was like, man, I ain't sleeping on no ground, bro. Woohoo! Because I was skinny at that time. Like, I ain't still no. That was fun though. That was fun at those, man. I never forget that year, 2000, man. That was.
So you ever went to Central Dairy in Jefferson City?
I've been to Jefferson City. I used to work at Taco Bell in Jefferson City.
Where at? Off of Missouri Boulevard?
That was right before. Wait a minute. That was during. No, that wasn't before. No, that was way before. No, that was during the time. That was right after the time when I found out that because I used to live out here before, right? I used to live in Tacoma with my childhood friends, and then I never forget, I got that phone call. Like it was like Usher for confessions, like I'm pregnant, yada 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 yada. I'd be like, and I never forget to tell the girl. I told her these exact words: "Don't have me come all the way back down there from nothing. I'm doing good. I'm doing straight. I got away from you. You know what I mean?" And she swore up and down it was my child and all this other stuff. And then I never forget that she posted all on the Facebook and my uncles and my uncles like, nephew, it looked like, I like that baby, man, you see that baby now, man, see that kid now, man, that kid, man, I don't know who that is, but that right there was a wake-up call for me personally, for God letting me know something like, like it's not the this is not the first time this happened where a woman tried to trap me of having a kid. You know what I mean? And then I just back off with women for a long time. For after that, I just backed off. I was like, nah, I'm not about to get I'm not about to get in these kind of situations. You know what I mean? So from this point on, I was like, I'm just gonna mess with people, women, talk to women that can't even have any more kids. So I won't put myself in this predicament.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I did that, but God showed me something else. Like, this is what you want to do. You see what I'm saying? And I seen it both ways, man. But now I don't have to worry about that anymore. You feel what I'm saying? So, like I said, man, learning is the best key. Life experiences, because anybody can give you good advice. Anybody can, but at the same time, the best advice is people that honestly went through similar things that you went through. Because a person is more able to accept information that way. Because I used to think I was the only one like this and this and that. And the guy showed me all these other different kinds of people that was just like me. Like literally, like literally. So he said, "See, you ain't the only one that feel this way." So that made me really start having a different aspect of beating myself down. Cause a lot of people don't know that emotional stuff, man. Man, I'm telling you, my mom, boy, man, my mom was very good with that mouth. I never heard her cuss in my life. She stopped cussing before me and my brother and my little sister was born. But that, I'm telling you, I heard more bad than I heard good talk. So I always went negative, even though deep inside I used to always use it as motivation. But at the same time, when you have so much negative energy in your whole entire life, and then when you do hear something good, you just like,
You don't know how to handle it.
I didn't know how to handle it. Right. I didn't know how to handle it. I was like, and I always went opposite, so I always thought to myself, the main reason why I moved out of here too, because I remember my dad used to tell me all the time, I said, I can help you do this and this. Now I'm like, no, I got myself into this. I'm going to get myself out of this situation. You know what I'm saying? And I just could never get a chance to tell him that I got out that situation. You know what I mean? Because he passed in 2020 in July.
Oh man, sorry to hear that.
Like I think it was like 26, 27. Oh, it's all good, man. He died like 26, 27, I think, of July. And I'll tell you, 2020 was a bad year altogether, because I lost a lot of people that I lost a childhood friend that grew up on my block. His name was Dre. He just went to go worked out. He was just going worked out, had a heart attack. And left the kid. You know what I'm saying? And he grew up on my street, and that was one of my go-to houses. You know what I'm saying, to go to, because I used to have a lot of hideout spots I used to go to. You know what I mean, just to get away, so nobody didn't know where I was at. That was one of my main houses I used to go. That was on the street. I used to hide at all the time. Yeah, I remember when I came back home. And I talked to her. I had to go. I always went back up there and talked to her and everything like that, because he had a brother that was good in wrestling, and he had a sister though too that a lot of dudes used to hit on her and everything like that. But I sat there and talked to her, and then my mom ended up telling me that he passed away. I was just like, then I had my childhood friend. We grew up in the church together, and she was a twin too, just like me and my brother was, and she passed away. It was just a lot of people that I knew that passed away. Then one of my childhood friends, matter of fact, shout out to my bro, man, the one that got the intro music in the background, his sister passed away. You know what I mean? And that was a shock. You know what I'm saying? So it was just like a lot of people who I knew my whole entire life, growing up, were just telling you, man, that pandemic and after that, it really opened up my eyes a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? You don't know how many times you're gonna have this chance, bro. Like you really don't know.
Sad reality of it is the line from the professional Gary Oldman. Shout out to him, great actor, very versatile actor. He had a line in there when he was talking to the little girl. He says, "Only because of death is the reason why you appreciate life." And there's a lot of truth to that. From 2014 all the way up to last year, I lost at least 2 people a year, and it starts to affect you. Now, the last person I lost a couple of years back, so a young man, me and him about the same age. Actually, me and him were the same age to his death. His name was James Johnson. Shout out to James. Was baptized with this brother. We went through our teenage years together. We went through a lot of learning, growth spurts together, and he died on a motorcycle accident. And I just saw him that weekend before, and I've lost people before. I know how that feels. It's not going to be the first time I feel that way. It's not going to be the last time, unfortunately, I feel that way. But it was just something about the fact that I just saw him that was beating me up. That familiarity of we were just talking. We just had a conversation. It was really just messing with me. The year before that, good friend, female, her name was Danina. I had a lot of admiration and a lot of love and respect for her. I didn't know that she was slowly dying, but towards the end, she told me she had cancer, and I asked her, is she doing okay? She said, yeah. We started playing text tag. You know how that is. Until one morning, she didn't return my text. So I asked her, did she need anything? I always ask anybody, especially if they're sick, do they need anything? She said no. I was like, okay. Then I find out that she's in a hospice. I didn't take that very well. 3 days later, she's now a memory. And there's a crazy thing about mourning. And I'm not talking about Alonzo mourning. I'm talking about the actual mourning. There's a crazy thing about that. Everybody mourns in a different way.
Different way. They do.
And
yes.
Depending on the person that you're mourning for, it comes out in different ways. Yes. And I didn't know that I was internalizing her death. I didn't know that I was depressed. I was sad just the way she passed. It really, really messed with me. It really did. And after that, I had to do a lot of asking myself some questions. If my day comes, or if and when my day comes, how do I want to be remembered? How do I want my children to view me? My sisters, my parents. And it really made me take some good looks at myself. So now that I took those looks at myself, it really helped me change the perspective that I wanted to leave behind. And it's just being honest with yourself, trying to be the best man that you can be under the circumstances. And that's what life is. This is why I'm not afraid to have these type of conversations. I'm not afraid to speak on these type of things, because we learn so much, not just from what we've been through, but we learn so much from what other people been through.
Mm-hmm.
Like I understand a lot of things. Look how much our stories crossed each other. Things I've been through, similar to Ron Time, similar to you. So
Just like
to sit up.
James. Yeah, James is another one. Yeah, there's a
Right.
lot of similar things. Yeah.
Yeah, now don't get me wrong, me and James never really got into a lot of the details, but to be perfectly fair, I've heard James. And just like I have moments with you and I have a moment with Ronton, I had a moment where I was listening to him on a podcast basically break down in tears talking about things his grandparents told him and how he should have listened when they were alive. And I felt that. Now don't get me wrong, I only met my dad's father once, and my mother's father, I never met him before he passed. But I had not my dad's mother, she passed when he was 14. But I had two grandmothers. I had a great grandmother on my dad's side, and I had a grandmother, my mom's mom. My mom's mom, my grandmother, me and her got close towards the end. However, I didn't know that was going to be the end. In my mind, nothing's ever going to happen to grandma. She's always moving around. She's always doing stuff. She's a comer. She's a goer. You know, grandma was grandma. Now, the part with me where it becomes very tragic is she died while I was locked up. The last conversation I had with her is the day before my I was being moved to a different camp. The only person, because everybody has certain people that will accept, collect phone calls, and some that won't. Now, my grandmother always used to accept, collect phone calls. And she accepted mine. She wanted to know where I was being stationed and all this other stuff. And I told her. However, she told me this one thing. She said, be careful. I will be there when you get out. What do you want for dinner for your first meal? And I was like, Grandma, I loved your smothered pork chops, greens, candy yams, and my grandma used to make this great lemon cake. I can still taste it, even though she's been gone for almost 21 years. I can still taste her lemon cake. And she said, baby, I'll make sure I make it for you. That was the last conversation I had with my grandma. I found out after I got out of the hole and I called my parents. Actually, I take that back. I called her house and my uncle answered the phone. And he was like, how you doing? And I'm like, I'm hanging in there. And I asked him, can I speak to Grandma? He did everything he could to avoid the conversation. And if you know my uncle like I know him, he's not that type of person. So I'm getting this bad feeling on the phone talking to him. And he was like, because my grandma's name is Mary. He's like, Mary's sick. So I'm like, where is she at? He says she's at the hospital. I'm like, okay. And I'm hearing a lot of commotion in the back. And I don't know what's going on. So I'm trying to get some information from him. And then he just stops talking. So I'm literally sitting on that doggone collect phone, that blue phone with the, cause you know, the free phones are black, the collect phones are blue.
Right.
I'm sitting on that phone, trying not to ask him the question I don't want to ask. So then the CO yells out, 30 more minutes. Then I just asked my uncle, I said, did Grandma die? And he said yes. And I'm not going to lie to you. It literally felt like the room was spinning around. And, you know, I broke down. You know, they had to escort me out to a isolated area. And then when one of the representatives came in and found out what happened, they gave me a toll-free line. They gave me an hour to kind of find out what's happening. I called my mother, and she was like, we wasn't going to tell you until you got out. And I'm thinking, I'd have snapped on everybody. And then my cousin snuck all the way up to come visit me because he had a warrant. I don't know how the hell he got in with a warrant. When he came in, and he broke down every detail of Grandma's passing. And he said, I have to tell you, I did not want you to find out a year or 2 years later how all this played out. And I went into a little bit of a spiral after that. Because unknown to me then, my grandma was the linchpin of the family. She was what made everything stay together. She was the glue. And even though she's been almost gone for 21 years, this family has not been the same at all. So I'm doing it. I'm trying to take some of the responsibility to make this family great again.
Yeah. With me, it's like we about to close out on this. Like with me, like when I was out here and everything, because I remember I got into a disagreement with my father at the time. You know, because my mom was like, "Son, you need to get you a cell phone." And I was like, "Mom," I was like, "why should I get a cell phone?" I was like, "Nobody's gonna call me. I mean, she's like, you need somebody so people can get in contact you, whatever like that." So my dad, you know, he finally had a phone or whatever, and then I was like, "Dad, I'm like, I bought a phone. Like, I literally bought a phone." He's like, "Why you can use the house phone?" I was like, "Dad, why I want to use the house phone? Because you be on the house phone majority of the time. Because majority of the time the phone rings, they will call the superintendent Price home, his mother Price home. You know, y'all know y'all don't do that. And then I know, then I know at the same time how they used to do me when I was growing up. When I had a phone call, everybody in the whole house could listen to my conversation. And then
Wow.
once my friends began to find out about it, they said stop calling me to talk to me at school or whatever the case might be. Well, anyway, that was my last time. I apologize to him because I wasn't trying to. I'm not the type of person like to get angry, get upset. You know what I'm saying? Because I was always told to just be quiet. You know what I'm saying? Don't say anything. You know, that's why I'm so. When I used to be in the chat rooms, even way back in the day, we used to be on Yahoo Chat when Yahoo was the thing. I used to be quiet. Used to be very quiet, very quiet. 'Cause I like to sit there and observe. I'm a very observant person. And then when I speak, people are like, "Oh, you been in there? I've been here the whole time." You know what I mean? So when I got that phone call, you know, I was at that time I was in where I was at the time. I was in Lincoln City. I was in Lincoln City. Oregon at the time. College transitioned to move out here to take a job. So when I came back and I went home. I literally told my mama this. I told everybody like, "Listen, I don't care about anything that's going on. I ain't come here for money. I don't need no money. My dad raised a man. I don't ask for nobody for nothing. Nothing. Family, anything. The reason why I don't do that is because I don't want nobody to come back and use that as ammo. Like, well, I helped you with this, so you can get. No, I don't want nothing thrown up in my face about what you done for me. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, that just let me know right then and there. Like, man, life is short. Life is short, bro. Life is really short. But that is maybe just really just start taking things seriously. You know, like you know what? It's just time for me to just do what I got to do so I can get back. I can get back closer to everybody. So 'cause I know I got family. I got cousins. I got a whole bunch of people. I got a whole bunch of cousins. I got cousins that got kids and they got kids. I ain't never seen them before. You know, 'cause last time so when I was home for my dad's funeral, I only saw a couple of my cousins at the time, but everybody else was like, man, you know, cuz was home. Like, man, we ain't seen him. Like, yeah. And then they see the pictures and everything, and everybody started reaching out. They're like, cuz, like, we didn't know you was going through all this and that. It's like, it's no worries. No worries. when we had that time, we'll talk. You know what I mean? And like y'all should have to live in guilt and everything like that or whatever like that. And like what's done is done. You can't. If we can go back and check. One thing I learned from a long time ago, if we can go back and change the past, we'd be some perfect behind people, boy. But we ain't like that. God didn't make it to be like that. So you just got to continue. Just hold on. Y'all got to just continue to hold on and do better, man. That's what I'm learning how to do. Doing better and better each and every day. I'm just getting better, making better decisions. Why? Being wise. I don't like to go out as it is, especially where I live at. I live. Everybody keep telling me, well, you need to get around black people again. It don't matter if I do get around black people. I know black people act crazy, act stupid, and all that stuff. Like it don't matter where I live at. I'm still going to survive. I just know how to live. I work and I don't bother nobody. That's just how it goes. Just continue to just live life, man. That's all you can do, and just get better. Just get
Yeah,
better. That's what
I
I'm
tell you the
learning how to.
same thing I tell my children. We always say if we can turn back the hands of time, but we actually get to go back in time. We get the same decision, and we get a chance to make a different choice.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
every day you have an opportunity to make today better than yesterday.
Yep, that is true. That is so true. You know, 'cause my homie, when time we don't talk like how we used to no more, but when I do talk to him, he be like he give me the right thing. He's like, 'cause for me and him, we are very similar. He had a twin, I had a twin. We had same amount of siblings. He was the second oldest. Um, he had an older sister. He had a little sister. And it was crazy how God showed you different different people, that's so similar to yours, and you beating yourself up and look at this person, but it's like with me, I see it on the other way around. I see it that they have more love, they family have more compassion instead of you got some families that they turn their back on you until you 100% straight. You see what I'm saying? And then when you ain't, they ain't got nothing to do with you. So God showed me that, and I was like, well, once I start beating myself up physically, mentally, I was especially more like mentally. Man, I was good. I've been good. You know, that's why I know the next phase of my life is just gonna get better for me personally because I'm making the right decisions to get back into how it's what I need to do. But I appreciate everybody for the stream. Shout out to Ron Tom, shout out to my boy Cochran, shout out to my boy Really Leasy for coming through. What I mean? We've been on this mother 6 hours, man. And I'm about to get up out of here, man. I'm about to get up out of here. But y'all have a great one, man. And your life ain't over, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me again, T Price.
Yeah, no problem, bro. We'll be back on. We'll be back on early morning to talk about. We gonna find out to see if Oklahoma City is going to handle their business or not. And if not, we're gonna see a game 7. So that's what we're gonna be talking about, and what everything else might come up, we'll talk about it. I just thought about this some things that I forgot I was gonna say on the stream, but I just save it for tomorrow. But
Cool.
anyway,
What time you getting on tomorrow? I know you're 2 hours behind me.
yeah, I'll be on at 9. I come on at 9 in the morning.
Okay, cool. That'll be 11 my time. So cool. Hey, shoot me a text so I know you got my number, man. Everybody, God bless. No matter what you're going through, get better. You can always make tomorrow better than today. And I'm out.
I'm out too. Y'all have a good one. Peace.